Adin Alberio is the strongest dragon slayer and the greatest hero who saved the world from the demon lord. But the moment he dealt the final blow, a curse ensnared him, one that would strip him of his humanity and turn him into the very demon he had slain. And at this crucial moment, his trusted comrades betrayed him without hesitation. They sacrificed him to save themselves without showing any remorse. However, instead of dying, he wakes up somewhere unknown, in a lavish room with a woman who calls him her son. It turns out he was reborn as Aidan Reames. Memories of a life he never lived flood his mind. The life of a nobleman's son 15 years before his own death. The truth is soon revealed. The body he now inhabits belonged to a useless scoundrel, a drunkard who beat people, harassed women, and constantly caused trouble. If it weren't for being the Duke's son, he would have been killed long ago. Standing in front of a mirror, Aidan wonders if he is truly Aidan Alberio or if that life was just a dream, but when he checks his system, the answer is clear. The powers he gained after eating the Berserker's heart and becoming a disciple of the Mercenary King are still his. In his past life, Master Balkan took him from the slums, trained him, and turned him into the strongest mercenary alive, the man who would one day slay the demon lord. But in this world, no one has heard of Adin Alberio, and Philip, his servant, swears that the Mercenary King never had a disciple. The servants whisper about his sudden change. No cruelty, no insults, not even calling them by their names. They think an illness has softened him, but Aidan has only one goal: to find those who betrayed him and tear them to pieces. Bored with the idle life of a nobleman, he wanders the estate until his eyes land on a group of knights training in the courtyard. As he watches, a young man approaches him, Carl Rise, his younger brother. Unlike the scoundrel Aidan Reames was before, Carl is a respected knight, already recognized as the likely successor of the family, despite being the second son. The disgust on Carl's face is obvious as he scoffs at his older brother for drinking again and tells him that knight training is not a spectacle for his amusement, but Aidan simply smirks and challenges one of the knights to a match. Carl freezes in shock. Never once has his disgraceful brother picked up a sword, but now something about him feels different. Aidan comes face to face with Basan, a knight apprentice on the training grounds. The onlookers around worry for Basan as he is fighting the young master, but they assume he must pretend to lose on purpose to satisfy Aidan and get rid of him. Basan feels a bit offended to have to duel with a drunkard like him, who can't even save himself from the neighborhood dogs. However, Aidan realizes that Basan might try to lose on purpose, so he warns him beforehand. He gives him full freedom to go all out, and it would be truly shameful for a knight apprentice to lose against a weak ruffian like him. He also warns him that he will expel him if he loses to him. Carl also feels that he has gone mad, challenging a squire when he hasn't even held a sword. Finally, they start the battle, but to Aidan's surprise, his body is much weaker than expected, but even so, he wants to keep fighting. The people around them are worried for Basan, since he's going all out against the master. However, what surprises everyone more than anything is the fact that Basan can't defeat Aidan. After multiple blows, he is still standing on his feet with a sword in hand. Aidan feels a rush of adrenaline, since he hadn't felt this sensation in a long time. Carly and Basan are in disbelief, as they had never seen him show such swordsmanship. Everyone feels like it's an unreal dream or something. They can't believe he's the same guy who used to be scared of the neighborhood dogs and needed to be saved from them. Since Aidan had been living such a luxurious and lazy life for so long, he forgot his true potential. But all of this makes Aidan realize that, even though this body of his is weak and has less muscle, he is still and will always be Aidan Alberio, the Dragon Slayer. Aidan and Basan are immersed in an intense battle, both attacking each other in a fierce give and take. Aidan seems to be enjoying it while Basan is already giving up. Everyone is surprised, as it seems absurd to them that the young master has beaten Basan at his own game. Aidan thanks Carly for giving him the idea to practice and promises to train from time to time with other squires. No one can understand how it's possible that he's the same scoundrel who used to be a coward. He tells everyone to keep striving and practicing to improve. Aidan is back in his room and is more exhausted than ever. He finds it surprising that his body is fatigued after such a minor battle. However, he feels refreshed, as it was a good way to release his frustration. Besides, it was a new experience for him. He feels lucky to be back in his element and have the chance to get revenge. However, he is well aware that he is no match for those talented and high-status companions who can even be considered armies of one man. He has to get revenge on important people like Sylvetta, who is the king of the night and heir to the Grand Duchy of Sires. Then there is the chosen saint of the Slaughter cult, the iron-blooded saint named Espica and also Calcius, who is the second imperial prince of the Immortalia Empire and also known as the Great Alchemist. He knows he can't fight them at this stage, especially not all together. Aidan wants to face them individually to have a better chance of defeating them, since even his past self in his prime had a hard time facing them together. So, before they could unite, he wanted to take his time until he was fully prepared. Furthermore, he wants to defeat them all within the next 5 years, before the allied forces are created to conquer the sorcerers. Most importantly, he needs to get rid of this weak body and gain strength and muscle. With the current body he has, He feels that he won't even be able to defeat a single goblin, let alone those powerful warriors. He comes up with a plan and calls for Philip, his room. He gives him a list of herbal ingredients he wants. Philip is curious to know why he wants them, especially after days of being quiet. Aidan asks if there is any problem getting them, since he seems a bit concerned about the list. Upon reviewing it, Philip finds poisonous herbs like hell lily, anguish flower, lunatic grass, and so on the list, and asks why he would want such dangerous herbs. Aidan does not want to reveal his plans and make him doubt him, so he plays another card by bringing back his old self. He uses a threatening voice to warn about the immense consequences of discovering his dangerous plan. He expresses his evil side and offers Philip to be his toy and relive the old days after days of silence. Obviously, Philip gets scared and quickly leaves the room after being persuaded to buy him these poisonous herbs. Aidan realizes he needs to get stronger at all costs, even though before he would not have used these methods, as he is the son of a duke with a lot of money. Now he needs to approach things differently. Besides, he is already at a superhuman level, since he became a sword master in a short time. He knows how to get there better than anyone, but he needs to take things strategically, as these practices are not yet common around there. After a month and a half, he is practicing his swordsmanship when Philip brings him his mana potion. This expensive mana potion is worth someone's monthly salary, but since he has money, being the duke's son, he can afford it. The potion helps him recover his strength after intensive training and exercises. He asks Philip if he bought what he asked for, and he replies affirmatively. Philip is still curious about what he is doing, but he is afraid of ending up on his bad side. Aidan goes to his room and checks if all the herbs are there. They are. Although it is life-threatening, he still remembers Calcius and Shaola proposing that it helps to push oneself to unlock one's hidden potential. He tries to console himself by remembering that he already survived death once and starts eating those herbs. He falls to the ground and feels a lot of pain, but he has to repeat it 100 more times, but he notices his mana flow has become smoother. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice and is shocked. He starts asking the voice to reveal itself. Due to the loud sound, his servants burst into his room to confirm his well-being, but Aidan instructs them to leave. This confirms that it was real and not a hallucination. Aidan realizes it is the Underlord, who even knows his name, but he does not know his motive yet. After being captured, the Underlord recalls that it has been a while with the Dragon Hunter King, Adin Alberio. Aidan keeps telling the Underlord to reveal himself and clarify his motives. The Underlord reveals that he does not have a physical body and that he cannot see him, even if he tried his best. He reminds Aidan that in his final moments, he himself was in the process of becoming the Underlord. The Underlord reveals that at the moment he died, he transferred his soul into Aidan's body. He was even planning to revive himself by taking over his 6 viscera and 5 organs, guts. Aidan deduces that this means the Underlord's soul is in his body, but he's looking for ways to kill him. He plans to infuse his body with holy power or to die together again. This makes the Underlord very defensive, and he swears that he's changed. Aidan doubts him, as he remembers that he used to love chaos and madness. The Underlord tells him it was due to the demon god's influence, but that was severed when Aidan was in the void. Aidan notices the calmness in his voice, as he used to be a menace in the past. He asks who exactly the demon god is, since he's heard his voice for the first time. The Underlord informs him that the demon god is also known as the Supreme Sin, as he is the embodiment of all the evil in the world, and even the gods are wary of him. He was previously cursed to carry out the demon god's evil will. Aidan asks him if what's happening now, like the time regression 15 years into the past in the body of Rams, is also part of his plan. The Underlord answers in the affirmative that it is indeed his doing, since every time the dragon's mana was possessed by him, he would turn back time. Aidan is surprised by how that's possible, but the Underlord explains that it isn't impossible. He says that God created dragons as agents to help change the laws of nature, so it's not a big deal for them. Aidan asks why he didn't do something to fix things himself in the void if he's so powerful. The Underlord says it's because now he's tired and needs to rest from all the work. 1 month has passed, and Aidan is seen training with a scarecrow. While practicing, he thinks to himself how unsettling it is to have someone like the Underlord inside his body, but now he has to keep getting used to it. Also, having someone know and acknowledge his past self is also somewhat comforting. He's so lost in thought that he breaks the scarecrow. The training method he's using seems to be effective, but now he needs to find other dummies to practice on. He notices some knights practicing in the distance and feels they'll be perfect for practicing on. The Underlord speaks to him, telling him how capable he is of being more evil than a hero. This annoys him, and he threatens to drink the holy potion to shut him up. The Underlord gets scared because he knows the holy power it contains will cause him pain due to the evil within him, so he quickly says that he is a hero no matter what. He sees a familiar knight's face, but doesn't recognize him. His trainer calls him low and tells him to practice harder, as he's falling behind. Aidan is surprised to see the freelance knight, Lo. He was a chivalrous mercenary who pretended to be a knight and had saved his life several times. He was known to be one of the few S-class mercenaries, but he died during the fight against the Raging Dragon. Aidan feels like he has truly returned to the past, as he thought he'd see him in hell next. He steps out onto the field and calls out to Lo. He's a bit lost, but Aidan quickly scolds him for speaking informally to the master. Lo apologizes but doesn't understand why he's being scolded. Aidan reads his mind, which leaves him shocked, and he quickly denies thinking that way. He thinks about quitting right then and there. Aidan seems to enjoy making him nervous and uses Reames' body to his advantage and invites Lo to train in the afternoon. He whispers something in his ear and walks away, thinking about returning the favor with a small gift. This leaves Lo visibly surprised. In the afternoon, Aidan waits for Lo and he finally shows up. The first thing he asks is, how does he know about his secret? Before Aidan could answer, he started to cry hysterically. While crying, he asks Aidan if there is a way to fix his arm. Later on, Lo and Aidan are seen drinking. Lo feels that if his right arm were intact, he would have been a great knight, like everyone else. He was the one-armed Agilo, and the only way Aidan could settle the debt he owed was to fulfill his deep desire. On the knight's training grounds, Lo was surprised when Aidan whispered something in his ear. He whispered that he knew his right arm was stiff. Lo was shocked since he hadn't told anyone. He asks if there's a way to fix his arm. Aidan reveals that he suffers from mana vasoconstriction syndrome, an incurable disease that occurs in the mana channels. Lo is afraid of learning the truth since he knows there is no cure for it, but Aidan claims he can cure him. He knows there will be a cure in 10 years, but right now, only he knows how to cure it. However, to get it fixed, he would need to sign a contract with him. Lo was more than willing to agree to anything and asked about the contract. The contract stated that he would have to train with Aidan whenever he asked. Basically, he would have to accept all of his commands. Lo is hesitant at first, calling it a slave contract, but he has no other choice but to accept. His instinct tells him that it might be dangerous, but he goes along with it anyway. Aidan is thinking vilely, since he could even make him his slave in the near future and even take his item. Aidan hears the Lord of the Underworld again, as he tells him how he was right about the Dragon Slayer being on the side of evil, but Aidan tells him to shut up. A few days later, Aidan and Lo go to the small town of Marlin. Lo is doubtful that they can find a solution in such a humble place, but Aidan tells him to have faith. They get out of the carriage, and Aidan motions for him to follow. They arrive at a house-like building, but the sign denies being a clinic or curing anyone, and states it has no drugs, herbs, or medicines in its possession. Aidan enters anyway, as he remembers that Lo came here to cure his illness in the past. Although he couldn't find a solution, there was still someone here trying to research the mana vasoconstriction disease. They start looking for the owner, but get no answer. Lo sees a painting and asks Aidan about it. It was the Philosopher's Stone, a superstition said to interfere with the domains of God, according to alchemists. He feels there must be some truth to it, as he himself was able to break the barriers of death and travel back in time to live again. Lo is impressed with his knowledge, but he doesn't know that Aidan learned it from Shala and Calcis. Someone greets them, and Aidan asks Lo to step outside for a moment. When they are alone, Aidan reveals that he knows the identity of this person, named Kathy. Kathy is surprised to find out that he knows. He even knows she's a lycanthrope alchemist, and that she's looking for the cure for the disease of mana vasoconstriction. He even reveals that he himself suffers from the disease and that his symptoms are more severe. The only reason he's surviving is the herb he smokes, otherwise he would be gravely ill. Katie agrees, but she's afraid she hasn't found a method to cure it yet. Aidan offers to let her practice if she actually finds a solution, and hands her a paper with information containing the cure. He used to listen to Calcis and Shala talks so much about the solution that he memorized it. Katie is surprised and asks for half a month to find a permanent cure. However, Aidan mentions he wants something in return again. This time, he wants the ring on her hand. It's not just any ring, but it's called the Ring of Speed, an artifact that triples one's physical speed for 10 seconds, 3 times a day. This ring was previously owned by Lo, and it made him perform tremendously, even without an arm. Although it's important to her, she gives him the ring on the condition that she moves into the Duke's mansion with him to continue her research. Additionally, her food and lodging will also be taken care of by him, but she's afraid the people around them might question it. Aidan boasts that he's known as the Duke's scoundrel, and no one would question him. He returns to the mansion with Katie and Lo, and already starts to feel at home. However, he's greeted with a sense of urgency by Philip, who is calling his name, like a madman. Philip rushes to Aidan and informs him that the young master Carl has disappeared on Monster Mountain. This worries him greatly. He explains that upon hearing the news that someone had disappeared on Monster Mountain, Carl went to save them. Instead, Carl and a few other knights haven't returned for 2 days. Aidan knows that Monster Mountain only has insignificant creatures, but he fears that if Carl doesn't return, he would have to be the successor. This, in turn, will ruin his plan for revenge. A search party is about to leave. He asks Philip to accommodate Katie and take care of her, which surprises him. Furthermore, he asks Katie for a favor. Aidan asks his father, the king, to join the search party, but he says no. He insists, saying that he's worried about his brother Carl. He says he doesn't want anything bad to happen to him. Seeing his concern, his father gets emotional, hugs him, and allows him to go with the search party. He's only pretending to show concern, and the deputy chief reminds him that it's a bit disgusting while telling him to shut up. He entrusts Aidan to Sir Bale, who is the vice captain of the Reames Knights, the order, and tells him to take care of his sons. They arrive at Monster Mountain and find traces of their people. As expected, they were attacked, but from the looks of the weapons used, it seems that goblins attacked them. This surprises Aidan, as he can't believe that creatures of such low intelligence defeated Carl and his team. He believes that such intelligence to hide tracks and plan can only belong to the Goblin King, the Hobgoblins. They are the only ones who possess such intelligence and strength, so he quickly informs Sir Fel about it. Upon hearing this, he hesitates to advance without preparation, as he feels they are no match for the Hobgoblins. However, Aidan refuses to retreat and orders a search dog to be brought without delay. When the search dog arrives, he gives it a potion to enhance its sense of smell. He recalls using it himself and how useful it was for search operations in his time. Everyone is worried about what is happening, but to their surprise, the dog actually follows something and finally reaches the goblin village. They find Carl and his team trapped in a cage in the village of goblins, but before they could advance, they notice something strange. They see 3 hobgoblins, which makes the situation even more critical for them. According to Aidan, these hobgoblins are a match even for decent knights, so they must be prepared to give it their all to win. Sir Phil suggests that Aidan escape after rescuing the hostages, and he agrees, as he feels that this many knights will be able to handle it without him. Finally, the search party is dispatched, and they march toward the village to attack the hobgoblins. Music. Carl is especially surprised to see his brother gather the courage to save them. Aidan frees the hostages and is ready to escape. He now instructs the knights to join the search party to finish off the hobgoblins and help the villagers escape. As they deploy, Carl shouts to Aidan to be careful, as there is a giant monster behind him. However, he cannot understand him, as he thinks Carl is talking about a goblin, but he is hit by a large monster. On second thought, he realizes that the reason there were 3 hobgoblins is because there is a higher-ranking creature around them, a troll, which is known as the worst monster among all humanoid demons. Aidan tells Carl to escape with the villagers, but Carl is aware that it is a troll and he cannot beat it alone. However, Aidan is convinced that he can take care of it and that Carl should not forget that he is his older brother and knows better than him. In his heart, Carl still thinks his brother is just a good-for-nothing, although he only said it to sound cool. He is attacked mercilessly by the troll, draws his sword, and also launches a powerful attack against it. But as expected, the troll is very resistant to his attacks. Despite much effort and countless attacks, the troll remains unharmed and attacks with determination. Aidan realizes that with his current strength he cannot defeat the troll, especially in the way it should be defeated, so he needs to start looking for other ways to increase his strength and defeat the troll. Aidan jumps into the air looking for another method to defeat the troll. Meanwhile, the knights panic upon seeing a troll in front of them. The ever-heroic Sir Sfiel decides it is his duty. Well, technically, it is his duty to protect Aidan, who is in danger. They already realized the magnitude of the threat when they saw 3 hobgoblins. But now, with a troll added to the mix, the danger increases dramatically. Despite this, Sir Sfiel remains determined to fulfill his duty to save Aidan, who just needs to hold on a little longer. That said, Aidan jumps into the air to dodge another attack from the troll. In his hand, the ring he almost gave away shines, as it is time to put it to good use. In the next moment, he activates the ring. Swiftness, granting him 10 swift seconds of light speed movement. In general, his plan depends on a method that demands a high level of speed, something he doesn't possess due to his body's limitations, but with the help of the ring, he can finally achieve it. 8 seconds remain when he cuts off the troll's arm. 6 seconds remain when he wounds the troll in several places. In the next 3 seconds, he mercilessly attacks it with his sword. In the last second, he manages to decapitate the troll. Once it's over, he knows this is the level he wants to reach. This is the sword aura he wants to master, even with his current, imperfect body. Meanwhile, the clueless Sierra spell tells his knights to help Aidan, who clearly doesn't need it. But the moment his eyes land on our boy, he freezes, stunned by the blue light shining from Aidan's sword. At first, he doesn't understand what it is. Then, he realizes that Aidan has awakened the sword aura, something he, a knight commander, has never managed to do. On the other hand, Aidan is completely exhausted after his trick with the ring. He collapses onto a tree branch, disturbing the peaceful life of the birds. The 10-second sword aura takes a toll on his body, leaving him so sore that he can't even move. He's determined to use the Ring of Swiftness cautiously after his recent experience leaves him shaking. Exhausted, he clings to a tree branch while his knights search for him, wondering where their favorite scoundrel has gone. Eventually, they find him, and everyone returns home. The next day, Lord Remus is informed about the situation. He orders Sierra Spell to compensate the families affected by the incident. Sierra Spell agrees without protesting. However, what truly astonishes Lord Remus is the news that his scoundrel, son, whose reputation is undoubtedly terrible and well-deserved, not only defeated a troll but also awakened the sword aura. Sierra Spell and the other knights give their testimonies, confirming the incredible truth. All of this makes Lord Remus wonder if Aidan is truly his own son. That same son is sitting frustrated in his room, reflecting on his lack of power. He meditates in silence, channeling the sword aura into his weapon, which is a technique that helps him increase his mana capacity, but he knows it's not enough. With a clenched fist, he vows to become stronger soon so he can get his revenge. Suddenly, he is startled by a creepy voice praising his determination. Looking up, he immediately recognizes the figure before him, an underworlder with an arrogant expression who introduces himself as the king of the underworld. However, upon seeing the small size and strange body of the being, which consists of half lamb, half bat, Aidan bursts into uncontrollable laughter, which irritates the underworlder deeply. But Aidan stops laughing, even as the subterranean being protests and declares that it's all Aidan's fault for being weak, which in turn gives it a weak form. Finally, after a while, Aidan stops laughing and asks the subterranean being why it has shown itself. The Lord from below explains that Aidan is the only person who can see it. It also reveals that it plans to project itself more into Aidan as he gets stronger. As hearing this, Aidan feels disgusted at the thought of enduring the Underlord's presence regularly. This reaction prompts a rude comment from the Underlord, who says he should show some gratitude to the one who saved his life. Ignoring the provocation, Aidan begins to comment that he shouldn't even call him Underlord, since that's not really a name. He explains that Underlord is just a title passed down through the curse of the underworld to whoever possesses the soul of the former Underlord. He then asks what his real name is. In a somber tone, the Underlord admits that he lost his name a long time ago. Since then, his only purpose has been to simply exist. Aidan decides to call him Curse, which surprises the Underlord. He explains that since the Underlord is his curse, he's going to call him Curse from now on. The Dark Lord accuses him of being lazy for not coming up with a proper name, but Aidan taunts him by calling him Curse. Eventually, the Dark Lord gives up and says he can call him whatever he wants. Aidan, of course, really likes the name Curse. A week passes, and one day Aidan visits Cassie for an update on the cure. However, instead of a proper answer, he is greeted with the title of Lord Troll, as if being called a scoundrel wasn't bad enough. Now people have started to call him Lord Troll, not even Troll Slayer. After killing that giant troll, he hates the name. He then asks about Ree's whereabouts. Cassie tells him he's inside. When Aidan peeks into the room, he finds Ree excited, finally able to move his arm again. Gratefully, Ree drops to his knees and makes an oath to serve Aidan for the rest of his life. Internally, Aidan is quite pleased to have a lifelong servant and accepts his promise without hesitation. Turning back to Cassie, he asks about his condition. She explains that his illness is not like any typical syndrome and that she will need at least another month of research to make progress. Aidan praises her for her hard work and she thanks him. But the moment she calls him Lord Troll, his irritation flares up. Ree, trying to suppress his laughter, lets out a snort. Annoyed, Aidan turns to him and orders him to go out and find something useful to do. Ree is more than happy to receive any task, but his joy doesn't last. A short time later, he finds himself doing manual labor under his lord's command. After a while, Ree becomes quite sick from the manual labor. Unfazed by his condition, Aidan conducts a business deal with a merchant, proudly displaying the troll he had killed. The merchant assures him that the corpse will sell for a high price, as it's in excellent condition. Trolls are rare and the materials extracted from them are very valuable on the market. Aidan then hands him a list of medicinal herbs he wants in exchange for the price of the troll. The merchant initially agrees, but as soon as he reviews the ingredients, his expression changes. He hesitates, pointing out that many of the herbs are poisonous. With a cold and threatening tone, Aidan reminds him that if he says they are medicinal herbs, then they are medicinal herbs. The merchant gets the hint, quickly gets the message. No one wants to end up on the wrong side of the infamous scoundrel, and he nods in agreement. Satisfied with the easy money, Aidan smiles. It's proof that his old mercenary habits die hard. Just then, Philip arrives with a message that his father has summoned him. After a while, Aidan knocks on the door, but the moment he sees someone else sitting with his father, his expression turns grim. He doesn't understand why that person is here. The guest laughs and remarks that the rumors are true. Aidan really is the troll slayer. But when the man greets him with a warm smile, Aidan's expression changes. In his past life, this same man used to harass him for his status as a mere mercenary. With no other choice, Aidan is forced to exchange pleasantries and greets the guest, who is the guardian of the northeastern border, Margrave Tyo Cetus. Cetus is surprised to hear that Aidan knows him, which Aidan confirms by casually adding that Cetus is one of the few sword masters in the Empire. Basically, the sword master level is the transcendental dream that every knight aspires to. Those who reach it surpass all limits of talent, entering the realm of superhuman strength, where a single swing of their sword can split mountains and even their breath can make the air tremble. In his past life, Aidan was also a sword master, and now, once again, he sets his sights on that goal. Cetus, impressed by Aidan's unexpectedly polite demeanor, especially given the young man's infamous reputation for rudeness, congratulates his father on raising such an excellent son. Aidan tries to modestly brush off the compliment. Moments later, his father changes the subject, expressing concern for Cetus, whose lands are rumored to have been plundered by orcs. With a serious expression, Cetus explains that his territory isn't the only place facing problems with orcs. There have also been sightings of orcs near the Tower of Slaughter, which is under the control of the Church of the God of Slaughter in the desolate western Deathlands. At this point, Aidan becomes interested. This is the place where one of his former companions, the Saint Ironblood, might be. Cetus continues to express his suspicion that in addition to his own territory, the Tower of Slaughter, and Lord Rem's lands, there has been unusual monster activity. It can't be a coincidence. Lord Rem agrees with him. Cetus proposes a collaboration to investigate the matter and requests Rem's help, which he agrees to provide. The next moment, Cetus flashes a wide smile and asks Aidan to join his knightly ranks, a suggestion that nearly gives Lord Rem a heart attack. Ignoring his father's protests, Cetus is clearly intrigued by Aidan, especially after seeing the sword aura burning within his body. At first, he thought it was just a rumor, but now that he sees it with his own eyes, he swears on his name to make Aidan the greatest swordsman on the western continent. Lord Rem protests once more, but Cetus ignores him, assuring him that he will take good care of Aidan. Now the decision rests on Aidan's shoulders. After a moment of thought, Aidan politely declines. Cetus, still smiling, reminds him the cost of refusing such an offer. Aidan interrupts, confidently stating that he knows Cetus has the best knightly order in the entire empire, but he intends to become a sword master on his own. He has done it before in his past life, and he will do it again. Then, his expression shifts to one of arrogance as he challenges Cetus to a match, determined to at least land a scratch on him during the duel. Lord Rems is definitely on the verge of a heart attack after hearing his son's rude challenge. However, Cetus is intrigued by Aidan's audacity and activates his sword aura. The air trembles as his power fills the room. Aidan feels the swordmaster's aura, which radiates with such intensity, it feels as if the very atmosphere is shifting. Cetus notices that Aidan doesn't even flinch upon feeling his aura. He then reminds him of the enormity of his challenge. Aidan, unfazed, withstands the pressure, even going so far as to make a bet. At that moment, it's clear Aidan is exploiting Cetus's weaknesses when it comes to gambling. Aidan proposes that if he loses, he will join Cetus's knightly order, but if he lands even a single scratch on Cetus, then Cetus will give him his sword. For a moment, Cetus is stunned by the audacity of the demand, then he laughs, finding amusement in the sheer nerve of betting the family heirloom. Turning to Lord Rems, Cetus remarks on how different his son is from him, only to find that Lord Rems has already fainted from shock. Cetus then turns to Aidan, accepting the challenge. Underlord, watching from the sidelines, understands Aidan's strategy. He sees that Aidan is attempting to get his hands on Cetus's legendary sword, and Aidan admits to the plan. After all, the chance to possess a sword like Balsabul is too good to pass up. Underlord remarks that Aidan truly belongs to the demon race, given his cunning and audacity. After a short while, they are both ready to fight. However, Aidan protests, stating that using a high-quality sword built to kill ogres against someone like him, who's more like a goblin, is unfair. Cetus, with a skeptical look, questions whether Aidan is truly an ogre or a goblin, but as a knight, it is his duty to give his all in a fight, regardless of his opponent's status. After hearing Cetus's words, Aidan's expression changes as he realizes that Cetus is just the same as he was in his past life. The challenge is set with two conditions. First, they will not use sword aura, and second, Cetus will not move his right foot. Although these terms may seem unfair to an outsider, Aidan knows that even with these limitations, Cetus is still a formidable opponent. He cannot afford to let his guard down. The crowd gathers around them, and the fight begins. Aidan immediately lunges forward, but Cetus easily blocks the tip of his sword with his own. The move, aimed at Cetus's neck, makes it clear that Aidan has real combat experience. However, Aidan had already predicted that Cetus would block it effortlessly. Aidan continues to attack relentlessly, each strike effortlessly blocked by Cetus. Without breaking a sweat, Cetus taunts him, remarking that his strikes are as sloppy as a commoner's, a mercenary. He suggests that Aidan should join his order to learn how to be a proper swordsman. After hearing this, even Underlord understands the depth of the bitter relationship between Cetus and Aidan. On the other hand, the anger of Aidan grows with every taunt. His grip tightens on the sword and, with fierce determination, he raises it high, ready to show Cetus the true taste of combat from a low-life mercenary. Cetus is quite bored seeing the simple pattern of our boy's swordsmanship, but he is surprised the next moment when he is almost hit by Aidan's sword. Cetus doesn't know that this simple swordsmanship, which he likes to call basic, is also known as Nightbreaker. Everyone is surprised to see Aidan finally push him back, proving that he really did kill the troll. Meanwhile, Lord Reames also doesn't understand how someone like his son is facing off against a sword master. Finally, Cetus starts taking our boy seriously. He analyzes the pattern of our friend's blade, which is sloppy, but precise enough to aim for his weak points. Now he's having fun, trying to take our friend down. In the next moment, he tries to strike Aidan, but Aidan dodges. He can't believe that Cetus has raised his sword. Seriously, Underlord reminds him that it would be stupid to block an attack that could kill him. Aidan backs away. Cetus praises his swordsmanship, but adds that this should be all he has, so he should just give up. But Aidan reminds him that he is still standing, so they can continue. This makes Cetus laugh, praising himself for having a good eye for talent. Confident in his victory, he welcomes our boy in advance to his knight order. Then, our boy also thanks him in advance. The next moment, Cetus's eyes widen upon seeing him move so quickly, something that shouldn't be possible with his current skill. Before he can even finish his thought that our friend is hiding his true abilities, Aidan has already scratched his shoulder with a smile on his face. He assures him that he will take good care of his sword. For a moment, everyone around them is stunned, but then, they suddenly understand that it's over and our boy is the winner. With that, a shout of excitement erupts in favor of our guy. Although Aidan is exhausted, he is mocked by Underlord for using a ring against Cetus, which should make him feel guilty, but he feels nothing. Underlord claims that he truly deserves to be on the dark side, because with his tendencies, he is more of a scammer than a hero. Despite the defeat, Cetus praises our boy wholeheartedly for hiding his abilities to take him by surprise. Our boy shamelessly pretends to be humble, which is even mocked by Underlord. But our friend is quite disappointed because he wanted to rip Cetus's arms off, but in the end, he only managed to scratch him. On the other hand, Cetus is noble enough to keep his word and happily hands over his sword. Aidan receives it with a polite thank you. Inwardly, he smirks at finally getting this sword, which prompts another taunt from Underlord. After a while, he is in his room inspecting his new legendary sword, but when Underlord calls him by his Dragon Slayer title, he immediately knows Underlord wants something from him. With a smile, Underlord suggests that he knows the secret of the legendary sword, a secret that no human knows. Our friend asks him to prove it, but with an arrogant expression, Underlord lists a series of demands from our friend, the main one being a lifelong promise of devotion to him in exchange for revealing the sword's secret. However, his expression changes as soon as our boy makes a blood pact with the sword, which is probably a secret that no one knows. Underlord is in disbelief, wondering how he could know that. Our boy arrogantly reveals that he had noticed Underlord's men wielding the demonic sword performing this. Balsabul is actually a demonic sword created from the bodies of the Lords of Corruption, who divided and ruled the underworld. This sword is said to hold the power of those lords. There are 3 conditions to awaken its true power, and the first is to feed it blood through a blood pact, which our friend has already completed. Meanwhile, Underlord complains like a child who lost the chance to have the upper hand. Our friend, being a greater evil than the Underlord, reminds him that he's going to use his daily dose of holy potion, which even makes the Underlord apologize to him profusely. Now he needs to fulfill the second condition to awaken the holy sword. For this, he goes to his father to request joining the investigation team of Cetus, but Lord Reames is reluctant to let him go, even though he has proven himself. The place where the investigation is taking place is more dangerous than anything they have faced in the mountains of demonic creatures. Aidan reminds him that he is going with Cetus. Cetus, who is nearby drinking his tea, assures Lord Reames that he will protect his son, but Lord Reames remains firm, reminding his son that it's not a walk in the park. He politely says that he wants to protect his territory, which makes Cetus accept the favor. With a smile, Aidan thinks about how Cetus was useless to him in his past life, but now he is being used well. Underlord scoffs at this statement because he doesn't care about serving the country. He wants to awaken his sword. Aidan agrees with Underlord, but he has no other choice but to join the mission, which will help him spill a large amount of blood, fulfilling the second condition to awaken the sword. He is eager to eliminate those monsters, which almost makes Underlord feel sorry for them. Meanwhile, at the dock of the mountain range where the investigation will take place, a horde of smaller monsters flees from some larger monsters that watch them with a glint in their eyes. Aidan and his team's journey takes them to the fortress of Attila, built to keep the fear monsters of the Piraean mountain range at bay. Upon arriving, the first thing Aidan notices are the disheveled soldiers who seem incapable of handling even a goblin, let alone the larger monsters. His attention is diverted when the gate opens and Timon, the chief officer of the Attila fortress, comes out and welcomes them, but when he calls Aidan Lord Troll, all attention turns to him. Rumors are spreading that he's called Lord Velico, and much more often at that, they refer to him as Lord Troll. Some speculate it's because he defeated a troll or because he looks like one. Ree, angered upon hearing this slander against his master, becomes enraged. However, our friend remains unfazed, thinking he is far above fighting with such underlings. Besides, the constant whispers no longer bother him. He has gotten used to them. Meanwhile, Cetus casually remarks that the air is so fresh it makes the insects buzz very loudly. He then turns to Timon with a furious expression, and Timon, visibly scared, agrees with him. At that moment, everyone receives the message and the gossip stops abruptly. After a while, Timon reveals that he has heard reports of unusual monster activity in other regions as well. Our boy asks about the condition of his territory. Instead of answering him directly, Timon assures Cetus that there is no need to worry about the Utila territory, which irritates our boy. Cetus reminds him that his territory is a home for demonic creatures and that is something to worry about, but Timon explains that the usual orcs live in the central mountain range, preventing other demonic creatures from entering their territory. This makes Aidan question the logic behind it, why one type of demonic creature would be protecting the territory from others. At that moment, Underlord warns Aidan that although he can't see anything, he senses something big is approaching. Casually looking under the bridge, our friend suddenly notices something. He turns to Timon and urges him to close the gate, as monsters are approaching. Timon doesn't believe him, assuming he's joking, but Cetus, in a serious tone, tells Timon to close the gate, which surprises him. Cetus looks ahead, and his expression serious, and reveals that a wave of monsters is approaching them. He immediately orders the soldiers to lower the gate quickly. As the guards try to close the gate, one of the wolves manages to sneak in. It lunges at the soldier, but with a swift move, our boy finishes it off. The gate closes behind him. Meanwhile, he focuses on feeding the life aura to his sword. At that moment, the soldiers who witness the aura of his sword conclude that he must have killed the troll, which prompts a taunt from his friend Underlord. The next moment, the soldiers thank him, but with a blushing expression, he asks them to watch the gate instead of thanking him. Ree immediately rushes to him, asking about his well-being. He points to the huge swarm of monsters, complaining and burning with hunger to kill them and satisfy the hunger of his sword. With a menacing expression, he is about to taste their blood, burning with bloodlust, but he stops himself, wondering what he is really doing. Underlord informs him that even he is not beyond the manipulation of Balsabul, the sword of gluttony. This sword has the power to bring out the most basic hunger of its wielder. He decides to be cautious from now on. Then it's time to feed his sword with life force, but his plan is ruined by Cetus, who informs him that he is going to clear out the monsters. Devastated, he tries to stop Cetus, wanting him to rest so he can kill some monsters himself, but unfazed by his protests, Cetus is going to wipe out the monsters, leaving everyone astonished. Our boy begs him to leave half, or at least a quarter of the monsters. After a while, Cetus has killed them all, feeling satisfied from using his strength after so long, which makes our boy wonder what his real purpose here is. Anyway, Timon thanks them both for cleaning up his mess with minimal damage. During this conversation, the Underlord addresses him seriously. He informs him that the big thing he was talking about wasn't the monster wave, which makes our boy's eyes widen in understanding. He looks up, frozen for a moment, to see a huge fireball that is approaching them. He immediately turns to everyone and tells them to take cover. The huge fireball is launched toward the city. Cetus is also confused by this enormous fire magic, which makes him wonder if a mage is behind this. But our friend knows it's not the work of a mage. Instead, it's something he faced in his past life, which almost cost him his life back then. Everyone is surprised to see that the orcs and trolls have united against them. Timon is also confused because these monsters are supposed to be sworn enemies. To realize the gravity of the situation, Cetus is ready to fight them, but our friend reminds him that he can't do it alone. Cetus doesn't understand Aidan's warning, but then our boy points to the silent monster boss behind the horde of trolls and orcs. This monster isn't just any monster, it's a high troll. This creature possesses the ability and mana equivalent to a sword master. Blazing with his sword aura, Cetus orders Timon and him to rescue the villagers while he buys them time. But our boy has another idea. However, Cetus doesn't believe him because the high troll along with the numerous other monsters is too much even for someone of his caliber. Ignoring Cetus's statement, Aidan turns to R and asks him to keep the monsters at bay as much as he can with the help of the soldiers. R immediately complies. Cetus wonders about Aidan's thought process and reminds him of the gravity of the situation due to the presence of the high troll. Our friend agrees that they are no match for it, and neither Cetus nor he can defeat it, but he knows a way to save them all. However, due to the limited time, he prefers to act rather than waste time explaining everything. He then forms a strategy with the soldiers to defeat the orcs. Afterward, he asks Cetus to fall back while assigning him a particular task, which provokes a protest from Timon. Without Cetus's strength, he insists they will all be crushed. Just then, another fireball is launched against the fortress wall, causing half of it to collapse. Cetus reminds Aidan how foolish his suggestion sounds. Aidan insists that he understands everything but asks him to trust his judgment. With that, Cetus remembers their bet and his promise to save the territory. He smiles, deciding to give in. Before leaving, Cetus reminds him that no matter what happens, if they lose, he will join his Knight Order. Aidan agrees, fully aware of Cetus's obsession with the bet. Once Cetus leaves, the Dark Lord asks Aidan again if he is sure that it's the same High Troll he faced in his past life. Aidan replies that he can confirm it by seeing the trolls and orcs working together, creatures that deeply hate each other. In this situation, only a High Troll would have the power to twist their fate and manipulate them into obeying. Meanwhile, the trolls continue crushing the soldiers. Ro leaps into the air, trying to attack one of them. In the past few days, Aidan had given Ro poisonous herbs to make him strong enough to take down the troll. However, these trolls can't be eliminated so easily. They are part of an undead army under the command of the High Troll. When the High Troll activates a fiery magic in its staff, it captures the head of a dead troll. With its magic, it resurrects the troll, making the fight seem like an endless game. Normally, it would take the magic of an archmage and the sword of a sword master to eliminate a High Troll, but our boy has another idea. With a calm and almost affectionate tone, he calls to the sword, which is probably eager for blood. He decides to give it a bath in the troll's blood, something for which the Lord of the Underworld wishes him good luck. Meanwhile, Ro watches as the troll he just killed comes back to life and lunges at him. He thinks of his master and the debt he owes him, like the poisonous herbs Aidan gave him to make him stronger. Before the fist of the troll can reach Ro, our boy jumps on its head and praises Ro for his hard work. In the next moment, he plunges the sword into the troll's body. Ro warns him that simply cutting off its head won't kill it, but Aidan ignores his warning and asks Balsabul, his sword, to drink the troll's blood. Our boy is right in saying he has a great way to eliminate this calamity, and the key to it is the sword in his hand. Although he's not strong enough to match an archmage or a sword master, Aidan has an ace up his sleeve. Balsabul, the sword of gluttony, has the ability to absorb the troll's entire life essence. The life drains from the troll as it falls lifeless to the ground. Even the High Troll is surprised by this scene. Without the others knowing, our boy is filled with a gluttonous hunger after devouring the troll, which gave him more life than an entire pack of wolves. He then turns his attention to the orcs, wondering if they too could satisfy his thirst for blood. After a while, Aidan successfully takes down 4 trolls, each one filling him up, but still leaving Balsabul hungry for more. The High Troll, along with the remaining trolls, is furious to see this. The High Troll raises its staff, deciding that Aidan is finally worthy of its attention and magic. In the next moment, Aidan is bombarded by several fireballs, but he manages to dodge them quickly. It seems the High Troll is irritated with him. The Lord of the Underworld also suggests that Aidan stop running and face the High Troll properly. But for Aidan, running is more than a strategic retreat. His past life taught him that a single fireball could cost him his life, so he needs to buy time until Cetus completes the task he's been assigned. Suddenly, an orc throws an axe at him. Observing this, the Lord of the Underworld advises him not to absorb the life force of the orcs, although he doesn't be as powerful as the High Trolls. They are still formidable monsters, but Aidan has another plan. For these orcs, and for this, he needs to keep them alive. All he needs to do is buy time until Cetus returns. His thoughts are interrupted by the scorching heat of the High Troll's fire magic. He has no choice but to leap into the air, accelerating with the speed ring. Meanwhile, the trolls destroy everything, and everyone in their path, friend or foe alike. But in the next instant, Aidan realizes the gravity of the situation, realizing he can't dodge another fireball while in midair. Luck is on his side again when at that very moment, Cetus protects him with his aura's sword. He praises Aidan for holding out for so long, then immediately works to extinguish the fire, which he successfully does. Aidan is relieved to see that Cetus was able to bring the orc chief there in such a short time. With a grand gesture, he plans to show the trolls his victory, but his own life is at risk. The 10 seconds of speed are about to run out, and Aidan begins to fall toward the ground, but once again, luck saves him. This time thanks to the orc chief. Everyone is shocked by the display. The orc chief turns to his tearful family, showing remorse for not being able to save them sooner. He raises his fist, boosting his people's morale, urging them to attack and defeat the trolls. The tables have turned, and everyone is stunned to see the sudden shift in alliances. Moments before, the orcs and trolls were their enemies, but now, the orcs are united with the humans against a common enemy. Basically, the High Troll had been controlling the orcs, holding the chief and his children hostage. However, Aidan, ever the clever strategist, had determined that the enemy of his enemy is his friend. He had intentionally avoided absorbing anyone from the orc side, knowing they could still be useful. The High Troll, now furious, watches as his plan falls apart. Before he can regroup, Cetus wastes no time and launches an immediate attack. In response, the High Troll tries to counterattack with a fireball, which only confirms Aidan's earlier assessment that Cetus alone could never defeat him. But now they have an unexpected ally, the orc chief, who is a sword master in his own right. The High Troll's anger flares even more. Frustrated, Cetus is eager to finish him off, but the High Troll isn't ready to be defeated so easily. This attack, after all, was part of a larger plan, motivated by the High Troll's desire for revenge against the human who had killed his parents. With that vengeance burning inside him, he gathers all his mana, preparing to turn his own body into a deadly bomb capable of taking everyone down with him. Cetus quickly assesses the situation and realizes the soldiers wouldn't have a chance of surviving the blast. He orders them to flee, but his words are cut short when he notices Aidan launching himself toward the High Troll instead of retreating. With a manic grin on his face, Aidan raises his sword and plunges it into the giant troll, preparing to deliver the final blow. In the next instant, a massive explosion erupts. Aidan's sword is still embedded in the High Troll, even as his fire magic becomes increasingly unstable. Watching the scene unfold, Sedu wonders if Aidan has a proper plan to survive the blast, which is sure to follow. Meanwhile, Aidan's manic expression shifts to one of irritation as he realizes the meal he came for is more than he can handle. The life force coursing through the troll is overwhelming, an endless flow threatening to consume him. He decides to hold back for a moment, but the sheer amount is too much. Finally, Aidan admits he must call upon the Underworlder for help. The Lord of the Underworld, in a slightly amused tone, first reminds Aidan that such small tasks are beneath him, but agrees to help anyway on the condition that Aidan refrains from drinking the sacred poison for at least 1 week. Desperate, Aidan urges him to hurry, knowing they need to awaken the sword now that it has absorbed enough life force. To fulfill the third condition, he must awaken the sleeping Lord of Corruption within the sword. To do this, he needs the Underworlder to channel demonic energy into the sword. The Underworlder then commands the Sword of Gluttony to awaken. The sword's eyes snap open and it greets the Underworlder in response. The sword carries the will of a hungry and greedy king, one who was once so power-hungry that he sought dominion over the heavens themselves. Our hero tenses up at the sight of the former ruler of the Underworld. If he were a normal human, he might have faltered before such overwhelming power. But with his trump card in hand, his alliance with the Lord of the Underworld, the situation changes. The Lord of the Underworld scoffs at the sword, asking if it truly dares to question who would be bold enough to awaken it. The sword hesitates, but the Lord of the Underworld demands authority over it. Reluctantly, the sword yields, acknowledging the Underworlder's dominance. For the first time, having the Underworlder's favor proves advantageous. As a ruler of evil, the Underworlder had once defeated all the Lords of Corruption and established his reign over the Underworld. This dominance instilled in him an aura of fear and respect. With the sword now under his command, the Underworlder reminds Aidan to honor his promise. Aidan, understanding the gravity of the moment, plunges the sword deeper into the High Troll. As he does, he commands the sword to devour the troll's life force. The awakened Lord of Corruption lends his power to the effort, and the High Troll roars in defiance. Its life force is torn from its body. A tornado of pure power forms around it, swirling as the High Troll's essence is consumed. Sedu warns everyone to be wary of the intense winds. In the end, Aidan succeeds in claiming the High Troll's power as his own. The energy now courses through him like a new dark force. The tornado finally settles and the group can see clearly again. Aidan stands there, soaked in sweat, his body still trembling from the overwhelming mana and life force he absorbed from the Sword of Gluttony. His body struggles to process it all, and moments later, he collapses to the ground, violently vomiting after absorbing too much power. The subterranean mocks him, sarcastically suggesting that he should have let some of it go, knowing his body couldn't handle the excess. But Aidan, ever the greedy one, refuses to let it go. He's determined to absorb it all, his desire for power overshadowing his own well-being. However, as he struggles to stabilize himself, a glint catches his eye. His gaze lands on a phoenix egg and his thoughts immediately sharpen. He recognizes it instantly. It's in a critical state, on the verge of death, consumed by the High Troll's fire magic. The troll had been using this egg to enhance its own flames. Aidan's expression transforms into one of pure hunger, reminiscent of the Lord of Gluttony himself. He decides without hesitation to absorb the magic from the phoenix egg, pushing past his nausea and the overwhelming mana flooding him. The subterranean, sensing his intent, agrees that it could be beneficial, though it reminds Aidan of the risks involved. Unfazed, Aidan prepares to consume the egg. However, before he can give in to his greed, Cetus intervenes. He slaps Aidan on the back, causing the excess mana to erupt from him violently, forcing him to vomit on the phoenix egg in the process. The moment is absurd, but Cetus knows the situation is too dangerous for Aidan to continue down this path. The next moment, Cetus realizes he's looking at a phoenix egg. On the other hand, our friend is completely devastated to find he just threw up the mana he worked so hard to absorb. Still, he remains determined to consume the phoenix egg, but once again, his plan is foiled. This time because the phoenix chick decides that it's finally time to hatch. The egg cracks, and a beautiful phoenix emerges in flight. The subterranean comments dryly that it was probably the mana Aidan threw up that saved the bird's life. Meanwhile, everyone is in awe at the sight of a phoenix in person, even Cetus, although our boy is clearly still annoyed with him. In the next moment, the phoenix lands on Aidan's head, catching everyone's attention. A golden aura begins to envelop him. At first, he feels like he's burning and panics, worried that the phoenix might have sensed his earlier intention to eat it, but he quickly realizes he doesn't feel any heat at all. His unspoken question is answered by the subterranean, who explains that since the phoenix was saved by the mana Aidan expelled, it now sees him as its savior and in return is granting him a blessing of fire resistance. Hearing this, Aidan's expression turns serious as he starts thinking about how to defend himself against his companion, who is a fire mage. Moments later, the phoenix takes flight and goes on its own way. Cetus immediately checks on Aidan's well-being, assuming, like everyone else, that the phoenix had set him on fire. In response, Cetus remarks with irony that since Aidan entered his life, it's been nothing but chaos and surprises. Aidan, of course, tries to play it down with an air of innocence, pretending not to understand. Turning his attention to the orc chief, Aidan asks him directly why he has come here. The orc vaguely mutters about breaking an oath and, as penance, offers his head as the price. Our boy is completely bewildered by this cryptic offer, but the pieces start to fall into place as he learns more about the orc's past. It's said that a long time ago, the leader of the House of Rems and the orc chieftain fought in a duel that ended with the orc chieftain's defeat. Ashamed of his loss, the orc swore to retreat into the forest and protect the land from there, away from human territory. Now that he has appeared here, he believes he has broken that sacred vow. Hearing this, Aidan recalls Timon's earlier words about orcs fiercely protecting their land, and it all starts to make sense. Recognizing that Aidan is a clear descendant, or perhaps even the chosen heir of the House of Rems, the orc offers him his head. But our boy has no interest in taking the orc's life, which only enrages the proud warrior further. The orc insists that some actions carry weight and must be paid for in kind. For a brief moment, Aidan is tempted to grant his wish for a dramatic suicide, if only to shut him up, but he quickly dismisses the idea. They need these green brutes alive, and the territory must remain protected. He then stops his train of thought because, of course, his old friend, Greed, rears its head again. With a cunning and devilish glint in his eyes, he turns to the orc chieftain and suggests offering something else instead of his head. The poor orc, tragically oblivious to the slippery slope he's just stepped on, has no idea what's coming. A little later, when our friend's plan finally kicks into action, Cetus can hardly believe his eyes. The soldiers are grumbling and dragging their feet with the manual labor, while the big, burly orcs, completely unaware that they're being scammed, are hauling sand as if it weighs nothing. It turns out the grand plan is simple. Since our boy mercifully spared the orc chieftain's life, the orcs are now repaying the favor, doing all the heavy lifting to help repair the bridge. Free labor, effective delegation, a win-win for everyone, except maybe for the orcs. Cetus, watching this madness unfold, mutters that sometimes Aidan really sounds like a 1,000-year-old dragon. Then, as he watches the repairs on the bridge, he advises Aidan to leave the rest of the responsibility to the sacrificial tower, especially with the increased monster activity from the wastelands, something they definitely can't handle now. After a brief moment of thought, Aidan agrees. He's already gotten what he came for, plus a surprise blessing from a phoenix, so it makes perfect sense to head home and focus on his training in peace, but his expression is downright grumpy when he returns home. Everyone is cheering for him as if he just defeated a god, and to top it all off, someone even places a very feminine flower crown in his hands. The crowd praises his feats of bravery with wildly exaggerated tales that make our boy's scowl deepen with every word. He absolutely hates this kind of flashy, over-the-top parade, having no idea who started these ridiculous rumors. Naturally, Underlord decides this is the perfect time to tease him, but for once he follows it up with something genuine, pointing out the astonished faces of the people who clearly see Aidan as a true hero. Aidan, being Aidan, just scoffs. He cares more about money than admiration, which earns him another joke from Underlord about sounding like a textbook mercenary. With a long, tired sigh, he resignedly accepts the reality that his dream of training in peace has once again vanished. After surviving the unwanted hero's welcome, Aidan goes to visit Cassie, only to be told she hasn't recovered yet. In fact, her condition is even more severe than Rose's. Determined, Aidan offers to pay whatever it takes, but with a sad and weary expression. Cassie gently replies that it's not about the money. The truth is, she simply doesn't have the skills or the apothecary knowledge to create the miracle pill her body needs. This kind of person can only be found in the Imperial Palace. Regardless, she's grateful for everything he has done for her, but he still insists on finding a proper apothecary expert for them, and that means she can be cured. He stands up with determination despite her protest, adding that he might know someone who can help, and he even decides to bring them here. As she watches him, Cassie expresses her doubt about why someone like him would help someone like her, because it's not like there aren't any expert alchemists around. But without turning back to her, he shows her the ring he got from her, adding that he has invested a lot of money and time into researching her illness, so he'd like to see the result, whether the cure will work or not. In other words, Cassie had better stay alive until then, since she's his special project. Despite his rude remarks, his words make her cry. In fact, she had been suspicious of his true intentions at first, but with no choice, she had to accept his offer. Until then, she had accepted that her illness was incurable. Everyone told her so, even with warm words. But despite his cold comment, she suddenly feels a warmth, because no matter what, his actions speak louder. With a smile, she asks him to bring the best apothecary, because she has perfect research waiting for them. Upon leaving, Underlord doesn't understand his sudden change of heart and jokes that he might be going off to die, as the saying goes. He calmly replies that as a mercenary, his words are important to him, so he's going to find the apothecary, since it seems the patient is short on time. With this purpose, he travels and arrives in the city of Mycalen after 3 days. As he observes the bustling city, he feels nostalgic, remembering how this major free trade city used to be so vibrant. At that, Underlord gets confused by his words, since he's using the past tense. He explains to his companion that in his past life, this city was destroyed by a mad dragon. He then looks at the people around him and feels out of place. Underlord asks about the apothecary's location, but he quiets him, insisting he'll find them on his own. Meanwhile, in the city's slum area, some thugs are threatening said apothecary, apparently for not having delivered the products they ordered. He calmly replies that it's impossible for him to produce more than one high-quality miracle pill per week, but the thugs don't like his answer and remind him once again that if he can't deliver them by tomorrow, the collateral he offered will suffer the consequences. Just then, the thugs hear someone shouting like a madman. It's our boy who loudly proclaims that he's here to help any victim facing scams, extortion, or threats. The gang leader doesn't like being interrupted and orders his burly henchwoman, Karen, to beat him unconscious. Karen tries to intimidate Aidan, who instead turns to the apothecary and pointedly asks if he's being threatened or scammed. Karen, annoyed at being ignored, tries to attack, but before she can land a blow, Aidan smacks her straight into the wall. The thugs are stunned by the tremendous display of strength. With a serious expression, Aidan tells them to step aside so he can tend to his client, who is likely this blonde apothecary. The boss is about to attack our boy for hitting his men, but our guy decides to be mischievous instead of macho and pulls down the thug's pants to humiliate him. Moreover, the thug is wearing very girly underpants with teddy bears on them, which enrages him even more. The boss is determined to teach Aidan a lesson who dares to mess with his organization, but his eyes widen when he sees his sword broken by Aidan. Now, this so-called top predator of the city is scared to death upon realizing that Aidan can use sword aura, but our boy is more irritated by another detail, that this thug called him a troll again, so he gives him a beating. Watching the whole spectacle, the other thugs are surprised to see someone like our boy in the slum area. Aidan then turns to the apothecary to make a business deal with him at a good price. The apothecary is skeptical, thinking Aidan might scam him, even though Aidan has sword aura and no reason to help him. With no other choice, he practically begs Aidan to help. His story is quite typical. He is a well-known apothecary, but everything changed when his daughter Alicia was kidnapped by a nasty guild calling itself Severus. They demand he supply the miracle pill once a week to keep her alive. In Aidan's past life, Joseph was his client who had hired him to get revenge for his daughter, because after Joseph kept providing the miracle pill for years, the organization still killed her. Now, our friend hopes things won't end that way. Desperate, Joseph tells him he'll do anything if Aidan saves his daughter. He doesn't realize that his words once again awaken the greed in our boy, who is already eager to make sure Joseph keeps his promise. So far, he gets the comment that Aidan is more surprising in terms of gluttony than his sword, Beelzebub, to which he arrogantly replies that he's giving Joseph a very fair deal. He then turns to the remaining thug, who's about to sneak away, but our man's eyes are too sharp to let him go. He keeps him conscious for questioning. Before starting, Aidan decides to land a few punches, but completely terrified, the poor thug spills the beans as soon as Aidan asks anything. The scene shifts to the Severus Guild office, where the guildmaster greedily awaits 2 miracle pills this time, thinking they'll help him make a good profit. He even considers consuming one to improve his health. At that moment, the door opens as his subordinate enters. Seeing his swollen face, the guildmaster asks about it. Before the man can answer, Aidan pops out from behind him as if playing hide-and-seek. But the guildmaster isn't impressed. He asks who Aidan is and warns him that he's stupid for infiltrating a tiger's den. His confidence comes from the emergency mana alarm hidden inside his desk, which he has already activated using his mana. He smirks, thinking that his men will arrive any moment and Aidan will be finished. But after a while, when nobody shows up, he starts to worry that the alarm is broken. Scared, he starts screaming for help. Sensing his intention, our boy casually remarks that when he arrived, the guild members were all sleeping. In other words, Aidan had already knocked them unconscious. Now, The guildmaster's expression changes as Aidan warns him that he won't be getting any sleep tonight. He then asks about Alice. Ankle assumes he must have been hired by Joseph, but he still thinks that's not enough, even though Aidan took out several of his guild members. With mana flowing from his hands, Ankle charges at our boy, claiming he's the strongest in the guild. It seems Aidan defeats this so-called strongest person as well, because after a while, he's seen with a swollen face opening the door to the cell where they kept Alice. Aidan can't believe they locked a child up in a place like this, but he quickly realizes this kid is no ordinary child. As if to prove his point, the girl lunges at him and kicks Ankle, screaming that she's going to kill him. Seeing that, Aidan realizes that this guild master must not have been weak after all. Then, the Underlord chimes in, saying that the girl has a special power. Alice tries to attack him, but he remains unfazed. He's not interested in her power. His job is just to take her to her father. She asks for the same, agreeing to go with him, and her expression immediately calms down. He gently tells her that her father sent him. Still not quite believing she's going to see her dad, she hugs him and emotionally admits how scared she was. As he comforts her, the Lord of the Abyss finds it hard to believe that someone like him can show empathy. Aidan protests, asking what kind of person the Lord of the Abyss thinks he is, but the Netherlord insists that Aidan seems like a different person from the one he was in his past life. There's a touching scene as Alice reunites with her father, who apologizes for letting those people kidnap her. Watching the screen in front of him, Aidan smiles slowly. After a while, she is fast asleep in bed. Her father thanks Aidan wholeheartedly, but Aidan reminds him that he doesn't do charity work. He expects him to uphold his part of the deal. Joseph agrees to pay and asks how much he wants. Aidan calmly asks what the value of his daughter is, like a loving father. Joseph sincerely replies that if he has to pay with his life for his daughter, he will do it. At that moment, Aidan informs him casually that money isn't what he's looking for, since he already has plenty. Joseph is visibly startled when Aidan reveals he's interested in his apothecary skills. Joseph quickly concludes that Aidan must already know his identity, given that he was approached. Regardless, the most important thing is that he has received Aidan's help, so he agrees to repay him. Joseph then reveals the glowing miracle pill inside the box that Aidan already recognizes thanks to his knowledge from his past life. Joseph explains that he has poured all his life experience and expertise into crafting this high-level miracle pill. Despite drooling, Aidan barely manages to control himself as he asks if he can really receive the pill. Joseph urges him to take it, as it's part of the payment. However, the underling is disgusted by his drooling, not realizing how powerful the pill truly is. Aidan swallows the pill and feels the flow of mana surging through his body. With just that sensation, he realizes this is a high-quality miracle pill, capable of doubling his mana with a single dose. After praising the pill, Aidan is ready to receive a regular supply of it, but instead, Aidan asks him to join the Duke's house in exchange for his protection. Joseph is clearly scared, realizing he didn't even bother to ask the identity of the man before him. As soon as Aidan introduces himself, Joseph exclaims that Aidan is the infamous Troll Lord everyone talks about. It seems the title of Troll Lord has become a personal annoyance, as he gets quite grumpy and irritated upon hearing it. Finally, Joseph asks what Aidan's purpose for being there is. Aidan reveals that he needs Joseph's help with a matter for which his family will be protected by the House of Reames, which seems like a good deal. Joseph is curious about the urgency of the matter. For this purpose, Aidan traveled with Joseph to Cassie's laboratory, where they examine her. After diagnosing her condition, Joseph concludes that she suffers from severe mana exhaustion, something he has never encountered before. If it weren't for her strong beast genes, she would have died a long time ago due to this strange condition. After reviewing his research, he concludes that it's possible for him to create a cure using his method, but the problem is finding the ingredients. Aidan offers financial help to gather the necessary ingredients. Joseph clarifies that it's not about money. The problem is that obtaining these ingredients is nearly impossible. For example, one of the ingredients is an extremely rare fire elemental that is needed to melt the frozen mana channel in Cassie's system. Aidan is curious about where they can find this fire elemental. The answer comes from Cassie, who informs him that such a fire elemental, whether from a dragon's heart or a phoenix's feather, is impossible to get, as both creatures are mythical and almost impossible to find. She says in dismay that having an apothecary doesn't solve the problem, but thanks him for his efforts anyway. However, they are both surprised when Aidan casually pulls out a feather from a phoenix from his pocket. He replies nonchalantly that a phoenix had dropped it, remembering the blessing he had received from it. Joseph takes the feather, while adding that it will only take him 2 days to make the cure. As she watches the scene, a tear escapes from Cassie's eye upon finally seeing the possibility of a cure. At that moment, Philip knocks on the door and informs Aidan that he has been summoned by his father. Upon hearing this, Aidan begins to sweat profusely, remembering his mistake of leaving home without informing his father. A while later, he finds himself in front of his father, who asks about his trip to Michelin City. Aidan informs him that he had some business there and even apologizes for not informing him beforehand. But it seems his father's intention is not to scold him. Instead, he extends an invitation envelope to Aidan, revealing that he has been invited to the imperial banquet held for the crown prince's birthday. Aidan reminds him that it is usually Carl who represents their family at such events. With an unsettlingly creepy smile, his father tells him that Carl declined the invitation because he was busy. Besides, everyone wanted to see Aidan. Aidan is about to reply that he is also busy, but he stops upon remembering that it is year 450 of the imperial calendar, a year linked to something from his past life. His father tries to convince him again, but Aidan simply replies that he will go, leaving his father astonished. Aidan makes up a reason, saying he must attend since his brother is busy. His father dismisses him, wishing him a safe journey. As he leaves, his subordinate, who knows him all too well, comments that there must be a personal reason for him to attend the banquet. Aidan reveals that in year 450 of the imperial calendar, there will likely be an attack by dark mages at the imperial banquet. During that time, there will be a silver witch connected to the event, whom Aidan wants on his side. The Dark Lord reminds him that he has personally hated dark mages, so why would he want to recruit someone he despises? Aidan replies that she is different from the typical dark mage. She formed a faction called the Flames of Florence, which is distinct from the Radical Chaos faction. In his past life, he had killed her. He remembers her last moments when she revealed that if they had met under different circumstances, they would have been quite close. She regretted not having separated the corrupt side of dark magic and not establishing the true will of her family before she died. Aidan is determined to change this course of action this time. The next day, Aidan sets off on his journey with his entourage, feeling quite confused about why he needs to bring so many people with him to his simple birthday party. Ro explains that it is a way to display their power and maintain the dignity of their house, but Ro doesn't understand why they need to stay in the town when they could easily take a shortcut via another route. Aidan lies, saying it's because he wants to have a slow journey, but in reality, before getting there, he is meeting with Joseph because he wants more of his miracle pills, but Joseph cannot produce another one. The reason is that Joseph used tears as a key ingredient in the pills, and their source is endangered nowadays. Back in the present, Aidan reflects that he has never seen an entity himself, but he knows someone who might know about them. Additionally, he needs to pick up a gift his master left for him. He then tells his team that he is going to visit someone in the village. Rose offers to accompany him, but Aidan bluntly replies that Rose is weaker than him, so he doesn't need her protection. As he heads into the forest alone, the subterranean asks him if he wants to meet someone in a secluded place. Aidan replies that he can't call for that meeting because, even now, after being reborn, he still doesn't fully understand what is going on in his own master's mind. His eyes land on a large, heart-shaped stone, which brings a nostalgic smile to his face. The subterranean comments that the stone doesn't look natural. Aidan, with a grumpy expression, recalls that this stone was created by his master as a gift for his disciples, showcasing his master's strange taste. Looking at the stone, it just appears to be a normal one, and not even the subterranean can sense anything special about it. But Aidan is sure there must be something, because his master had a way of wrapping things in big boxes. With that thought, he cuts the stone in half. The subterranean reminds him that he can't just destroy his master's gift. Aidan reminds him that the large heart was just the wrapping. Now, revealed inside, is something else that is a dungeon. The subterranean doesn't understand the logic behind this strange gift. Aidan explains that his master was eccentric, always believing that anyone worthy of becoming his disciple needed to be stronger by facing death. That's why this dungeon was no ordinary one. As soon as Aidan enters, numerous monsters, resembling zombies, are waiting for him. Seeing this, the subterranean comments that there must be some animosity between Aidan and his master. Aidan agrees, recalling how he once misunderstood that his master wanted to kill him when he first entered the dungeon in his past life. But now, looking at the boss monster, Aidan is grateful for the training. According to the subterranean, this boss monster is called a lich, a dark mage who eventually became an undead. Aidan agrees with his subterranean, because in his past life he had a hard time defeating the lich. This is not a monster an amateur can mess with. The lich, on the other hand, arrogantly declares that they are foolish for entering its territory. It now plans to make Aidan a part of its undead army. Before the lich can finish its sentence, Aidan lunges at it, determined to finish it off. He knows the undead army is linked to the lich, and once he kills it, the zombies will likely disappear. Aidan attacks, thinking that, since he has killed many liches in his past life, defeating this half-developed one would be very easy. Aidan manages to strike and defeat the lich in a single blow. As it crumbles, it laments that it died before it could see the rise of its kingdom of dark mages. As Aidan's plan falls into place, the zombies begin to disappear. He spots something shiny, which turns out to be a locket left behind by the lich, the subterranean. He asks if it's a gift from his master, but Aidan says no, since he has never seen it before. Upon closer inspection, Aidan recognizes a pattern on the necklace and decides to keep it, intending to inspect it later. The Underlord advises him to also take the Lich's bone powder, which puts Aidan in a foul mood at the suggestion. The Underlord explains that the bone powder can attract the lens Aidan is looking for. Grumpy, Aidan wonders why he's following the advice of someone like the Underlord, but he goes along with it anyway, since he knows little about the Anet. However, if it turns out to be a scam, the Underlord should be prepared for the consequences. The Underlord is curious about the gift, but Aidan, who is busy collecting the bone powder, asks him to be patient. It seems he wants to save all these useful items for future use. After gathering everything, he moves on to find the gift his master left for him in the hidden room inside the dungeon. He knows that his master is probably crazy, but not crazy enough to leave a dungeon and a lich as a gift. The Underlord disagrees, adding that leaving a dungeon with a lich inside is insane. Just then, they finally enter a hidden room where Aidan sees a glowing shield. Both Aidan and the Underlord recognize it from their past life. This is no ordinary shield, as it was Aidan's companion in his past life, one he used to defeat the Underlord. With a nostalgic tone, he greets the spirit of the Banshee's shield. As he moves forward, he reflects on how this shield is imbued with the soul of the Banshee, as the name suggests. Not only that, but the shield and the Banshee's spirit together are enough to drive the wielder mad. He now understands the insane tendencies that plagued him in his past life because of it. Despite this, he still wants to wield the shield. He touches it, knowing the first time might be the hardest, but he is determined to use it for good. This shield also has another unique quality. It can transform into a bracelet for the wielder until it is needed for battle. As soon as he wears the shield, the Banshee within it begins to scream. Unfazed, Aidan still feels nostalgic after hearing it, as the shield was an item he had been familiar with for years. After hearing his nostalgic thoughts, the Underlord comments on how crazy he is, just like his master, for missing the Banshee's scream. Now that he's done with the gift, there is someone waiting for him. He looks around and calls out, asking someone to show themselves as he is about to offer a deal. A figure appears, looking like a veteran merchant waiting for someone like Aidan to make a business transaction. This rabbit introduces himself as Rabbits, a spirit from the Friendly Sprite Trading Company. He is eager to offer Aidan a range of items, from potions to equipment. However, Rabbits is no simple merchant. He belongs to a very greedy group of traders who form the Spirit Merchant Organization. These spirits are obsessed with trading, particularly with dungeon items or mercenary loot. That's why the company sends its representatives as soon as someone clears a dungeon. The innocent-looking rabbit is far from it, as he's been eagerly waiting for someone like Aidan to trade something for his shield, but our boy refuses the offer, which surprises Rabbits. Aidan clarifies that he's here to get information about Lenti's location on the Western continent. This immediately captures Rabbit's interest, since he can make money by trading such valuable information. Like a good merchant, he immediately asks for 2,000 gold for such precious information, since information is gold. Rabbit's eyes light up as soon as Aidan offers him double the amount. Underlord comments that Aidan might be crazy, but it's not like he owed Rabbits anything from his past life. However, Aidan replies that in a way he does, because he is now going to use everything he has learned from his master, which is how to exploit spirit merchants. Shamelessly, he demands not only the location of the end, but also 4,000 gold. Rabbit's expression immediately sours when he realizes that Aidan isn't offering, but demanding the 4,000 gold. He assumes Aidan must have gone crazy after fighting the monster, but our boy knows the game, offering something behind him that Rabbits will find hard to resist. Rabbits starts sweating profusely, realizing that someone like Aidan knows exactly how to play this game. Impatient, Aidan demands the deal be closed immediately, threatening to destroy his most important asset, which is the dungeon core if Rabbits doesn't agree. The scene flashes back to Aidan's past life, when his master showed him a dungeon core hidden inside a huge tree. This core was the key to making money off the spirit merchants. This was also the real reason they came to the dungeon in the first place. When the young Aidan looked at the core, he asked his master how this object, which seems almost useless, could be of interest if no one would even want it for free. So, how did the spirit merchants use it? His master, equally perplexed, didn't know its exact use either, but the most important thing was that the core was a treasure to the spirit merchants. Once a mercenary cleared a dungeon, they had the right to sell everything that was inside, including the core. His master even suggested that if the merchants wouldn't buy it, Aidan should just break it. Now, in the present, Aidan is impatient, waiting for Rabbits to make a decision. Rabbits, on the other hand, stands still, nervously considering the consequences. Once his superiors find out that he traded money and information for a dungeon core, he will be humiliated beyond imagination. But, on the other hand, Rabbits faces the threat of receiving an extermination letter from the hat merchant if he doesn't return with the dungeon core. Finally, pushed to the limit, Aidan is about to draw his sword to destroy the core. With no other choice, Rabbits admits defeat and agrees to buy it. Does Rabbits really believe he's being cunning? Aidan is the master of cunning. With that, Aidan secures the information and 4,000 coins of gold, bidding farewell to Rabbits, while adding that they will meet again. Rabbits does not share the feeling. However, while Aidan might not realize it, the rabbit, being the cunning merchant he is, tricked him when it came to the information about the S ranks. The location he provided for the S ranks was a site from where survivors never return. Meanwhile, Aidan is satisfied with his loot and returns to his crew. Roy, however, is quite worried. After half a day, with no sign of Aidan, he even decides to go look for him. When he finally sees Aidan, his face lights up with relief as he expresses his concern. Aidan, however, isn't used to this kind of friendly behavior and inwardly wishes for Roy to go back to his usual more hostile behavior like in his past life. With a rude remark, Aidan asks if his servants have rested enough. If so, they're heading straight for the capital. Unbeknownst to Aidan, someone else had also visited the same dungeon that contained the spirit of the Banshee. This someone is none other than the Silver Witch, who had finally found the dungeon she had been looking for. However, something felt wrong upon entering. There were no monsters. What she had come for was gone. Someone had already taken it. The next day, Aidan and his entourage arrive at the capital city in Mortalitum. With a stylish pose and a fitting outfit, Aidan steps down from his carriage. A butler greets him, offering to guide him to his suite in the palace. As usual, the butler doesn't think highly of Aidan, but knows it's best not to bother him. Aidan is led to his luxurious suite and throws himself onto the extravagant bed with a satisfied sigh. However, his expression turns serious as he reflects on the possibility of an attack by dark mages, which is a threat that had killed many in his past life. Underlord asks if he plans to warn anyone, but Aidan has no intention of doing so. This is a rare opportunity, after all. When Underlord tries to provoke him by implying that Aidan doesn't care about people getting hurt, he firmly replies, reminding him that he is a hero. He obviously has a plan. All Underlord needs to do is wait. At the usual party, everyone is socializing and having a good time. However, as soon as Aidan enters the hall, the atmosphere changes. People start to gossip and speak ill of him. One even assumes that Aidan must have stolen someone else's achievement, claiming to have killed a troll. While observing the hostile faces of the nobles around him, Aidan couldn't help but remember the time he had been treated the same way in his past life, when the Mercenary King had taken him under his wing. People, it seemed, were just nasty and jealous regardless of their status. But Aidan doesn't care about their opinions. He has nothing to do with these people. There are only 3 important people he needs to focus on, and one of them is already within his reach. Scanning the crowd, he sees a half-drunk man swirling a glass of fine wine and complaining about how such high-quality wine can't be found in Mage City. This person is none other than Gustav Dora, the chief mage of Angus, a kingdom with a mage tower. Aidan approaches him and greets him politely. Gustav, not even bothering to acknowledge him, rudely asks Aidan if he even knows who he is. Aidan, feeling the need to impress him, tries to win him over, only to discover that his usual tactics don't work on Gustavo, who has no interest in upperclassmen. Not giving up, Aidan decides to change tactics. He mentions a book he's read, one that discusses the potential of Magitech. The interest of Gustavo is instantly piqued. He can't believe that someone like Aidan would not only read his book, but also find it fascinating. It's not long before the conversation completely shifts to Magitech, with Gustavo looking star-eyed and eager to discuss it. He marvels at how Aidan appreciates the technology, something the veterans from his kingdom fail to see. Aidan knows exactly what he's doing, and with Gustavo now engaged with a huge smile, Aidan pretends to appreciate Gustavo's effort and his endless speech about his research, which is so boring that even the Underlord begs him to shut Gustavo up. Aidan, with his ears bleeding, asks the Underlord to pretend he has no ears at all. The Underlord can't understand why Aidan needs someone so obsessed with Magitech, but Aidan knows that in the future, Magitech will become indispensable. His knowledge of what's to come is the driving force behind this seemingly useless interaction. At this moment, the Underlord is starting to realize that Gustavo will indeed become famous in the future, but in a very twisted way. Gustavo will earn the title of the Mad Mage of the Radical Tower, Gustav Dora, after causing one of the most destructive events in history. His obsession with Magitech will eventually lead to a catastrophic accident. His aura will be sealed, and he will be banished from the kingdom of the Mage Tower. But in his thirst for revenge, he will use his Magitech inventions to destroy the tower, bringing it to the brink of destruction. In the end, he will be stopped by another mage, Shora. Meanwhile, even though Aidan is bored to death, he continues to listen to Gustavo, who, despite his rambling, doubts that he is boring Aidan. Aidan politely declines the accusation, claiming the discussion is enlightening, but he has finally had enough and asks Gustavo if they can continue the discussion another time. Just as he is about to turn around, someone shouts his name. He looks back to see a furious young man who looks familiar, but whom he doesn't quite recognize. It turns out to be the son of Sadie's, accusing Aidan of stealing the family relic. Aidan, completely unfazed, responds with confusion, while claiming he has no idea who this person is. Thawne angrily exclaims that Aidan is the one who stole his family relic and that he won't forgive him for it. Aidan is still confused about who this person is. When Gustavo asks if he has any past conflict with Thawne, he replies that it's the first time he's ever met him. Then, he suddenly remembers the name Cetus that Thawne mentioned. As he analyzes Thawne's resemblance, he puts the pieces together. He greets him politely, but Thawne isn't buying the formalities. He accuses Aidan of scamming his father to steal their family sword. Soon, everyone's focus shifts to the sword, realizing that it really is the Cadiz family's sword. With that, accusations arise that Aidan might not have defeated the troll alone, with his skill. Aidan tries to reason with Tyan, explaining that he won the sword through a fair bet, but Tyan is in no mood to listen. He accuses Aidan of acting recklessly, saying that there is no way that someone like him, who's basically a nobody, could win a fair fight against Cetus. Now, Aidan is clearly annoyed, but he is still holding back. He reminds Tyan that he is overstepping by being disrespectful. Underlord is amazed that Aidan is still holding back. He reasons with Underlord that he cannot just hit Tyan and cause a scene. Meanwhile, Tyan is still seething with anger. Then, he challenges him to a duel. Whoever loses will kneel, apologize to everyone, and Aidan will return the sword, hiding his irritation with a wide and chilling smile. Aidan replies that it would be rude to have a duel at the Crown Prince's party. At that very moment, Crown Prince Mars intervenes, while expressing his interest in the duel. Upon seeing him, everyone immediately bows to greet him, both. Tyan and Aidan follow suit and also apologize for their behavior. Mars replies that they do not need to apologize and asks them to raise their heads. Then, with a smile, he drops a bombshell saying that he actually wants to see them in a duel. Tyan is already a well-known knight and Aidan is becoming more and more infamous, so it would be exciting to see them fight as a birthday gift for him. With those words, Aidan remembers that despite being perfectly capable of ruling the Empire, the Crown Prince has the bad habit of being a battle fanatic, so there is no way he can refuse the proposal. Before he can find an excuse, Tyan steps forward and eagerly accepts the command. The reason behind Tyan's motive is that he is burning with jealousy because, for the first time, his normally dissatisfied father acknowledges someone and that someone is Aidan. He assumes Aidan must have played some trick on his father, so this duel becomes the perfect opportunity to unmask the so-called fraudster and reclaim the family heirloom. At that moment, Tyan also notices that our boy is trembling and mistakes it for fear. Underlord looks at him with concern, not knowing what is going on, but in reality, he is trembling with excitement while pretending to be someone reluctant to shed blood, simply following the Crown Prince's orders. Meanwhile, he is more than ready to teach a lesson to Tyan. Underlord, even as a demon, reminds him that Tyan is just a teenager. Despite that, Aidan is still prepared to fight. Mars announces the rules. The use of sword, aura, and artifacts is strictly forbidden for safety reasons. Tyan confidently assures him that the match will remain honorable. He then turns to Aidan, warning him that he will show his true colors to everyone. Aidan, looking completely unconcerned and as slow as a sloth, simply asks him to start the fight already. Driven by anger, Tyan lunges toward Aidan, wondering how someone so careless could have defeated his father. He is completely sure that he will end the match in one single move, but before he even realizes it, the sword of Aidan hits him directly on the head, surprising all the spectators. Aidan casually says that the sword just slipped from his hand and Tyan happened to be in the way, so he likes to call it a draw. Martha agrees with him and reminds them both to focus better. Boiling with anger, Tyan realizes it was his own stupidity to underestimate Aidan, who clearly knows how to use a sword. And that smug, self-satisfied look on Aidan's face adds fuel to the fire. He exclaims that this time he will attack properly. Aidan, smirking, provokes him further, coolly stating that whether Tyan attacks or defends, he still won't be able to win. Tyan, now trembling not from fear but from frustration, grips his sword tighter and charges at Aidan, attacking continuously. Aidan dodges every blow with ease. As he watches his movements, Aidan notes that Tyan has clearly learned perfect textbook swordsmanship, which makes sense considering who his father is. But when he blocks Tyan's next strike, Aidan calmly comments that there's no weight behind the sword. He even adds that Tyan's fighting style feels more like a child simply imitating his father rather than mastering his own form. Now Tyan is burning with humiliation. But before he can recover, Aidan prepares to show him what real swordsmanship feels like as he lunges at him with serious intent. In just a millisecond, Tyan is startled, then confused, unsure if he can even block the strike. He tries to reassure himself by thinking that his father couldn't have lost to someone like Aidan, but as he raises his sword to block the attack, Aidan suddenly changes direction at the last moment, striking Tyan cleanly on the forehead. Wonderlord assumes that Aidan might be lenient with him because of Cetas, but Aidan believes Tyan is like a stubborn beast who won't stop until he's beaten into submission. As he stumbles back, Tyan reflects on how he can't be defeated by some unknown fighting style. With this thought, he stops himself from falling and stabilizes. He exclaims that as the son of Cetas, he will win. But he doesn't know that the Mercenary King's swordsmanship is a nightbreaker as Aidan finally strikes and defeats him. Before Tion hits the ground, his friend catches him, ironically noting that Tion is causing trouble while he's away. Aidan brushes off the comment, saying it gives him some exercise. As he looks at this new man, Aidan feels relieved to see the person he's looking for. It's none other than the younger brother of the Night King and a traitor in his past life, Sylvetta Sias. He introduces himself as Dare Sias, the son of Grand Duke Sias. The House of Sias, better known as the Grand Duchy of Sias, is not merely a noble line. It is a steel fortress that protects the northern edge of the continent. They are called the Sword of the North for a reason. In their blood flows a legacy so powerful that no one born into the family has ever failed to become a sword master. This unmatched record makes the name of Sias resonate throughout the kingdoms as the strongest bastion of chivalry and military might. Power in the House of Sias is not simply passed down by birthright. In Sias, the title of head is forged on the battlefield. Only the most skilled and feared warrior among them earns the right to lead. As Aidan watches Dur, he wonders if he could already be a sword master if he had been reborn as a Seuss. But even in a house full of talent, Dur stands out as a genius. The Lord of the Underworld nudges him to approach Dare as he was expected to find him. Sipping his juice, Aidan relaxes, waiting for the perfect moment. He then feels intense gazes piercing his back. Turning around, he finds the hypocritical and petty nobles, the ones who once dismissed him, now eagerly introducing themselves as if they've just understood his worth. He groans in frustration when someone dares to call him Sir Troll again. After a while, he escapes the suffocating crowd to the balcony. The Lord of the Underworld, feigning thoughtfulness, asks if Aidan dislikes the nobles who looked down on him just a moment ago. Aidan, unfazed, doesn't get carried away by the sentiment. He's too pragmatic to care, knowing it's just human nature. People only see their own motives and use others accordingly. He even adds with a touch of dry sincerity that the Lord of the Underworld probably shouldn't trust him too much. After all, he's still human. But when the Lord of the Underworld replies that he does trust him, Aidan starts to look slightly annoyed, and to really get under his skin, the Lord of the Underworld throws out a cheeky joke, saying Aidan has more troll-like tendencies than human ones. Their exchange is interrupted when a woman suddenly enters their hidden corner as if she owns the place, casually asking if the swordsmanship he used was that of the Mercenary King. For a brief second, Aidan tenses up. Did someone really recognize his fighting style? But then he senses her aura and smirks. Of course, the last person he expects to show up ends up finding him on her own. How typical. He asks if she has seen this fighting style before. She says no, but adds that she's heard it can break through any defense. If the Mercenary King had been a knight, he would have had an impeccable reputation. Aidan smiled a little, thinking of his old master, who as a man wouldn't care about titles unless they came with a nice chunk of gold, but out loud he agrees politely. Then, with the enthusiasm of someone stuck in a 5-hour wedding ceremony, he mutters how boring all these formal events are. And now our boy decides to casually drop a bombshell. He knows exactly who this girl is, not by her face, but by her aura. She constantly modifies her appearance. He could recognize that presence, even in his sleep. They fought each other hundreds of times in his past life, so without missing a beat, he finally addresses her by her name, Nikita Florence, the true Silver Witch. Before she can answer him, he sees the sudden flash of magical light from below. At first he doesn't get it, but then suddenly there's an engraving of that magic. She is also perplexed to see that this engraving is used to summon the undead. She didn't expect the Chaos organization to go this far, while our boy still thinks their actions are predictable. He then turns to her and adds that they need to kill the caster to end the spell. Dark. He asks her to handle this mess first, because he knows she's here to deal with the Organization of Chaos, which is a faction of dark mages. She is confused about his identity, but still decides to talk with him later, since she's busy for now. Aidan decides to leave this matter to Niyiquita, as he has another thing to take care of. With that, he enters the banquet hall, where several knights are forming a formation to fight the undead. With a swift swing of his sword, Taion fights against the zombies. As he watches them, the Netherlord comments that Taion is already at the advanced level of sword aura. Aidan agrees with him, adding that it's a shame Taion chose him as an opponent. Not only that, having a best friend and genius like Deer also makes him feel like a loser. The next moment, an undead troll appears. Taion shouts for reinforcements. Before Taion can finish his sentence, Deer jumps in and takes care of the troll himself. The Netherlord comments that Deer is about to become a sword master. Aidan agrees, saying that he's already almost a semi-master. However, Taion seems to be unlucky. Having someone like Deer as a friend only complicates things for him. Finally, the Netherlord realizes he hasn't been helping them. He replies that he's observing how they handle the undead while waiting to confirm something. The scene shifts to outside the hall, where Taion and Deer are fighting the undead army. Taion comments that he feels a very dark aura approaching them, which is coming from the Death Knight. The aforementioned Death Knight has set its eyes on Deer and is about to attack him, but just before it can succeed, Our boy blocks the blow with a Bai shield. Aidan has been waiting for this Death Knight to appear. In his past life, this monster was the strongest one. Not only did it ruin the banquet, but it also killed deer. It was so powerful with dark magic that if Aidan hadn't had the Banshee's spirit shield, he would have been finished. The Dark Knight still keeps its eyes glued on deer, because clearly, subtlety is not in its job description. That confirms our boy's theory. He realizes that the undead aren't here to launch a large-scale attack. Their real purpose is much more specific, to separate deer from the rest of the soldiers. It turns out this whole dramatic spectacle has been orchestrated for one simple reason: to assassinate deer. Aidan blocks another blow from the Death Knight, which of course, just happens to be at the level of a sword semi-master. Blocking its attacks is no easy feat. He asks Deer if he sees an opening to land a solid hit. Deer, in the middle of the assault, while Aidan defends, replies that his spear is being casually deflected by the Death Knight. The tin can. Aidan agrees, adding dryly that the knight's magic seems to be at a semi-master level, but one thing still doesn't make sense. Who wants Deer dead badly enough to raise an army of undead? Then it hits him. Of course, his eyes widen as the obvious finally clicks into place. Deer's brother, Sylvetta. The guy must be panicking at the thought of living in his shadow. Of Dare in the Grand Duchy of Sias, where leadership is granted to the most skilled, not the eldest, but the deadliest. Sylvetta's fate as a glorified background character is basically sealed. Now he truly realizes that in his past life, Sylvetta didn't become the king of the night by mere luck, no. Now he sees the twisted ambition behind that smug face. The man killed his own brother just to climb the ranks, and if that wasn't enough, he even went behind everyone's backs to make deals with dark mages. Meanwhile, Dare is frustrated. There was supposed to be a plan to defeat something like this, but nothing seems to be working. It's then that Aidan casually mentions that he does have a plan. Dare, understandably surprised, asks how someone could have a plan to defeat something so monstrous. Aidan, with the calmness of someone discussing tea preferences, replies that he developed the tactic through personal experience, namely from beating opponents stronger than him. Dare is slightly impressed and asks for the name of this miraculous tactic. Aidan, of course, says it's called the annoyance strategy. Dare's admiration immediately evaporates. He's not impressed, but he's out of options, so he reluctantly agrees to give it a try. At that moment, the second-in-command chimes in, reminding Aidan that even he gets irritated sometimes, but that's exactly why he knows how effective this strategy can be. Put a number on it. And suddenly it sounds tactical. The Death Knight, clearly tired of their banter, announces once again that Dare must die. With that, he lunges forward to attack, but once again, our boy blocks the blow with his shield. As he holds it, Aidan thinks bitterly about how low Sylvetta has fallen, but this time he's not going to let him win. The Death Knight is getting irritated visibly and demands that Aidan step aside. Still, Aidan doesn't move an inch. Instead, Dare channels his sword's aura and launches an attack that actually pushes the Death Knight back. Aidan is silently impressed. That level of power is clearly approaching a semi-master class. If he hits properly, he could just finish off the knight. But just as Dare loses sight of the Death Knight's aura, and the enemy leaps into the air intending to deliver a fatal blow. As expected, Aidan intercepts the attack once again, because of course he does. The Death Knight is now totally irritated, and to make matters worse, Aidan has the audacity to make taunting faces at him like a little kid who just stole his lunch money. The Death Knight, now completely annoyed by Aidan's antics, decides to finish off the source of his frustration before dealing with Dare. The battle continues in a frustrating cycle. Aidan defends while Dare attacks, and through it all, Aidan keeps provoking the undead enemy, which only seems to increase the Death Knight's fury. Despite their combined efforts, they can't even scratch him. In a moment, Dare brings up the issue, asking why they haven't made any progress. Unexpectedly, Aidan starts laughing, which causes both Dare and the Lord of the Underworld to worry, assuming he's snapped. Crazy. The Underlord even accuses Balsabul of somehow causing this madness, to which the innocent Balsabul defensively replies that he has done nothing wrong. Aidan, however, reassures his companions, assuring them that he is still okay. Despite his strange behavior, the Underlord is still worried, especially since his life force is linked to Aidan's and he has not yet attacked the Death Knight. Aidan clarifies that it's not that he can't attack, but that a simple attack won't work against such a powerful enemy. He needs the shield to succeed. The Underlord, curious, asks if Aidan will really attack using the shield. Aidan smirks, explaining that his attack won't be that simple. The shield, he reveals, is imbued with the soul of a Beachy, which is a soul known for driving others mad. However, with constant use, Aidan is learning to handle its energy along with his sword, growing stronger with each use. With a sudden move, Aidan attacks the Death Knight and, for the first time, smiles in victory. He reveals that just like the Death Knight, he is also a semi-master. Dare, watching in shock, realizes that Aidan has been hiding his true power this whole time. This revelation forces Dare to acknowledge that Aidan is indeed stronger than him, a fact he never expected from his previous encounter with Tun. The fight shifts. Aidan is no longer just defending himself, he is taking the fight to the Death Knight and, for the first time, they have a chance to win. Dare is stunned, realizing that Aidan is more powerful than he could have ever imagined. Aidan grins widely, realizing he missed his target because he was too drunk on his own power. The Underlord quickly retorts, questioning how every weapon Aidan owns seems to be so crazy. Aidan replies that the best weapons are always a little crazy. The Underlord disagrees, thinking that these items might just complement Aidan's own madness. Meanwhile, Aidan, ready to end this fight, activates the Ring of Rapidity. The Death Knight, sensing the shift, prepares to attack as well. In a swift move, Aidan leaps into the air, positioning himself behind the Death Knight. He then challenges Death to face him directly, taunting that it is too slow to catch him. The next moment, he strikes with a speed that surprises Dare, who hadn't realized how powerful Aidan had become. As the fight continues, Dare watches in awe as Aidan relentlessly presses his advantage. The Death Knight, realizing it might lose this battle, becomes desperate. It turns towards Dare, raising its sword with a cry, determined not to fail its mission. In the next moment, as the Death Knight turns its attention to Dare, Aidan, still recovering from the side effects of the Ring of Rapidity, is temporarily slowed by the intense pain shooting through his body. He curses under his breath, knowing that if he doesn't act fast, Dare could be hit by the Death Knight's final attack. Dare stands frozen, watching as the Death Knight charges towards him. Wasting no time, Aidan fights through the pain, hoping to reach Dare in time before it's too late. Hero, rushing to defend his friends. Of the Death Knight, he is determined to save his friend. When he advised him that his sword strikes were not as powerful and precise as his father's, channels all his strength, adding more power and precision to his strike. Thion cuts down the Death Knight. Is still incomplete, but it is finally struck down by Thion. Of the Death Knight was the key to ending the calamity. Theon, standing behind the fallen knight and cheer for him, saved his life, but also became a semi-master. Thion takes it with a grim expression. Contribution. But Aidan is gone when he turns around. Defeated, the Death Knight needs to rest if he doesn't recover. Has also discovered that Sylvata is working with dark mages, which makes him suspect that his other companions may also be involved in shady dealings, according to plan from the Chaos Organization. Rose rushes over to ask about his well-being, then notices Rose's swollen face, and Ro explains that he was fighting the undead himself. Aidan tells him to rest, and Ro agrees. Imperial, Aidan is sleeping like a log, suddenly realizes who it is and screams. Placed a soundproof barrier around the room so no one will come to help him. In silence, sneak into his room. She replies that it was as easy as killing a goblin. She seriously asks how he knows so much about her. That there's no need for hostility, since their goal is the same. Couldn't know her goal firsthand. Nikita's mood changes when she threatens him to say it again. Aidan clearly flinches, but continues, saying that nowadays dark mages forget their roots, which takes her by surprise. He explains that someone once told him that dark magic, although imbued with demonic energy, was originally created to purify the earth and fight against monsters from the underworld, but the new dark mages have strayed from that path. That's why he hates those kinds of dark mages, especially those from Chaos. He then extends his hand, adding that this is reason enough for them to have a friendly relationship. Nikita, meanwhile, is stunned and unable to believe it, wondering if this is just a trick from a noble pandering to her beliefs, seeing the doubt on her face. He tells her to take her time. He even offers to share some very interesting information. She responds by saying she's part of the intelligence organization, so she already knows everything. At this, he leans in and whispers in her ear that this information is about something that has yet to happen, and that he's the only one who knows it. Just as he's about to reveal the secret, Rose escorts Thion into the room. The moment Thion sees him so close to Nikita, he completely misunderstands the situation, assuming they are involved in something romantic. Without a word, Thion slams the door shut and storms off. Aidan is left bewildered, shouting after him that it's not what it looks like. After a while, he finds himself in front of Thion, whose face flushes just from thinking about the awkward encounter. Thion asks if he had a good time with Nikita. Aidan replies, somewhat awkwardly, that it wasn't like that, they were just talking. From Thion's expression, it's clear he doesn't believe him. A little. Earlier, Aidan had finally revealed to Nikita that a drought is going to affect the Barkan territory. However, she refuses to believe it, since that region is known as the Land of Plenty and hasn't seen a drought in decades. Aidan tells her it's up to her whether she believes him or not, but insists that the drought will arrive in exactly 3 months. Furthermore, he adds that he also needs to warn Thion. She casually replies that it doesn't matter, since he's already infamous anyway. As he tries to convince her to believe him, he ends up pushing her out of his room. Before leaving, she warns him that if he's lying, she will find him no matter where he hides. At her cold glare, he trembles, though deep down he knows the drought is coming. Now in the present, he asks Thion for his reason for being there. He wonders if Taeyeon might have come for another duel. That makes Taeyeon clench his fists as he reluctantly admits that his father was right. Aidan is worthy of wielding Beelzebul. Aidan already knows this, so he asks directly if that's the only reason Taeyeon came here. Finally, Taeyeon bows before him, showing his gratitude. Aidan is surprised by this display of courtesy. He can't believe this is the same Taeyeon he faced just yesterday. Taeyeon, on the other hand, sincerely replies that it was Aidan who showed him the way, one that helped him save his friend. Furthermore, he also knows that before he even managed to strike the Death Knight, the enemy had already been weakened by Aidan's blow. Thus, they insist that it was Aidan who guided him on the path to becoming a true sword master. Upon hearing Taeyeon's declaration, Aidan realizes he was wrong about him, that he isn't as reckless as his father. But then Taeyeon suddenly places a hand on Aidan's shoulder and boldly declares that he is going to make him his rival, which takes Aidan by surprise. Still, Taeyeon adds that one day he will defeat him and claim Beelzebub, making Aidan think that Taeyeon really is following in his father's footsteps. After that, the two agree to speak informally, treating each other as equals. A few days later, they leave the Imperial City and are about to arrive in their own territory. On the way, Aidan asks about the wounds of Ro. Ro replies that thanks to the holy potion Aidan gave him, his wounds healed quickly. He is so grateful that he starts to cry, which leads Aidan to remind him with a smile that he must take care of him in return. Then smiling, Aidan comments on how generous the Imperial family has been, giving him enough gold to buy several mansions. That's why he has brought gifts for his family and friends. He has even picked some out for Alice and wonders if she will like them. While looking at a particular gift for her, he guesses that maybe she might be. After a while, they arrive in the city of Maryland, the heart of the Remis territory. As expected, the moment Aidan enters his domain, the crowd erupts in cheers, which instantly irritates him. He wonders how rumors could travel so fast. Underlord casually reminds him that rumors spread faster than the wind. Aidan replies that he'll never get used to these cheerful receptions, but then something catches his eye, something so unbelievable his jaw almost drops. Right in the center of the square is a massive, golden, flashy, and quite revealing statue of himself, striking a heroic pose like some kind of dramatic savior. He is even more horrified to learn that it was his father who ordered the statue after hearing that Aidan defeated a troll. Meanwhile, Ro looks at the statue with sparkling eyes, genuinely appreciating the sculpted body, leading Underlord to theatrically pretend to gag. Aidan yells at Underlord not to puke in his body while Ro frantically tries to calm him down. Later, when they arrive at the Remis mansion, Aidan instructs Ro to hand out the gifts while he goes to meet his father. He is still furious about his father's stunt of installing such an embarrassing statue in the middle of the city without even bothering to consult him. Just then, he notices the servants have strangely downcast expressions. Confused, he assumes it must be because of the ridiculous statue, which only makes him even angrier. Aidan knocks on the door to his father's room, ready to talk about the embarrassing statue. But before he can say much, his father apologizes. Aidan thinks the apology is for the statue, thinking his father feels bad for making him look like the bad guy. But his father's grim expression stops him in his tracks. Then, his father reveals something much worse. Joseph and Alice have been taken by the Holy Flame Inquisition. Aidan's father explains that these people claim to be fugitives from the Order and his father had tried to stop them. However, Joseph offered himself as a volunteer to go with them. Aidan asks if they will be taken to the Sacred Flames headquarters and his father confirms it. Aidan doesn't say much after that, even though his father calls out to him. His father, still worried, reminds him that going against the three orders could bring ruin to their family. With a fake smile, Aidan replies that he just wants to say goodbye. His father, though clearly concerned, wishes him a safe journey. Once outside of his father's office, Underlord comments that Aidan was just pretending. Aidan agrees, explaining that if he told his father his true intentions, his father would try to stop him, but he is furious that the Order took his people without his permission. His intention is clear. If they touch them, he will destroy the Order. On the Western continent, there are three main holy orders: the Church of the God of Slaughter, the Church of the God of Law, and the Order of the Sacred Flame. These places represent and speak for the gods, so even the Empire cannot go against them. There are also human saints chosen by the god to represent their order. They serve as intermediaries between God and humans, revealing his divine will and power in this world. During his journey, he reflects on the reason behind the Sacred Flame Order taking Alice and Joseph. For more than a decade, this church has not chosen a saint, which makes it different from the others. In this way, the Sacred Flame is quite weak now, due to its inability to produce a saint. Because of this order has lost about 1/5 of its former power. Then, their carriage driver informs him that they have arrived. Ro instantly throws up, while our boy feels a wave of nostalgia for his mercenary days, traveling in carriages like this after waking up in this body. He turns to Phobal and thanks him for helping him arrive on time. Phobal brushes off the thanks, because he obviously enjoys doing favors for his regular customers. Aidan knows that the merchants from the Merchants Guild are quite familiar with the routes and funding the shortcuts. That's the reason why he has only done business with Phobal's guild since he sold that monster. Seeing Ro's condition, Aidan tells him to get some rest, as it looks like he might even throw up yesterday's breakfast. He now observes the Temple of the Sacred Flame, still thriving despite the Order's growing weakness. Luxurious and dignified on the surface, there's something unsettling about the place. An eerie calm born from the Order's self-imposed isolation. Phobal had mentioned it before, but now Aidan sees it in person. People come seeking healing from the Sacred Flame, but the guards turn them away. The gates remain closed, the holy ground silent. It is precisely the season when pilgrims should be flooding the streets in search of blessings and recovery. Yet, the silence persists. Aidan quickly connects the dots. This isolation must be related to Joseph and Alice being taken to the Order. Phobal, ever the suspicious one, curiously asks how Aidan plans to get in. Aidan just gives a vague answer, saying he has his own method. That's enough to make Phobal visibly nervous. Experience tells him that whatever Aidan has in mind, it is sure to be troublesome. Moments later, Aidan is standing before a monk guarding the entrance and calmly introduces himself, saying he has urgent business inside. The monk apologizes, while explaining that not even a lord is allowed inside, as the Order is closed to all outsiders. But Aidan insists, his voice firmer now. Still, the monk refuses, losing his patience. Aidan finally strikes. A single blow sends the monk to the ground in outrage. Another nearby monk shouts, furious that someone would dare attack a monk of the Order. Aidan is unfazed. Without hesitation, he turns on him as well, attacking the so-called protectors of the holy place. Watching the scene unfold, Phobal sighs to himself, unsurprised that his lord's roguish tendencies persist with the same usual flair. Before entering the Order, Aidan asks Underlord to remain cautious, pointing out how the place is pulsating with divine energy. Underlord agrees that this is far from his favorite place. When the doors of the Order creak open, the monks inside initially assume their shift is beginning. Their expressions change to alarm when they realize someone has managed to break in. Meanwhile, Underlord asks if he knows the exact location of Joseph's family. Being impulsive as ever, Aidan clearly has no idea. When asked how he plans to find them, he simply replies in his usual vague way that he has his own method. The monks, understandably alarmed, already seem prepared to kill him just for violating the Order's sanctity. Underlord, dry as ever, wonders aloud if the plan is to fight every single monk in the building. Aidan admits he is not that crazy. He just plans to activate his Ring of Swiftness, just enough to ring the Bell of Lamentation and stir up some chaos. He rushes toward the bell's location. According to the Order's own rules, if someone is facing a serious problem, illness, or deep lament, they are allowed to ring the Bell of Lamentation, which grants them an audience with the Order's leader without any interruption. However, over time, people began to abuse this privilege for trivial matters. To avoid the constant annoyance, the Order had no choice but to relocate the bell to a nearly impossible-to-reach location. Underlord remarks with irony that it would have been much easier to just remove the bell completely, but they cannot because it is protected by law. When Aidan is still far from the bell and realizes he must activate the Ring of Swiftness for a third time, despite its side effects, he finally sees the bell and his face lights up with renewed determination. He just needs to ring it now. But right before he reaches it, someone catches up from behind and tries to strike him. Despite the rush, our boy slides away from the attack, narrowly avoiding being crushed. He is genuinely surprised. Whoever this attacker has managed to catch up to him even while he is using the Ring of Swiftness. The monk claims he surpasses other monks in power, but refuses to let him pass. Aidan goes to ring the bell, but Bali, a high-ranking monk, is its guardian. Seeing his massive size, the Lord of the Underworld wonders if this person is even human. Aidan is perplexed. He has never seen anyone like him before. The resemblance to something inhuman leaves him stunned. Realizing that he can no longer rely on the Ring of Speed, Aidan grabs his sword, ready for combat, unsheathes his blade, and politely asks Bali to step aside. Bali simply laughs, amused that an intruder dares to threaten him. Still, he is excited. He has not faced a worthy opponent in a long time, and judging by Aidan's aura, this one seems strong. Bali attacks first. Aidan blocks the blow with his sword, but it is difficult. The raw physical strength of Bali is monstrous. In fact, it is so overwhelming that it even surpasses Cetus in power. Never in any of his lives has Aidan faced an opponent like this. Bali, on the other hand, is clearly enjoying himself. No one in the Order has been strong enough to challenge him until now. As Bali expresses his chaotic enthusiasm, the Underworld dryly comments that the stronger someone is, the crazier they seem to become. Aidan nervously nods, saying it seems to be bad luck that they always run into lunatics. The Underworld adds with a smile that he is also crazy. Aidan disagrees because he considers himself quite normal compared to these maniacs. Then, once again, Bali is ready to attack him. But knowing that Aidan is no match for him in his current state, Aidan decides to give it everything he has. He pulls out his shield, planning to block the attack and counterattack. However, before he can even complete his strategy, he is stunned to see that Bali's weapon shatters his shield. The next moment, he is thrown through the air. Aidan crashes into the wall from Bali's attack, bloodied and lying on the ground. Bali seems somewhat satisfied, commenting on Aidan's performance and expressing his disappointment that he could not last longer. But it is still fun for him as he moves forward, ready to finish the job. He declares that he will put an end to Aidan's life for his sins. However, to Bali's surprise, Aidan still moves despite his fatal wounds. Bali is shocked, unable to believe how Aidan can still fight. He analyzes the situation, realizing that Aidan hid his mana-infused sword within the smoke, planning to attack when Bali lowered his guard. Bali is amused that Aidan tried it, but disappointed to see that he failed. Raising his weapon again, Bali mocks him, saying that Aidan is a useless knight without his sword, but then he is confused when Aidan gives him a sarcastic smile. Bali thinks he has gone crazy, facing certain death with that smile, but the next moment, his eyes widen when he realizes that Aidan's sword was never aimed at him. Instead, he hears the sound of a bell. Bali understands Aidan's tactics upon hearing it. Aidan, in a weak voice, asks if he now has the right to meet their leader, since the bell has been rung. However, exhausted from using the ring in the fight, he loses consciousness. After a while, Aidan receives healing treatment from the monks, which helps him regain consciousness and dispels his pain. Fatigue. Underlord, however, is not happy about the whole thing. The divine energy used in the process of healing causes him immense pain, and during it, he endures a kind of torture. With a smug smile, Aidan assumes he deserves it. Underlord, understandably, gets quite irritated by this. At that moment, Vali escorts Hackle, the sub-leader of the Holy Flame Order. Aidan introduces himself, looking at the person. Aidan concludes that he may have heard wrong about him. Hackal seems nicer than expected. Thinking about the information he has about the future, Aidan knows that Hackal will one day become the last leader of the Order, eventually causing its downfall due to corruption. Despite this, Hackal seems quite normal for someone who will later bring about the ruin of a centuries-old order. Aidan, nervous, apologizes for the interruption, but Hackal plays it down, explaining that according to the rules, he is the guest. At that moment, Vali also shows his face, which makes Aidan a little more cautious, but he still greets Vali back, albeit reluctantly. Vali then offers Aidan another shield from the Order, since his own shield had broken. Aidan refuses the offer, saying that his shield has regeneration abilities and will repair itself. In reality, the shield originally belonged to the spirit realm, which is why it has such properties. However, it has suffered significant damage due to the constant nightly attacks. Therefore, it will take 4 more days to fully regenerate. Until then, Aidan plans to take it easy. He then turns to Hackal and asks to meet with the leader, as it is necessary to resolve the situation with Joseph and Alice. Hackal apologizes, explaining that it is not possible to meet with the leader, as he is currently indisposed due to certain issues. Instead, he can meet with the highest authority present at the moment after the leader. Aidan suspects something must be wrong because, according to the rules, he has the right to meet with the leader after the bell rings, which indicates a special circumstance. Besides, Aidan wants to meet Kurtul, the current leader of the Order, who is known for being a sensible and reasonable person. Although the methods of Kurtul are often hard to understand for someone like our hero, Aidan acknowledges that he saved his life in his previous life without asking for any reward. If Aidan were in his place, he would have expected some kind of payment or retribution, which is why he earned the nickname Thalos from the Underlord, the monster of the underworld. Aidan is not in agreement with this comment, but promises to bathe in a holy potion, which implies that Underlord will now have to endure what comes next. Then, Hackle informs Aidan that he is about to meet the current highest authority, someone who ranks lower than the leader but above Hackle himself. Aidan remains determined to bring back Joseph and Alice, though his curiosity about who this person of higher rank is keeps growing. As they proceed, Hackle informs Aidan that the person they are going to meet is a brilliant person, which only increases Aidan's anticipation. However, when Aidan enters the room, his expression changes drastically upon seeing Joseph and Alice sitting at a luxurious table, enjoying a gourmet meal. To his surprise, both Hackal and Bali bow to this person who turns out to be Alice, calling her the Saint of the Sacred Flame. Aidan panics as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Finally, after the shock wears off, he confronts Joseph with a look that could kill, demanding an explanation. Joseph, ever so calm, smiles nervously and then drops the bombshell. He is reintroducing himself. Joseph reveals that he was once a member of the Council of the Seven Stars, serving as the Master of the Sacred Flame. Aidan is left speechless once again, shocked by this revelation. The Council of the Seven Stars is composed of the best apothecaries chosen from the best of their generation. This is why Aidan believes Joseph is the best apothecary he has ever known. Underlord raises a question, wondering why these apothecaries are only a little better than common doctors. However, The truth is that the Order of the Sacred Flame controls all the best apothecaries on the continent, giving them significant power over leaders and vice leaders. Despite all this, Aidan, why does someone like Joseph, who is clearly at the top of the food chain, live in a slum? Joseph explains that every 40 years a saint is born and ascends to the position of leader. This chosen saint fulfills their duties for the next 40 years, and during that time new candidates are born, chosen by a divine mark. However, for the past 10 years, these candidates have been assassinated one by one, from newborns to young adults. Alice is one of these candidates, so Joseph had to flee to protect his daughter. Joseph adds that he had to return after hearing news of another catastrophic event. Aidan's eyes widen in disbelief, wondering what in the world could be as catastrophic as the death of the saint candidates. A growing sense of dread takes hold of him, because according to his knowledge from his past life, this period is supposed to be a time of peace for the Order of the Sacred Flame. A few days ago, a group from the Order of the Sacred Flame arrived to take Joseph and Alice away. However, they were denied entry, as they could not take Aidan's guests without his permission. The monk leading the group was furious. He argued that regardless of whether they belonged to the Duke's family, they had no right to interfere with the Order's affairs. They demanded that Aidan hand over his guests. For a while, both sides exchanged heated words until Joseph opened the door and asked if they could speak in private. The monk agreed, but Joseph was clearly angry. He demanded to know how this person had discovered his whereabouts, and if he already knew, why hadn't he come sooner? The monk explained that he had assumed they were dead. Until recently, no other child with the divine mark had been born. But after the destruction of the Cerberus Guild, they began to suspect their location and found out. Now he has been ordered to bring Joseph and Alice back. Joseph reasoned with him that there was no need to be so aggressive. Besides, with the assassination of the saint candidates still unsolved, he couldn't risk sending Alice to such a place. But the monk expressed that he had no other choice, to bring them back, even by force. He then revealed that the leader of the order had fallen ill and collapsed. Now, in the present, Joseph confirms this to our boy, adding that the order is already facing difficult times. But now, with the leader sick, despite all the monk's efforts to heal him, the situation has worsened. If things continue like this, the order will be on the brink of extinction. The new plan is to awaken Alicia as the new saint in 4 days and use her divine power to heal the leader. This will hopefully rekindle the order and possibly restore its former strength. Joseph apologizes to Aidan for not explaining everything sooner. Looking at Aidan's face, he realizes Aidan might be furious. And indeed, Aidan is angry, but not with Joseph. Instead, he's deeply worried. How could Cordell, the man who saved his life in his past life, be so sick? This is the same event that in his previous life happened 3 years from now. Aidan begins to wonder if he is the cause of this temporal alteration. Have his actions created an effect that changed the course of events? After a long pause, Aidan processes everything and decides to stay until he discovers the reason behind this change in the timeline. Underlord, as always, dreads the idea of staying in this holy place, but Aidan silences him, reasoning that the sooner they find the root of the problem, the sooner they can leave. So there's no point in complaining. Then, Bali escorts Aidan to the room where the leader only has 5 minutes to meet with him. As soon as Aidan enters, he's hit by a foul stench that immediately unsettles him. The sight of Cordell in such a terrible state takes him back. In his past life, he was never able to repay the debt he owed Cordell for saving his life. Now, in this new life, he desperately wants to. But just as he's processing his emotions, he senses an ominous energy coming from Cordell, one that feels strangely familiar, though he can't quite place it. Underlord reminds him that he should recognize it, given his past life experiences. Aidan is startled, realizing he can't identify the energy. Underlord, in his signature dry tone, clarifies that it's a curse. Not just any curse, but a subtly crafted one. Normally, humans can't perceive it, but Aidan can because of the Underlord's soul that is inside him. Underlord adds that this curse has been applied over time, slowly breaking down Cordell's body from the inside. Listening intently, Aidan immediately concludes that there must be an infiltrator in the order responsible for this, who might be a dark magician who has been gradually building the curse like a slow poison. Even in his past life, Cordell had probably been killed by such a curse, rather than by natural deterioration. The realization hits him hard. He's horrified at the thought of how deeply Cordell has been betrayed. Now Aidan's focus shifts. He needs to find a way to break this curse. Underlord explains that it's impossible to remove this curse, even with a powerful caster, because the curse is deeply infused into the curt's body. However, a dark mage who fully understands the curse's structure might have a chance to break it. There's also a possibility that Alice, with her immense divine power, could heal him. This information worries Aidan, especially concerning Alice. If the caster is aware of her potential to remove the curse, she could become a target. He decides to inform Joseph beforehand so that Alice can be better protected, but his thoughts are interrupted by a loud scream, and he fearfully recognizes the voice immediately. It belongs to Alice. He rushes towards the source of the scream and soon finds himself in her room, where Joseph and others have already gathered. Joseph is checking on her, and there seem to be no signs of an intruder or attack. Aidan asks what happened, and a frightened maid explains that she hadn't done anything except put out the candle to replace it, and then Alice started screaming. Aidan remembers that at the palace, Alice always slept with the lights on. He wonders if she's experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder from her time in captivity. He turns to Joseph and asks for a moment alone with Alice. Joseph agrees, giving him the time. Alice is trembling in fear, repeating that she doesn't want to die. Aidan raises a hand to her, gently reassuring her, telling her that as long as she has his protection, not even the Underlord can harm her. In her distress, Alice hugs him, and they start to cry. After a while, she calms down, and Aidan asks how she's feeling. She assures him that she's okay, but confesses she has doubts about becoming a saint. Alice expresses that in stories, the saints are brave and powerful, but she's not sure she can live up to such expectations. All she really wants is to go back to her territory and play with Cassie and Chaco. Aidan pats her on the head and tells her she's still just a child. Although she believes she's seen enough, she doesn't truly understand what it means to be a saint. She then asks if he knows anything about saints. Aidan smiles, happy to answer, and reveals that he's actually friends with a saint. However, as soon as the words leave his mouth, a painful memory of betrayal flashes through his mind, and he stops himself from saying more. Alice presses him to explain, but instead, Aidan gently strokes her head, assuring her that she doesn't need to be kind and brave all the time to become a saint. Saints are human too, and it's okay to show emotion. If she wants to go home, she's free to do so. Curious, Alice asks about his history with the saint, asking if they are still friends. Aidan confirms they are not. She asks why, which leaves him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he lies, making up a story to satisfy her curiosity. When he finishes, he feels mentally exhausted, as if he'd just completed a strenuous training session. Even the Underlord seems to agree with him. Shortly after, Joseph arrives with Hackle, asking about his daughter. Aidan assures Joseph that everything is fine and that he can meet with Alice. Once Joseph goes inside, Aidan turns to Hackle and asks why he's still here. Hackle extends his hand, thanking Aidan for saving Alice's life. Aidan politely accepts his gratitude, replying that it was his duty. However, the moment Aidan shakes Hackle's hand, Underlord's eyes widen in alarm. He feels a dark energy emanating from Hackle and urgently addresses Aidan by his former name. He reveals that Hackle is a dark mage, leaving Aidan stunned. After thanking Aidan, Hackle goes down to the Order's basement, which has become the Dark Mage's stronghold. He is frustrated, cursing the fact that his plan was ruined because of Alice. He regrets not killing her earlier, when he discovered that her father had escaped. His subordinate tries to calm him down, but Hackle is in no mood for it. He asks about the special guests who are expected soon. The subordinate replies that they will arrive shortly, and that once they arrive, he will escort them to Hackle. Hackle's plan is to have the intruder assassinate Alice during the awakening ceremony. After that, he is certain he will take control of the Order and become the leader, but unbeknownst to him, Aidan is witnessing the entire affair. He already suspected there was a dark infiltrator in the Order, but he didn't expect Hackle to be the one responsible. The Dark Lord smugly comments that he could feel it the moment Aidan touched Hackle's hand. Dark mages emit demonic energy. Aidan curses under his breath, realizing there might be more dark mages in Hackle's circle. But one thing he doesn't understand is why Hackle accelerated Curdle's decline compared to his past life. He wonders what changes in the timeline, besides saving Alice, could have led to this. First, however, he needs to find out who Hackle has invited. Meanwhile, outside the Order of the Sacred Flame, on the outskirts of town, a mysterious figure appears. The monk defends himself, explaining that they are rushing things because of Alice. They didn't anticipate her surviving their plan. Meanwhile, Aidan follows the monk silently, absorbing every word. The new person's voice sounds familiar, but he can't place where he's heard it before. Suddenly, the monk announces that this mysterious person's commander will gain great benefits from Hackle's leadership in the future. The new person, clearly agitated, grabs the monk. Their tone is sharp with menace, warning him to be careful or he will face serious consequences. The monk, struggling for air, pleads for mercy, and the person finally releases their grip, allowing the monk to catch his breath. As the figure steps forward, Aidan's heart skips a beat. Recognition floods him as the person's face is finally revealed. It's none other than Benich Jaima, the Red Knight. Aidan's mind races, piecing together the fragments of his past life. In that life, Benich had been one of Sylvetta's subordinates, the same Sylvetta who had promised to rid the Order of Dark Mages. It now becomes clear to Aidan that Sylvetta's corruption ran much deeper than he ever imagined. Everything that has gone wrong in this timeline can be traced back to Sylvetta's actions. The Underlord, sensing Aidan's turmoil, asks what Sylvetta stands to gain from Hackle's leadership. Aidan's thoughts become sharp, realizing that Sylvetta wasn't just seeking power for her family's name, she needed it to solidify her position. With HLE in power, Sylvetta could easily rise to the head of her family, But what's more worrisome is the thought of Dare's role. In this timeline, Aidan had saved Dare, which is something he didn't do in the past, and it was all because of Sylvita's plans. Anger begins to well up inside him. How far can Sylvita go? His thoughts are interrupted when he senses movement behind him. His instincts kick in. Benaj, realizing that Aidan had overheard the conversation, suddenly turns to face him with deadly intent in his eyes. Before Benaj's sword aura can touch our boy, he leaps into the air to dodge. While airborne, he analyzes that Benaj still has the same impulsive and explosive swordsmanship. The monk immediately rushes toward him, making him cautious, as he can't make a move outside the Order's building. But Benaj glares at the monk, since he was the one who let Aidan follow him. He then tells him to get lost, which terrifies the monk and makes him flee. Benaj then turns to our boy, analyzing aloud that he can't be an ordinary person by the way he defends himself with his sword. Aidan vaguely replies, saying he doesn't want to tell him anything. At that, Benaj grins widely, deciding to have some fun fighting him. Meanwhile, Aidan understands that Benaj is out of his league and tries to escape, but Benaj's swordsmanship won't allow it. Smiling, he exclaims that Aidan probably won't last much longer. For a while, they both engage in an intense sword battle. Meanwhile, even Underlord is amazed to find someone more unhinged than Thalos or Aidan. Aidan agrees with him, because in his past life, he never met anyone crazier than Benaj. Besides, Benaj is already at the master level of his sword aura. To make matters worse, Aidan is at a disadvantage. Not only is he weaker than Benaj, but he also can't use his shield right now. He quickly forms another plan to get out of the mess. By now, Benaj has already recognized that our boy's swordsmanship resembles that of his commander. To escalate the plan, Aidan addresses Benaj by his full name, which takes him by surprise. With a laugh, Benaj assumes that he must be someone from Dare's side. Aidan mentally apologizes to Dare as he decides to play along. Aidan threatens that both Benaj and his master will surely face the consequences for involving dark mages in their plans. Enraged, Benaj attacks him again to shut him up, but our boy dodges once more. While blocking and dodging the wild, manic strikes, Aidan realizes he may have dug his own grave by implying he's Dare's henchman, something that only makes Benaj more unstable. Already being one of the Crimson Knights, Benaj becomes even more impulsive. With that, he becomes more violent and less rational, unable to think clearly, even without getting serious. What the hell is going on with Benaj and his impulsive madness? Then, with a manic grin, Benaj challenges Aidan to fight back, convinced that he can't be beaten with his power. But in the next moment, he's surprised to realize he has a nosebleed, with Aidan taking full advantage of his state. Dazed, Aidan immediately attacks him with a sword aura. Benaj manages to block it, but not for long. He starts to lose his balance. Aidan wears a satisfied smile, having successfully used his main skill, Resonance. It's a subtle technique that disrupts an opponent's internal mana flow each time. His sword clashes with their mana wave. It's slow and almost unnoticeable at first, something most opponents dismiss as an illusion, but over time it becomes a fatal poison that devours their core. Despite this, Aidan frowns slightly, annoyed that the absurdly powerful Benaj is still standing. Even under the effect of the mana disruption, Benaj yells that Aidan can't defeat him with tricks, dirty tricks, and demands that he fight for real. Aidan calmly replies that if Benaj wants it, he should come and get it. This enrages Benaj even more, and he curses at him again. Our boy calmly replies that he too is the dog of Sylvetta, and that one should never underestimate a knight's strength. Now Benaj is furious at the mere idea that someone like Aidan would dare to take his commander's name so casually, provoking him. Even further, Aidan taunts that he must be afraid. In the next moment, he throws something at Benaj's face. Benaj blocks it instantly, sneering that Aidan only knows dirty tricks like that, but then he freezes, realizing what was thrown. It's a now shattered smoke bomb, releasing a dense cloud of smoke around him. Enraged, Benaj yells again, but as the smoke begins to clear, he is stunned to see that Aidan is already gone, having used the cover to disappear. As Aidan runs away, Underlord growls, asking if he really plans to run away instead of staying to fight. Aidan replies that he isn't in any condition to fight a sword or a knight without his shield. The best he can do is delay the pursuit of Benaj with skill and precision. He silently thanks Cassie for the smoke bombs she makes for him, even though she's always complaining about it. However, his main reason for retreating isn't just to escape Benaj, but to chase the Dark Mage. The aforementioned mage is already fleeing, trying to reach Hackle to report that there is an infiltrator in the Order who knows their secret, but before he can make it, Aidan catches up and takes him down with a wave of sword aura. The next day, Hackle is found in the underground cave beneath the Order. He trembles with rage. Not only has the priest who was supposed to bring him a knight sent by Sylvetta vanished, but Sylvetta's knight himself never showed up. He begins to wonder if he has been betrayed. Regardless of his plan's failure, Hackle decides to stop Alice's awakening ceremony at all costs. Then, a wicked idea occurs to him. He decides to use our boy as a scapegoat. Finally, the day of the ceremony arrives, for the saint's awakening, and the priests are near the entrance of the Church of the Holy Fire. Joseph is overwhelmed with joy as he hugs Alice tightly. His tears reveal his emotions, but she asks him to stop. She feels uncomfortable with all the emotions. Aidan reminds her of his lesson that she is supposed to make the God will repay him for all the hardships he faced with interest. Joseph is surprised, not knowing what he ever taught his innocent little girl. Aidan replies that this strength might help her survive without sacrifices. To lighten the mood, he changes the subject, and they agree they should continue. One of the priests steps forward to guide Alice toward the altar chamber. Joseph tries to follow, but he's reminded that Alice must go alone. She will be safe, and everyone tries to comfort Joseph, who is acting as if he'll never see her again. Aidan doesn't have time to think about it. Hackle quietly approaches him, asking for a moment of his time. Curious, our friend follows him, wondering what it's about. Hackle simply wants to thank him. He offers him a high-quality pill from the church's collection, a gift he claims is too valuable to be given in front of others. Grateful, our boy is reluctant to accept it at first, but then he finally takes it after Hackle's insistence. He then swallows it immediately, but the moment the pill enters his system, his face darkens. Hackle watches with satisfaction. The pill is designed to manipulate and brainwash. Under its influence, our boy is ordered to sneak up from behind and kill Alice, who is undergoing the awakening. Meanwhile, Alice walks toward the bright flames, impressed by their beauty. The priest has told her she must pass through them to see God. He insists the flames are not hot, but fear creeps into her heart. Still, she remembers Aidan's words that she is not the one who should fear God, but God who should fear her for everything he allowed her to endure. With those thoughts, she takes a step forward, prepared to face what lies beyond. At the same time, our boy walks toward the main ceremony hall. Joseph is still outside, unable to stop crying. Hackle is nearby, confident in the plan. Soon, the cursed intruder will kill the saint, and this story will make him worthy of becoming the next high priest. But things don't go as planned. Suddenly, Bali arrives with warrior monks fully equipped for battle. Everyone freezes in surprise. Their leader, Bali, orders them to remain calm. His appearance in armor heightens the tension, especially during such a sacred ceremony. Hackle reminds him that today wearing armor is not allowed, but Bali says this matter is more urgent. He claims there is a heretic among them, someone aligned with the darkness. Hackle and the other priests murmur in disbelief. Hackle shouts that it's nonsense, possibly a mistake or blasphemy. After all, accusing a fellow priest of dark magic is serious. Before Hackle can argue further, a priest steps into the light and confesses that he is the one who summoned them. Everyone is astonished as the archpriest looks healthy, something they thought impossible. Hackle is shocked because he spent years cursing him, and yet here he is, fully recovered. He wonders if someone with power equal to the saints healed him or if a traitor helped him. Just then, Kurtel steps forward and declares the truth that Hackle is a dark magician. The crowd gasps. Hackle, who has waited decades to rise to power, trembles with rage but refuses to accept defeat. He hasn't recovered completely and accuses someone else, Aidan. According to Hackle, Aidan is the real dark magician and he had heard him conspiring to kill the saint. He urges the others to find Aidan and stop him before it's too late. At that moment, our guy arrives. Hackle confronts him, demanding to know what he did to the saint. Calmly, our guy explains that she is inside experiencing her awakening. Hackle's eyes widen as he realizes that our guy is no longer under the curse. He can't understand how he failed. The night before the battle with the Crimson Knight, and our protagonist had spoken with Aquita. He had sensed her presence and knew that she was watching him. She had taken the form of an owl and flew closer, curious about his intentions. She suspected that chaos was behind the trouble brewing in the church, an enemy they both shared. He planned to confront the dark mages himself and asked her to lend him a special artifact. The owl doesn't quite understand why he needs the artifact just to break a curse. It seems more likely to her that he plans to fight chaos, but he actually needs it for Kurtel, whose body is frozen in paralysis while his mind remains intact. He believes the priest has already realized where Hackle's true loyalties lie, and once Kurtel awakens, exposing the traitors will be simple. That reasoning makes sense to the owl, so she proposes an alternative. She summons a magical ring of her own creation, explaining that the curse can be lifted if the ring reaches the high priest. However, she warns that much of the church has already fallen under the influence of chaos, and they might try to do the same to our guy. Still, Aidan assures her that she doesn't need to worry. He already bears the curse and the others won't affect him in the same way. The Underlord, clearly aware that he is being referred to, initially refuses to help, but gives in once our guy threatens him with a holy potion. At this point, Aidan is quite sure that Hackle has been caught. Not everyone believes it. Many doubt that Hackle could truly be a dark magician. Kurtel asks him to surrender, but Hackle refuses, angry and bitter that the church has never chosen him. He has dedicated his entire life to becoming a saint, and now that dream has crumbled. For him, life no longer has meaning. Kurtel tries to calm him down, but Hackle has already reached the point of no return. He swears that everyone will die and bow before him. Dark magic surges around him, and before anyone can react, he summons his dark comrades. Panic spreads through the hall as some priests respond by using dark energy themselves. The fighters try to remain calm, determined to stop the spread of the dark magic. But under its influence, some submit to Hackle's will and begin to attack each other. The few priests who haven't been affected are stunned, not knowing what is happening. Bali is furious and ready to destroy them all, but the archpriest stops him. The archpriest recognizes how far Hackle has fallen, observing his cunning. Hackle seems to take a twisted pleasure in seeing the priests fight each other and, before long, he casts a curse from his mission on every one of them. Anyone who raises a hand against him will die instantly. Curdle is enraged but powerless. Our guy estimates that there are around 15 dark magicians in the room, detects the unique energy signatures they emit, and uses his speed to eliminate 2 of them instantly. When he declares it, Hackle warns that the rest will die. But our guy is unfazed. He's not part of the church, and this isn't his fight for holiness. It's his personal revenge against the chaos. Hackle, now shaken, realizes this was never about the saint and our guy has come for him. The fighters Hackle sent earlier have failed, and the Lord of the Underworld has been unable to confirm if our guy truly intends to kill everyone. That doubt breaks the curse's hold, knowing that the key to breaking the spell is to reduce the number of dark magicians. Our guy throws smoke bombs into the chaos. Hackle has no idea what he's planning, but under the cover of smoke, our guy moves quickly, taking down more enemies. Hackle feels his forces dwindling and becomes desperate. After a decade of preparation, his plans are falling apart. With no options left, he delves deeper into dark energy. Another magician tries to flee, but our protagonist catches and finishes him. He can feel the dark man in the air, making it impossible for his enemies to hide. Now only 6 dark magicians remain, but then something strange happens as their numbers seem to decrease even further. He suspects Valley has joined the fight, but that's not the case. The underground confirms that the NA dark mana isn't disappearing, instead it's gathering. A single point begins to draw it all in. A frightened magician begs Hackle for mercy, but Hackle drains him completely, offering the Lord of the Underworld half his life and every soul he has taken. Our guy silently wishes for this not to happen. As the sky glows with an ominous light, the priests look up and Curdle braces himself, certain the end is near, as a magical portal begins to open above their heads. The priests slowly come to their senses, not having any idea what just occurred, but the others instantly realize that the underworld has finally risen and they are now regaining their perception. Still, they know this isn't over. The real fight is just beginning, and they must regroup. The portal in front of them continues to grow, pulsating with a strange energy. Valley freezes at the sight, as he's never felt anything like it before, and it sends shivers down his spine. Then, without warning, a blinding beam of light shoots out from the portal's heart. The priests panic as the light strikes the ground, shattering it and sending massive fragments flying everywhere. People scream as they're injured, but somehow Valley and the Archbishop remain unharmed. That's because Aidan intervenes just in time, blocking the debris with his sword aura. He tells Valley to get the Archbishop out of there to someplace safe and away from the church. As the dust slowly settles, a silhouette emerges through the haze. A Thalos creature takes a deep breath, as if savoring the fresh air. It's been so long since I experienced this world for the last time. To him, everything here seems soft, delicate, and strangely beautiful. Beings fragile, beings surviving in such a place, and that fascinates him. Aidan, on the other hand, is angry, as too many things have already gone wrong. The Underlord is astonished to see Talos standing there, who quickly demands to know who summoned him. Ackle steps forward proudly, claiming to be Talos's master and ordering him to kill the remaining priests. But before Ackle can even finish his sentence, blood erupts from his body. Talos had hoped his summoner's soul would be delicious, something rich and satisfying, but this one disappoints him. He hadn't expected such a letdown. It has been centuries since he last consumed a human soul. Meanwhile, our boy thinks about how this Talos is the same monster responsible for the world's destruction in the protagonist's past life. Judging by Talos's behavior and power, he must be high-ranking. Even a sword master would struggle against someone like him. In the past, our man could have defeated him with a single blow, but things are different. Now, he suddenly senses something and looks back to see that all the priests around him are unconscious. It's Talos's work. He uses a special spell called Illusion Mist, which is a technique that traps anyone who breathes it in their worst nightmare, slowly draining their life. But thanks to the Underlord's protection, our boy is unaffected. Curious, he asks the Underlord what he knows about Talos. It turns out he is Mephisto, the Talos of deceit and cunning, known for trying to trick even the Underlord. But in the end, it backfired on him, because his soul was captured and turned into a slave. Our boy finds this truly hilarious. The idea that Talos once dared to deceive the Underlord makes him laugh. He calls the guy crazy, but the Underlord doesn't share his amusement. Instead, he gives a grim warning. Out of nowhere, our guy realizes that Mephisto is already right in front of him. He didn't even notice when he moved. The mist hasn't touched him. Mephisto begins to wonder aloud. What could our guy's soul taste like? Just being this close is terrifying. The Underlord tells him not to be afraid. Not yet. Mephisto hasn't even reached his final form. Because the summoning wasn't performed correctly, Talos is only using half of his true power. Upon hearing that, Aidan feels a little better. Mephisto decides that Aidan will be the first to die, but instead of being afraid, Aidan taunts him. He's tired of his dramatic speeches and even calls him by name, which surprises Talos. Aidan explains that everyone in this world knows who Mephisto is now, thanks to how the Underlord used to keep him as a pet. So, with a mocking smile, he offers to help trick the Underlord together. Talos doesn't like that. Furious, he throws an arm to strike, but Aidan leaps into the air, dodging it. Talos screams that he's going to make Aidan feel the agony of having his soul torn apart, something he himself once experienced. Aidan doesn't understand. He suspects the Underlord is hiding something from him. The Underlord hesitates, but then admits that a long time ago, he used Talos in experiments driven by curiosity. For a moment, Aidan forgets who the Underlord really is. Underlord, and then it clicks. Yes, the guy is completely insane, but according to the Underlord, our guy is even crazier. Finally, their argument stops. There are too many people here. They need to lure Talos away, but Talos has no intention of leaving. He lunges forward and swings his arm, releasing sharp energy slashes that slice through the building behind Aidan. Realizing that this is still less than half of Mephisto's power, it leaves him stunned. He braces for the next attack. Just in time, he blocks it with his sword, but the force still sends him into a wall. The impact cracks the surface, but he remains conscious. That alone impresses Mephisto. Now, he understands that this kid is not ordinary. Meanwhile, Aidan thinks of an additional strategy since the BI shield is still regenerating. Aidan knows there's only one real option left. He doesn't like it, but he has no choice. Thanks to a high-grade pill that Hackle gave him earlier, all of Aidan's skills are now one level stronger. Maybe he should thank that guy later. Magical energy begins to swirl around Beelzebub. Talos senses something strange. It's an unfamiliar aura. What he doesn't know is that the gluttony powers of Beelzebub have also grown. Our guy can now summon the souls he previously absorbed, calling them forth as phantoms. Using a skill called Spectre Enchantment, he summons one. To Mephisto's surprise, a troll materializes beside Aidan, awaiting his command. Even dark mages would have a hard time with that spell. The fact that this kid pulled it off so easily shocks him. Aidan smirks. He's all business. Now, to annoy him further, he calls him the Vice Chief's little experiment. That does it. Talos says he's ready to drag Aidan straight into the depths of hell. Meanwhile, Alice has wandered off to another area, drawn by the light of a fire. She finds the place surprisingly beautiful. Suddenly, a figure appears before her, the master of the sacred flame, the principal lord of the Holy Trinity. He looks at her with curiosity, mentioning that it's been centuries since he last encountered a human. Not really being in the mood for a long chat, he tells her to take his power and leave so he can go back to sleep. Alice, however, is not just going to nod and walk away. She assumes he is a lord and her tone takes him by surprise. Instead of reverence, she vents, saying she suffered greatly because of him and now wants compensation, with interest included. The Lord blinks, astonished that a mortal would dare demand payment from a divine being. However, instead of getting angry, he smiles. He's always been unpredictable anyway, and, if nothing else, her audacity might be entertaining. He tells her he will pay her back not just for this life, but for the previous one too. Alice blinks in confusion and he gently explains that he hopes things will be different. This time, he refers to her as a girl whose destiny was altered by Aidan, who had lost his own, saving her life in this timeline. Now, he seems genuinely interested in seeing how this all plays out. Back on the battlefield, the troll is channeling fire and launching fiery attacks at Mephisto. Mephisto manages to dodge, wincing each time. Clearly uncomfortable with the fire magic, but it's not as terrifying as what he's faced before. While Mephisto is distracted, Aidan moves silently from behind, wastes no time, strikes hard, and cuts off one of Mephisto's wings and an arm in a single brutal motion. Mephisto screams in agony and crashes to the ground. Landing nearby, Aidan points out that ignoring him was a mistake. Mephisto, writhing in pain, swears he won't forgive him for taking his limbs. Aidan sarcastically suggests asking the Underlord to get replacements, maybe even some shiny angel wings. But it doesn't matter much, Mephisto is finished, except that he's not. The troll is already behind him, unleashing a torrent of flames. The fire envelops Mephisto, while Aidan casually warns Underlord that he might need to find a new test subject. But the Demon Lord simply tells him to stop joking, because Mephisto isn't that easy to kill. As the flames begin to die down, Aidan watches in disbelief. Mephisto is still standing. Not only that, he's already healing. Even for high-ranking Talos, this is surprising. But Mephisto isn't just any Talos. What makes him so powerful isn't brute strength, but his resilience. The fire, the very thing he seems to fear, no longer burns him. Aidan can't understand the contradiction, but the truth is, Mephisto's fear of fire comes from trauma. The Demon Lord had once trapped him in hellfire, forcing him to endure its scorching heat until he developed a resistance. But the damage it left behind remained. Mephisto now finishes, regenerating, having survived the flames. He realizes Aidan's trick failed and smirks. Finally, he understands the difference between them. Underlord, on the other hand, wonders if Aidan has anything else up his sleeve. Aidan knows the odds aren't good. He probably can't win, but retreating isn't an option. He charges at Mephisto anyway. Mephisto meets the attack head-on, and their clash causes a powerful explosion. When the dust settles, Mephisto approaches the nearly unconscious Aidan and looks down at him with mild surprise. Is that all he's got? Sure. Aidan is stronger than most, but he still hasn't reached the level of a true heavyweight. Just like before, Aidan's concentration fades. He's tired. Everything feels heavy and sleep is calling to him. He doesn't want it to end like this. He still has people to protect. He still has unfinished business with those who betrayed him. He was supposed to surpass the strength of his past life, not die here. Mephisto raises his arm for the final blow. Aidan lies still, quietly accepting that this might really be the end. He just wishes the last thing he saw wasn't a demon's face. However, Underlord is sick of his dramatic antics. He scolds Aidan for being arrogant and foolish. Then he offers him something unexpected, access to his true power. With that, something deep within Aidan awakens. A great surge of magical energy erupts from him, and Mephisto freezes. He knows this energy. It's unmistakable. It's Underlord. The infernal lord in Aidan's body slowly gets to his feet. His eyes are now open, glowing with power. Mephisto begins to tremble. That is an aura he hoped never to face again. Our boy orders him to kneel. Mephisto, barely able to control himself, obeys without hesitation. His voice trembles as he admits he didn't know. Then, with his head bowed, he considers it an honor to meet the infernal lord in person. The authority surrounding Aidan feels like something deeply familiar to the Underlord. It's the natural energy of an Underlord, the one chosen to rule and be obeyed by all Talos without question. That kind of power is absolute. It's what keeps the Demon Lord in check. And now it's the same reason Mephisto kneels before Aidan. He didn't expect this force to be so overwhelming. Underlord, observing this, feels satisfied. He finally recognizes the truth. He reminds everyone, almost proudly, that the world once trembled in awe before him, but the pride in his voice quickly fades as he realizes his former power is gone. Aidan thinks about saying that no one invited Underlord into his body in the first place, but decides not to start a fight. He lets it go and instead compliments Underlord. That unexpected praise lifts the Underlord's spirits again. Meanwhile, Mephisto's eyes dart toward Aidan, filled with unease. Somehow, he had completely forgotten about that monster who asks our boy if he's really the Underlord. But now that the tension returns to Aidan's expression, he immediately assures him that yes, he is, and that now he's going to use him to cool his head. Mephisto realizes with dread that he is in real trouble. Around this time, Alice finishes her initiation ceremony. As she leaves the ceremonial hall, a familiar voice catches her attention, firm and steady. She hurries forward, hoping to see Aidan, but then she stops. There he is. Aidan is standing calmly while Mephisto lies on the ground, trembling and exhausted. Alice blinks, trying to understand what happened. She asks Aidan, but he doesn't really explain. Instead, he asks how her awakening went. Curious, he inquires about her encounter with God. Alice tilts her head in confusion. The god didn't offer her anything, just shone faintly, and then she returned empty-handed. Her thoughts turn back to Mephisto. Something feels wrong, thinking he must be sick. Aidan shrugs and says he's just his friend's pet. She is confused for a moment, but he adds that they were just playing a little rough. That makes sense to her. Underlord watches in disbelief as he calls that thing a pet again. The memories of Aidan tormenting Mephisto return, but he thinks it's probably better for Alice not to find out the truth. With concern, Alice gently rests her palm on Mephisto's head with holy power. That simple touch ignites his body in holy flames and he screams in pain, begging for forgiveness, pleading for the judgment to stop. Aidan immediately recognizes the energy, holy power. This means Alice has truly awakened, but before he can reflect on it, Underlord brings him back to the present. Realizing what must be done, Aidan raises Balzabel and tells Alice to close her eyes. She does. Then, without hesitation, he thrusts the sword forward, ordering it to absorb Mephisto. Mephisto panics seeing that even Beelzebub is here, but he doesn't have time to process it and his body disappears into the blade. Aidan exhales in relief seeing that it's finally over, but the moment he says it, he faints. Alice rushes over worriedly. A few days pass, and the Church of the Holy Flame begins a purge. An intense one, hunting down the heretics. The scale of this is massive. The priests who have been trapped in an induced sleep are told that Aidan helped Alice defeat a dark mage. They celebrate her, singing her praises. Aidan watches everything and can't help but feel how weak he still is. Those who betrayed him long ago could have destroyed Mephisto without batting an eye. He's not even close to that level yet. He needs to get stronger. But his thoughts are interrupted. High Priest Curdle enters the scene. The man has recovered, thanks to Alice's power. He approaches, grateful that because Aidan exposed the heretics, the church was able to act quickly. Aidan nods, happy to help. After all, he's good at sensing dark mana. Underlord scoffs at his humility, whispering that Aidan should have just let him die. Despite that, Curdle bows as he formally thanks Aidan on behalf of the entire church. If it weren't for him, he says, the saint never would have returned and that the church itself might have collapsed. Aidan is surprised by the praise, but he quickly regains his composure. He simply smiles, saying he's just repaying a debt. Curdle blinks upon hearing the word debt. Aidan remembers a kind stranger from his past life, a man who once told him that you don't need a reason to help someone. That memory had stuck with him. Curdle seems pleased to learn that someone in the church lived by such strong beliefs, and it gives him hope. Our friend is quietly glad that Curdle had helped him in a time of need, and now the debt has been repaid with interest. They're even, but Curdle has something else to say. He knows why Aidan came here, but Alice, she's different. She is the future of the church. She belongs here, receiving the teaching she's lacked her whole life. Still, considering the assassination that happened 10 years ago and the most recent events, Curdle admits that his church failed to uphold its responsibilities. Keeping Alice here is no longer enough, so they've made a decision. A new church will be established in the Rems territory. That way, Alice can continue her training while remaining under her family's protection. It's also a victory for the Rems family. Having a church on their land will raise their status. Usually, such churches are only built in the most powerful cities. Aidan hears all this and thinks it's a stroke of good luck. All his efforts to protect people have led to something really good. Far away in the forest, a knight stands still, frustrated. He knew that the Red Knight would ruin things, since he's too sentimental and clumsy, but failure is not an option. He turns to the others and gives the order that everyone must be on their guard. No matter what, they need to make sure Lord Sylvetta becomes the next Archduke. Later, Rose and Aidan approach in a carriage. Rose looking clearly exhausted. Aidan looks at him and casually asks why it seems like Rose is having a harder time than him. Rose sighs and assures him that's not the case at all. Aidan can't help but remember that he had told that fool to keep a low profile, but to silently capture every member of Chaos. But in the end, Ro ended up cursed with rapid aging. That thought makes Aidan frown in disbelief. It still irritates him that he had to ask Alice for help back then. With a mix of frustration and determination, Aidan murmurs that once they get back, he's going to put Ro through training. Ro looks over and asks him where he stored all the treasures that the church gave him before they left. He remembers there was an overwhelming amount of valuable stuff. Aidan pulls out a small pouch and says everything is inside. Ro blinks as he looks at the miniature bag and says, surprised, that it's a spatial bag. He quickly realizes it's a rare artifact used as a subspace, one that protects any item inside from damage. He's stunned that the church would give him something so valuable. Maybe it's not so strange that the religion is one of the top 3 on the entire continent. Aidan reaches into the bag and adds that there are all sorts of good things in there, including magic silk. But then he mentions something weird he found while packing. Something he found in the church that's a large egg glowing faintly with a dark magical energy. He shows it to Ro and asks what he thinks it could be. Ro frowns at the strange object, admitting it kind of looks like an ostrich egg, but he wonders, how can it be with so much mana? It's definitely not from an ostrich. Aidan still can't figure it out either. He says the egg had been in this weird room along with an ancient book, so he naturally took both. Ro thinks the book might hold a clue, but Aidan shrugs and says it's written in a language he doesn't understand. That's when Ro's expression changes and he gets serious, asking if Aidan really found them or if he stole them. Aidan, looking a little guilty, explains it wasn't really stealing. He stumbled upon an old dusty room that hadn't been touched in decades. The place had a weird aura and he couldn't help himself. Ro loses his temper. He yells that he can't just go around stealing from the church. They won't let it slide. Even if they think of Aidan as some kind of savior, they have to return it. Aidan grabs the egg protectively, joking that, what if a duck that lays golden eggs comes out? Sometime later, the two are shivering in a snowy region heading towards the capital of Sedusamerti. Ro looks around confused and asks if they aren't supposed to be going home. Aidan shrugs and replies that he never promised that. Ro remembers that he said he would start intense training after they got back. Aidan just smirks and says that maybe he was thirsty for pain. Ro sighs again, clearly exhausted, and wonders aloud why they've come all this way. The thought of meeting the Edis crosses his mind and he suspects that might be the reason. Aidan confirms that it's part of the plan, but their real purpose lies deeper within these lands, specifically in the Forest of Law, Death. According to what he had been told, special beings live in that forest, and their presence is essential to create the highest quality potion. That is what he is looking for. Just as they approach the estate, two guards step forward and block the territory of Cetus. Their stance is firm and their tone is sharp. They inform the group that the Lord is not home and that outsiders without an appointment are not allowed entry. Rose reacts immediately, her temper flaring. She raises her voice, introducing Aidan with all his titles and status, pointing out that he is the eldest son of the Duke of Rems. The guards remain impassive, growing increasingly angry. Aidan watches the situation escalate and wonders in silence how it reached this point so quickly. The Lord of the Underworld mutters that for the people of this region, Aidan is nothing more than a thief who stole from their master and a disgrace who humiliated the Lord's son at a royal banquet. The memory hits Aidan like a wave. He had completely forgotten. With a serious expression, he wraps his fingers around the hilt of his sword and silently vows to get inside one way or another. Rose, sensing his intention, nervously asks what he is thinking. But Aidan is already drawing a sword, one he suspects will carry weight in this land. The guards instantly recognize the blade and react with alarm. They identify it as Bibble, which is clearly something of great importance. Still, despite the presence of the weapon, they insist that their lord is not home and that Aidan must leave. Aidan slowly slides the sword back into its sheath. Realizing there is no easy way forward, he decides to try another route. He asks for Tan. The guards reply that Tan is busy and that, without an appointment, Aidan must leave immediately. If he refuses, they threaten to use force. Rose nearly explodes at this, horrified that they would speak like that to someone of Aidan's rank. But Aidan does not respond to the insult. Instead, he simply turns around and takes several steps back, measuring the distance with quiet precision. Rose watches, puzzled by his silence. Then, Aidan takes a deep breath, so loud it makes the guards tense up, mistaking it for the calm before an outburst. But what follows is not an attack. It is a sudden, thundering shout that echoes throughout the estate, calling out for Tyan in the most provocative way possible. The offense hangs in the air, and, somewhere inside the mansion, someone responds with a furious curse. Aidan smirks to himself. The message has been received. Moments later, Tyan comes storming out of the mansion toward them. Aidan remains calm, greeting him familiarly. As Tyan furiously demands an explanation for the public provocation, Aidan casually gestures toward the guards, silently suggesting they left him little choice. The guards begin to stammer excuses, visibly nervous now. Finally, Aidan asks if they can talk inside, and Tyan agrees. Inside the guest room, Aidan takes a moment to observe his surroundings, noting the expensive furniture and casually compliments the design in his mind. He then asks about Markgrave Cetus, and Tyan informs him that his father has gone to the Slaughter Tower. There has been troubling news from the Death Wasteland, rumors of a tall troll, wandering his own lands. The news weighs heavily on Aidan. Thoughts of the Slaughter Tower evoke old memories. In his previous life, he had been too entangled in endless conflicts to understand what had truly caused the chaos. However, this time things are different. He has seen the signs, knows what's coming, and understands that he must get stronger quickly if he hopes to stop it before it begins. Tyan, watching him closely, asks what Aidan's real reason for coming here is. Aidan admits that he needs to enter the Forest of Death. The reaction is immediate. Tyan looks at him in disbelief, wondering if Aidan truly understands the danger. The forest is no ordinary place. It's soaked in poison and infested with undead, monstrous creatures, and lethal flora. But Aidan, unfazed, considers that the exact reason why he must go. There is a rare poisonous plant that only grows in that place, and it's something he desperately needs. Tyan mutters that Aidan has always been reckless, but this plan is more than reckless. Unfortunately, he adds, Aidan's timing couldn't be worse. No one is allowed to enter the Forest of Death right now. Aidan ends up discovering something unbelievable about the Forest of Death. It's not just a creepy forest, it's filled with brutal monsters and deadly plants. And despite all that danger, people actually live there. It turns out that most of them are people who fled from the law or were too poor to pay taxes, so they had no choice but to hide in this place. They've established a small village, clinging to survival, cutting down trees, planting crops, and just trying to survive each day. As Aidan takes all this in, Tyan, who seems to know the area well, starts talking about how things have gotten worse lately. There have been bandits in the forest, and ever since, people in the Margraviate have started to disappear. It doesn't take a genius to connect the dots. Tyan adds that there's a plan to send a night order to deal with the bandits. It makes sense. No one wants those thugs running loose. Even though it's just a small hidden village inside a cursed forest, Tyan can't ignore what's happening. Those people are still his people, and he figures they can't just stand by and watch them get trampled by bandits. So he tells Aidan that if he wants to go into the forest, he has two options. Either wait until the whole situation with the bandits is resolved or give up on the idea entirely. At that moment, Tyan catches that look and starts to wonder that maybe Aidan isn't as heartless as he seems. Maybe deep down, the guy does care about others after all. But this is where it gets interesting. Aidan suddenly starts thinking about them, and he's worried. What if those bandits find them first? If they find them, they'll definitely try to catch them and sell them. That can't happen. There's no way Aidan is letting them take the elixir, no matter what. He cuts off his own train of thought and suddenly decides he has to save the villagers. That's when crew notices the Aidan's change in tone. It's as if the guy let his true intentions slip. With a face calm but serious, Aidan turns to Tyan and says he's in. He's going to help fight the bandits. Not long after, everyone is warming up near the fortress gates when the guards start to judge them. One of them pulls Tyan aside and asks him directly about his decision to bring Aidan along. Apparently, Aidan had previously embarrassed both the local lord and this guard, and now the guy is acting as if Aidan's presence were a huge insult. Tyan doesn't care. He's visibly annoyed and throws the question back at the guard about what matters more to him, his knightly pride or the safety of his people. Then he harshly confronts him for disrespecting someone who is literally risking their life for them. He even adds that this kind of arrogant attitude only drags their noble name through the mud. Tyan makes it clear that both he and his father already see Aidan's value, even if others still judge him by his appearance. Later, Tyan thanks Aidan again, but reminds him that this mission won't be easy. Aidan, being laid back as always, replies that he doesn't mind. Actually, it's kind of nice helping people. He then looks at the group and casually asks if this small team is really enough to take on a forest full of bandits. He has a point. If the bandits are roaming freely in there, it probably means they have numbers. Tyan agrees and reveals that's why he hired a mercenary to even the odds. Right on cue, a laughing figure starts walking towards them. Tyan turns around and sees her. It's Lunia. Aidan is baffled. He's staring at her totally confused, as if trying to remember where he's seen her before. Krell teases a bit, wondering if Aidan actually remembers her. Aidan admits he doesn't, but strangely, he's pretty sure where she's from. That's when Lunia reveals her title. She's a servant of the god of carnage. Yes, that's something. Krell looks at her in awe, wondering how she's a servant of God. She thinks she must be a priestess from the famous cult. Aidan, still a bit uneasy, thinks to himself that hiring a mercenary from that cult is definitely a bold move. Aidan whispers something about how the priests from that cult are supposed to be super crazy, but Lunia honestly seems really sweet and calm. Aidan admits he thought the same thing at first. Then, he basically says in his own way that he'll find out soon enough. Lunia, full of energy, suddenly exclaims that she's heard of Aidan before, specifically that he's the son of the Duke of Rem. Aidan confirms it with a friendly tone, saying it's a pleasure to meet her and that it's been a while since he worked with someone from her cult. Lunia lights up and asks if he knows any of her brethren. Aidan tries to laugh it off, saying it was a long time ago and that they were all super intense. He then cuts himself off and just adds that she seems like a decent person. She starts talking about how their priests usually travel as mercenaries during their pilgrimages, which is why he's probably run into them more than once. She then dramatically declares that this is definitely fate and suggests they all go punish some evil together. Aidan watches her with amusement. He starts thinking about the cult again. It's one of the 3 sacred religions and its members are practically made for combat. So if Luna is really one of them, they have a serious advantage against the bandits. Tyan gives the signal and the team heads towards the Forest of Death. Once inside, the group walks under the dense canopy of trees, looking cautiously around them. Aidan comments that the forest doesn't really seem all that different. Tyan tells him it's only because the villagers cleared a path, as it's now safer to walk. But then Aidan stops. Something feels strange. There's this weird, heavy presence in the air. He asks the Underlord if he's feeling anything. It's confirmed that he's felt it too. Something dark and ominous, as if energy were seeping from the underworld itself. That really gets Aidan thinking. The whole forest feels poisonous, even cursed. And yet, those people live here every day. He starts to wonder if that annoying rabbit really sent him here on purpose, if it's a joke or something. Either way, he decides he'll definitely get his revenge the next time they meet. He then turns to Tyan with a bit of worry in his voice. He wants to know if bringing Luna is going to be a problem. After all, his father hates mercenaries, especially those from strange cults. Maybe she's technically on a pilgrimage, but that doesn't change the fact that she's still a mercenary. Tyan gets serious and admits that yes, his father might not be thrilled, but right now, that doesn't matter. People are suffering and they need help. That comes first. Besides, let's be honest, mercenaries are usually better at dealing with bandits than knights are. Aidan is genuinely surprised and realizes that Tyan is quite shrewd, maybe even more cunning than his own father. Tyan retorts by shouting that Aidan is an idiot if he still doesn't get how valuable he is. Aidan shrugs and jokes that Tyan could use a little more humility, which only fires him up more. After a while, as they venture deeper into the forest, Tyan, leading the way, suddenly stops. He warns the group to stay alert. They're close to the first village, and just like that, the air grows heavy. They all emerge from the trees only to find ruins. The village is gone, reduced to ashes. Aidan stares ahead in shock. His heart sinks. They were too late. They're standing before the 5 slash and burn farming villages in the Forest of Death. This used to be a village. Now there's nothing left but ashes. The Forest of Death has 5 villages scattered within it, and the first one they reach is already reduced to charred remains. Not a single soul survived. The sight is grim. Worried, the group hurries to the second village, then the third. It's the same story everywhere, burnt-out buildings with no signs of life. By the time they reach the fourth village, hope feels like a distant memory. Taein stands among the rubble, visibly shaken. He mutters that this is already the fourth village they've checked. Our boy watches him, realizing that every village they visited looked just as destroyed, not a single survivor. They're digging through the rubble again, searching, when Aidan starts to question the occurrence of something so brutal. These were farming villages, they should have had guards. Whoever did this couldn't have been ordinary bandits. A shout from one of the guards breaks the heavy silence. Survivors. Everyone immediately runs over. Behind a pile of rubble, they find 2 children trembling, scared, and hiding. The guard assumes they probably survived by hiding under the rubble. Taein approaches with a gentle smile, kneels down, and offers his hand. He tells them they are Citus Knights and they are here to protect them. The children, with eyes full of tears, ask if it's really true. The little girl clings to Taein, sobbing. He gently apologizes for not arriving sooner. The boy, still clinging to a sliver of hope, says that if they are really knights, then they need to save their parents. Taein looks down and gently tells him that their parents might already be gone, but the boy shouts that they are not. He insists that the bandits did not kill them. They took them and others away. They are still alive. Taein's expression changes, his voice turning cold as he demands to know who dared to take people. Shortly after, a group of knights enters the forest. Our friend wonders if they should really be chasing after just a fragment of information. But deep down, he knows the last village might hold the answers. Suddenly, Aidan hears movement and turns to Taein and whispers that someone is nearby. Taein curses under his breath. It is time for someone to pay. From the woods, a group of men appears and surrounds them. Taein quickly orders everyone to stay still. Aidan and Luan, confused, then Taein steps forward. These are not enemies. Turning to one of the men, he comments that it has been a long time. The man, surprised, tells his men to lower their weapons. He squints as he looks at Taein, barely recognizing him. He then asks if they have really come to help. He introduces himself as Marcus, the leader of the 5th farming village of Tala and Kima. Our friend looks at Taein and quietly asks if they know each other. Taein nods. A long time ago, maybe 10 years ago, Marcus served in his knightly order. He retired after a serious injury. Taein did not expect to see him here. Smiling slightly, he jokes with Marcus for greeting his old master so formally. Marcus apologizes, explaining that they have been under constant attack lately. He admits that Taein has changed so much he almost did not recognize him. Taein places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Glad to see Marcus is still alive, but Marcus looks past him, his expression dimming, and hesitantly asks if the other villages have fallen. He doesn't get to finish the question before Taein confirms it silently. All the other villages are gone, burned down, with almost no survivors. Marcus closes his eyes. There is not much to say. He sighs and suggests they go to his village first. When they arrive, the place is chaotic. People are shouting, running around, and tending to the wounded. Taein notices signs of a recent attack. Marcus explains that they were also ambushed, but since many of them were knights, they managed to fight back. The problem is that one of the attackers had strange powers. He could raise the dead. That is when everything got so much harder. Both Taein and Aidan realized the truth, that these people were nothing more than dark mages. Now everything made sense. How the other villages were annihilated so easily, why the people were taken alive. At that moment, Aidan's mind raced as he realized the villagers were sacrificed. His stomach churned with rage at the number of lives that had been offered to fuel this madness. A sudden scream distracted him. A man was crouched by an injured person, panicking. The potion wasn't working. The wound was glowing with a strange dark light. Aidan rushed over, pulled out another vial, and calmly explained that the normal potions wouldn't help. This needed a holy one. The man, surprised, stared at the glowing potion. He asked if Aidan was really giving away something so valuable. Aidan raised his voice so everyone could hear. If a wound glows like that, it has been touched by demonic energy. Only holy potions can cure it. He urged anyone with those wounds to come to him. They even started to hand out the potions, thinking that it was a good thing he had so many stored in his subspace. It was then that Underlord sneered as he accused Aidan of caring more about money than people. Aidan spun around, retorting that he obviously expected Taein to foot the bill for all this, for every drop of blood spilled. Suddenly, Underlord claimed he recognized Aidan now. Just then, a man came over and asked if the holy potion would also work on a child. Aidan nodded and began to explain how it worked, but then he stopped mid-sentence. He looked at the child. At first glance, the clothes made the child seem normal, but up close, something wasn't right, because this child wasn't a child, but an ent. Meanwhile, near Marcus's village, a group of dark mages advanced slowly through the forest. One of them complained about being driven out of the city, still angry about how fiercely the villagers had fought back. Another warned the others not to touch the man with only one arm, as they needed him. One of them addressed the man they called the mage. He noted that the man still hadn't used his powers and asked if they had some kind of deal. The mage didn't bother to answer directly. He told them to gather all the food, clothes, and money. He only needed the people. He called the bandits fools. All they had was muscle and big mouths. Without another word, he ordered them to take the prisoners to the place he'd mentioned before. As he walked away, one of the bandits cursed him under his breath, but the dark mage kept moving forward, cold and silent. He knew that as soon as this was over, the bandits would be next. He would have enough bodies for his research either way. The scene quietly shifted to a dimly lit room where the injured ant slowly opened its eyes, confused about where it was. Aidan noticed the movement and recognized that the ant was awake. The small creature, seized with fear, immediately began to panic. Trembling, it assumed it was in danger, convinced that someone was about to hurt it. It seemed to be sure that Aidan intended to eat it and screamed frantically, claiming that it was tasteless and tough, poisonous. But Aidan's calm demeanor slowly helped him to calm down. Despite Aidan's reassuring words, Ant was still skeptical. He couldn't believe that someone with such a hungry-looking face didn't have ill intentions. However, Aidan remained cheerful, joking with Ant, calling him an elixir, while insisting that he wouldn't eat him. Ant, frightened, continued to argue that he was poisonous and unsafe to consume. Aidan then casually handed him a small bag of powder and encouraged Ant to try it. The tempting aroma took Ant by surprise, and he suddenly felt hungry and, after hesitating, asked for confirmation. Aidan nodded casually, mentioning that he didn't need bone powder anyway. Ant tasted it, and his eyes lit up with amazement. The flavor left him impressed, and he declared it was incredibly delicious. Observing all this, our boy silently admitted to himself that he really seemed to enjoy the lich's remains. Curse, who had also been watching silently, seemed pleased that his advice had been followed. Our boy thanked him. He then turned to Anen to ask how he ended up injured and unconscious in the first place. The shock of realizing that he had been alone in the forest hit him hard, and he quickly asked where the others who were with him had gone. Aidan recalled what the rescuers had told him, that they had found Anen unconscious and alone, with no one else nearby. Anen stared straight ahead, unable to understand how such a thing was possible. Aidan asked cautiously if Anen knew anything about what was happening in the forest, then suggested that if he shared the truth, it might help. He stood there in silence, caught in a memory of his parents, warning him not to trust humans. Just then, a sudden commotion broke the silence. The village bells sounded an alarm, and shouts echoed through the air, announcing that the bandits had returned. Aidan cursed under his breath, recognizing the pattern. Turning to Anen, he explained that silence wouldn't help anymore. For the time being, however, he asked him to stay hidden. Anen hesitated, his heart pounding, but he had little choice. With tears filling his eyes, he began to hope. Maybe this human really was different. Maybe he could really save the forest. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the village. The bandits swarmed in under the order to kill and leave no one alive. The knights took defensive positions, ready to protect the villagers. The commander of the knights gave a firm order to form ranks. Amid the chaos, the dark mage appeared, curious about the sudden presence of knights. Realizing the enemy forces had grown stronger, he smirked, knowing more deaths awaited them. Raising his hands, he summoned the dead from the ground. The knights tensed up, watching in horror as corpses clawed their way up. Never before had they faced such an unnatural threat. Then, Luna stepped forward. Her calm and unsettling smile hinted at her madness. The knights warned her of the danger, insisting they could handle the bandits and asking her to deal with the undead. But Luna silenced them. She reminded her soldiers that no one was better suited for this task than Luna, a priestess of divine slaughter, a death warrior who served the god of carnage. Luna launched herself into the air, her massive mace glowing with power. Laughing maniacally, she slammed back down to the ground, creating an energy shockwave that spread across the battlefield. The dark mage, astonished by her strength, asked what kind of monster she was. With reverence, Luna called upon her god, asking to unleash destruction in his name. She tore through the enemies with relentless blows. The dark mage watched helplessly as she crushed both bandits and undead alike. In desperation, he unleashed a thick wave of dark energy, hoping to curse her with death. But before it could reach her, she vanished. He barely had time to react. In one moment, she was gone. The next, she floated above him with that same savage smile. His last sight was her mace heading for his head before the ground was painted red. Afterward, after the brutal confrontation, the soldiers gathered to rest. A knight informed Tien that they had surrounded the remaining bandits. Tien asked if the captives had revealed anything about the villagers. The knight explained that the bandits seemed unsure about it. They only stole valuable items and left the people where the archmage had ordered. Though now that the dark mage was dead, that lead had gone cold. Tien cursed in frustration, fearing the worst for the villagers. He turned to Aidan and asked where he had been during all this. Aidan, with a serious expression, said there was still a way. although time was short and they had to act fast. Just before this, Aidan had asked Aint if the Dark Mages had captured everyone from his class. He sadly confirmed that he had also been captured, though he managed to escape. He had seen many others imprisoned, not just from his class, but other people as well. Our friends started to piece the story together, suspecting that the captives were being gathered for an important ritual, perhaps even to be transformed into the undead. Whatever the plan was, he swore not to let it succeed. Rage boiled in Aidan's voice as he asked how anyone could dare to lay their hands on his elixir. Tian, irritated, demanded to know what the enemy was planning. Aidan admitted he didn't know for sure, but mentioned that an escapee had shared the location of a hidden shelter. He had planned to follow up on it himself. However, Tian insisted that they should take charge of the mission since this all happened in their territory and was their responsibility. But Aidan stood firm, placing a hand on Tian's shoulder, refusing to let them face the most dangerous task alone. Tears welled up in Tian's eyes as he expressed disbelief at Aidan's determination. He admitted that he had misjudged him. Watching from a distance, our boy was stunned to see Tian crying. At that moment, he wondered if Aint was actually telling the truth. Inside a dense forest, nestled in the crater of an extinct volcano, a man approaches the Dark Mage and asks how far things have progressed. The mage shares that he has already completed the main circuit and now only needs to meld the essence of the sacrifices and let it settle, to soak again. He then wonders aloud if the squad from the 5th village has returned. The warrior at his side replies that they have not, although he hopes they will arrive soon. A cunning smile appears on the mage's face as he considers this the perfect moment. With their return, he believes his creation will finally be complete, and once the jewel is finished, his master will be one step closer to achieving his goal. The warrior agrees, reminding himself that this is why they are doing it in the first place. Inside, the warrior prays to Lord Sylvetta, asking him to wait a little longer. He, Destin, plans to forge a path to the Grand Duchy of the Archduchy of Sri. Meanwhile, in the forest, Aidan begins to wonder if the Dark Mages have really taken control of the S village hidden deep within the volcano. He finds it shocking, especially since no one had suspected that the mysterious King of the Night was behind it all. In his memory, a scene appears of when he tried to name his captor, and Aidan reacted with surprise upon hearing the name Kleeman. He had quickly confirmed it, shouting that the Dark Mages had attacked his village, destroyed their guardian tree, and imprisoned the villagers. Now Aidan is starting to understand. Just like the Crimson Knights, Darth Clement must be one of Sylvetta's 3 servants. Aidan knows he must be sure, and to do that, he decides to bring Endo Cimiento along. Seeing Tian, Aidan feels annoyed. The man insists on joining the mission just because this is his territory, and Aidan wonders why the woman is even here. Suddenly, monstrous roars echo through the forest, and Lunia charges into battle with a savage smile, slicing through the creatures without hesitation. Watching the brutal scene, Aidan assumes she is simply bored. He then turns to Tian and points out how she single-handedly eliminated the bandits and a mage. Tian is surprised, acknowledging her strength. Aidan senses something strange about the situation. Turning to KS, he points out how bizarre it all is. CSY agrees while saying that you don't need to think hard to realize how crazy the woman is. However, Aidan believes she is too obedient, and this leaves Carls confused. Curse, watching her joyfully dismember her enemies, wonders how obedience fits into the picture. Aidan explains that ordinary cult priests usually indulge in senseless violence, but Lunia is too powerful to be just a regular servant. She had defeated not only bandits, but also a dark mage responsible for destroying 4 villages and even effortlessly handled monsters with demonic energy. Aidan reasons that this makes her either a high-ranking priestess or something else entirely. A disturbing realization hits him. An iron-blooded saint should have appeared by now. Watching Lunia's gleeful destruction, he decides she needs to be watched carefully. Back at the crater, they finally arrive at what is left of the village of with a tense look, confirms it, adding that a fairy tree should be at its center. Aidan now understands that they had cut down the fairy tree, which was the source of spiritual power used to weaken the S people. He knows that to dark mages, fairies are much more valuable than humans. He begins to wonder why Chaos would need so many humans and fairies. Nearby, Ainoa's eyes widen in astonishment at the sight of Dares, and she feels strangely happy to see him again. Tion, on the other hand, is furious. He identifies Dares as his enemy and prepares to attack, but Aidan stops him. Tion is frustrated, questioning how Aidan can remain calm when his people were attacked and sacrificed. He insists that with Luna's help they could win, but Aidan stands firm, urging him to look more carefully. He points out that Dares is not alone. 7 more dark mages are with him. The 3 of them wouldn't stand a chance. Aidan knows this King of the Night is no ordinary enemy. He's on the level of Silvera's power. Right now, Dares might only be halfway to being a master, but even that makes him much stronger than anyone Aidan has ever faced. Even if the 3 of them fought together, victory wouldn't be guaranteed. Involving the villagers would only lead to unnecessary losses. Thinking of another way, Aidan turns to Curse and asks him, "What is he doing here?" Curse looks ahead and says that ever since he entered the forest, he's felt something strange. He finally notices something and shares it with Aidan, who admits he doesn't see anything. Curse gets angry and says he's trying to help, and adds that an ordinary person wouldn't feel it, but he can perceive it clearly. Aidan, feigning interest, asks him what he's discovered. The underworlder warns him not to be too surprised and then reveals that there's something under the tree that would surprise even him. Aidan freezes with a tense expression as several unusual details suddenly start to make sense. He quickly formulates a plan. He asks Ent if he truly knows everything about the forest. After he confirms, Aidan turns to Tion, asking if he's ready to help his people. Tion declares that he is willing to die for them. Aidan repeats the question, pressing him to be sure, as there's no turning back. Tion looks at him, confused. Then Aidan turns to Luna, asking for her help and promising excitement. Shortly after, a monstrous roar echoes from the left side of the crater. Tion, now in a panic, screams as he flees from a horde of giant spiders, cursing Aidan for getting him into this. To the right, even more monsters advance. Luna runs after them, shouting with joy. She calls it a fun game and tells the ogres to chase her and warns them that being caught would mean death. Ent and Aidan watch the chaos. Ent asks if Aidan plans to use the wave of monsters to scare off the dark mages. Aidan shakes his head. His plan is to awaken a true monster, one that will fight the mages directly. Deep within the earth, a massive serpent lies silently. After centuries of sleep and hunger, its eyes finally begin to open. Aidan looks at Ent and seems to wonder if he's scared. Ent, though visibly trembling, denies the feeling. He admits instead that shame and anger weigh more heavily on him. He seems to blame himself, thinking that if only he were stronger, things might be different. Before he can fall deeper into self-doubt, Aidan unsheathes his sword, cutting the tension with quiet determination. He reminds him that those responsible will pay, first for what they have done and then for what they owe him as well. S looks surprised. His expression shifts, too, surprise as he realizes that Aidan doesn't even know his name. Aidan then seems to ask, and S gives the same name he had shared back in the village. Aidan seems curious, wondering what reward he might get for risking his life. S responds by offering something he considers valuable, the tears of the Ents, a rare commodity said to hold great value among humans. Aidan seems amused by this offer, accepting it with a smile. He seems to advise Ez to change his focus now, to think more about himself than the family he has always tried to protect. Ez tenses at the thought, perhaps unsure of what Aidan means. Aidan doesn't explain. Instead, he focuses. A thick layer of magical energy begins to form around his sword as he channels his strength. He calls upon the spirit Mephisto, and in a matter of moments, the ghostly figure appears, obediently answering its master's call. Although the summoning is not complete, Aidan feels this level of strength will be sufficient for the task at hand. He sends Mephisto on a mission to seek out poisonous lizards in the lower forest and transport them to the volcano crater in the center. Mephisto disappears into the sky and Aidan watches him go, silently reflecting on how useful it is to have an assistant. Loyal, high-ranking assistant who follows orders without question. The thought strengthens his resolve. He knows he must become even stronger to unlock his true potential. Turning back to Ez, he notes that it's time to move. Their goal remains firm. They will save the village just as they promised. Inside the crater of an extinct volcano, Dares waits. With frustration growing by the moment, he still hasn't received word from the squad sent to the 5th village. That suspicion creeps in, but he dismisses the idea that they could have been eliminated. To him, that village has no one capable of posing such a threat. Suddenly, a disturbance in a puddle catches his attention. The ripples indicate that something is approaching. A loud noise is heard, confirming his instincts. He clenches his jaw, on alert, and assumes that some group of thieves is approaching. But when the earth begins to tremble and a wave of monsters appears on the horizon, his expression turns to alarm. He quickly gives an order to protect the lab. Tun, both furious and terrified, runs into the crowd, throwing himself into battle with reckless determination as he is, determined to kill our boy. Dares observes the chaos and curses under his breath. Despite the number of enemies, he still believes they can handle it. Then, an explosion behind him catches his attention. He turns around and sees a group of ogres fleeing, terrified of a mercenary whose madness fills the air. The confusion of Dares deepens. The poisonous ogres shouldn't be in this part of the forest. As he looks in another direction, more monsters appear fleeing from Mephisto, who pursues them with a strange glee. Panic spreads. All the monsters, frantic and terrified, are running directly toward the laboratory. Realizing the danger, Dares gives orders to stop them, redirecting his soldiers and instructing them to focus all efforts on stopping the advancing wave. At the same time, Aidan and S slip quietly into the village, navigating the narrow paths, and finally reaching one of the inner chambers. S's eyes light up with recognition. Behind the bars, a group of his people are imprisoned. He rushes towards them, filled with relief and urgency. The captives seem surprised to see him, and he silently reminds them of his promise to return, but as the joy settles in, concern arises. S's face hardens with worry. He notices the numbers are wrong, very few remain. He silently wonders where the others have gone. The others answer with heavy expressions. The missing ones have been taken by the guards, marked for sacrifice. He lowers his head, overwhelmed by the realization that he was too late for many of them. Aidan observes the weight on S's shoulders and silently reassures him that it is not his fault. Their enemies are just that cruel. Aidan steps forward, asks S to step aside, and gestures for the others to move away from the bars. With a swift motion, he cuts through the metal, freeing the prisoners. He knows this is not the right time for questions, but there is something he needs to find out. He asks if they know where the others were taken. Aidan believes that if he can get to that location, the enemy's larger plans will finally become clear. As the rescue unfolds, the battle at the lab intensifies. Dares, surrounded, fights fiercely. The ground is stained with red, green, and black blood, all mixing as the chaos grows. Some of it seeps into the earth and reaches a hidden chamber far below. There, a massive serpent lies dormant, but as soon as the creature tastes the blood, its eyes snap open. Hunger instantly surges. With a hiss, the beast begins to climb upwards through the ground. The tremors reach the surface. Dares feels the earth tremble and frowns, unsure of what new threat is approaching. However, the vibration holds a deeper meaning for Aidan. His expression transforms into a knowing smile. He realizes what is awakening. The king of vipers, the basilisk, has reawakened. Moments later, the ground erupts. The monstrous serpent bursts forth, and Dares, unable to comprehend the sight, remains frozen in horror as the beast rises before him. A few moments ago, our friend questioned the Underlord about whether he truly believes that there is a basilisk nest hidden here. Curse seems convinced, saying that the king of serpents has a venom so deadly it could take down even a sword master with a single bite. He is sure that the creature must have gone into hibernation after being weakened and speculates that the poisonous air in the forest of death has been seeping from this very basilisk. Meanwhile, Curse gets annoyed by the question and gets internally irritated, thinking that if he had the answers, he would not be trapped in the body of someone so weak. Then he raises his voice, guessing that the basilisk has probably been starving for centuries and now, at last, it's waking up and starting to let out a deep, threatening growl. Now, in the present, Dares stands nearby with his eyes wide in confusion, wondering why a basilisk would appear. But the sight doesn't shake his determination. He tightens his grip and decides it doesn't matter. He won't allow anything to interfere with his master's plans. Holding his sword steady, he charges toward the basilisk without hesitation. Far away, in a dark laboratory, a mage reflects on the chaos. The approaching wave of monsters, he thinks, is truly useful. It will speed up the completion of the ruby. With more bodies, both human and beast, his progress will accelerate, and once the ruby is finished, everything will fall into place. Just then, someone interrupts his thoughts. Aidan suddenly appears and grabs the mage by the head. As he inspects a glowing stone, he notes that it's far from ordinary. The mage looks up in alarm, but before he can react, Aidan slams his face against the table. A memory flashes through Aidan's mind. He remembers that they said something about being used to make a kind of special stone. Now, as he holds the ruby, he realizes this must be what they were referring to. He takes the stone in his hand and wonders what its purpose could be, but as he does, a bright glow emanates from it. Confused, Aidan asks, "What's happening?" A system message appears, notifying him that the condition for a hidden item has been met and that the ruby is being absorbed into him. Aidan flinches in surprise, trying to figure out what is happening and why the stone has fused with his body. Once he calms down, he examines his palm, noticing there is no visible change. He wonders again what exactly this stone was for, and the system mentioned that the gem was incomplete, but offered no further clues. With no clear answers, he decides to treat it as just another burden he now carries. Karse, visibly annoyed, questions if he really considers it just baggage. Aidan doesn't entirely disagree, but concludes that he needs to end the situation quickly. Back on the battlefield, the basilisk unleashes its poisonous breath, sending the dark mages flying. Dares trembles, cursing the poisonous fog that has left him immobilized. He thinks that his master could have handled this beast with a single blow. Now, face to face with the creature, he wishes he could borrow his master's power, just for a moment. Clenching his sword tightly, he lets out a loud war cry and strikes with all his might. After landing the blow, he gasps for breath and tells himself that he has succeeded. He wonders if this brings him closer to his master's level. Then, a strange voice speaks from behind, congratulating him on reviving the legacy of the sword master and immediately saying goodbye. Tension floods Dare's body as he realizes he has never heard that voice before. He tries to turn, but a blade pierces through him. It's Aidan. He coldly tells Dares that he should rest in hell, because his master would soon be joining him. He calls Dares a loyal dog. In agony, Dares turns, demanding to know who he is. Aidan's gaze sharpens as he reveals that he is the one whom Dara's master once called a comrade. Then, he commands his sword to consume Dara's. The sword absorbs the man, who screams that he must inform his master that he's finally become useful. Moments later, only the sword embedded in the ground remains. Aidan sheathes it and wonders if, even on the verge of death, Dara's really thought more about his master than himself. Thinking of Sylveta, our friend comments that he was lucky to have these kinds of loyal servants on his side, looking at the lifeless basilisk. He admits he didn't expect to defeat it so easily. Not a bad result for a chained beast, though. Aidan had planned to finish it himself. Curse, watching with amusement, asks why Aidan was inside the basilisk's mouth. With a smile, our boy thinks he couldn't miss such an opportunity. After all, the basilisk's remains are full of valuable materials. The fangs can be turned into weapons, the hide can be turned into armor, and its venom can be used to develop poison immunity. Now that everything has been claimed, our boy thinks it's time to visit them. Curse then looks up, his tone serious, and urges our boy to look at the sky. He mutters that a simple snake shouldn't have possessed such a thing. Aidan, bewildered, directs his gaze and notices a shining object in the distance. As he gets closer, he recognizes it. It's a demonic soulstone. Holding it in his hand, he realizes this stone must act as a container for dark energy. This finally explains why the monsters in this region have been so overwhelmingly strong. But then another question hits him. How did this thing end up inside the basilisk? He puts the stone away, but his subspace pocket begins to tremble. Suddenly, a pendant appears before him. It's the one his professor had left behind in the dungeon. He assumes the demonic stone is reacting to it. Moments later, the two objects come together and merge, surprising our boy. He wonders if all of this was meant to happen from the very beginning. A system message indicates that the pendant's affinity for magic and darkness has increased, and that its full power has yet to be revealed. It also indicates the item is soul-bound and cannot be taken as long as the owner is alive. Our guy studies it in confusion, realizing it must be an artifact that was once soul-bound too and used by dark mages. Furious, he throws it away, internally screaming about how the thing is clinging to him without his consent, but almost instantly the pendant returns to his chest. Cursing again, he tries to rip it off with his teeth only to be interrupted by the sudden appearance of the rabbits. One solemnly congratulates him on clearing the dungeon. Aidan, still biting the cord, glares at it angrily. The creature trembles under his gaze, recognizing who he is. He demands to know if they just claimed that he cleared the dungeon. The rabbit stumbles over its words, saying it might have been mistaken. Aidan, filled with rage, demands to know the location of the dungeon core and whether he should destroy it immediately. With eyes filled with tears, the rabbits urge him to relax. Meanwhile, nearby, an owl silently watches its gaze, fixed on the peculiar pendant currently on our friend's chest. The rabbits tremble with anxiety, their bodies rigid with tension. It can't believe its bad luck, running into the one person it had hoped never to meet and to know. However, Aidan calmly reflects on their exchange. He confirms with Rabbit if the entire forest of death really functions like a dungeon. Rabbit nods, visibly nervous. Aidan remembers something he once read, that if a powerful monster leaves enough energy behind, the land it inhabited could slowly transform into a dungeon. Looking around, he realizes that this forest fits that exact description. A slight smile forms on his face as he recalls something Rabbit had mentioned earlier. He asks Rabbit, his tone sharp beneath the calm, if he had intentionally led him to the ant village. Despite knowing the area was extremely dangerous, the accusation hits hard. Aidan wonders if Rabbit really dared to pull such a cheap move on a valuable client. Rabbit gets flustered. His thoughts spin trying to understand how Aidan saw through his act. He spouts a series of nervous excuses, claiming it was all a misunderstanding, that he never had any ill intentions. Aidan coldly retorts in his thoughts, deciding it's best to report this behavior to the Hat Merchant. The name Hat Merchant strikes terror into Rabbit. He imagines the ruthless leader glaring at him with pure menace and deciding his fate and whether they would even keep him employed after this. Overwhelmed by fear, Rabbit falls to his knees and slams his head against the ground, begging for forgiveness, promising to make up for everything. Aidan, watching with satisfaction, decides to forgive him, but only on one condition. He demands that Rabbit sign an exclusive contract. The request sends a wave of horror through Rabbit. He knows what this means, that such contracts bind a person to a merchant for life. Every item found in dungeons must be sold through that merchant, who in turn guarantees complete confidentiality and agrees to fulfill any of the client's requests. The agreement is based entirely on trust and is not taken lightly. Furious and humiliated, Rabbit wonders how Aidan has the audacity to ask for such a commitment after tricking him. He would rather risk his organs than sign such a deal, but the look in Aidan's eyes tells him there is no way out. The situation is completely against him. Meanwhile, Aidan looks pleased. He has regained control and gotten his revenge. Rabbit is left fuming while Aidan silently celebrates, planning to squeeze him for all he's worth. Just then, someone shouts his name. Aidan turns to find Tyan running toward him with a stormy expression. Aidan barely has time to wonder what's going on before Tyan places a hand on his shoulder and, to his surprise, thanks him. Tyan acknowledges that without Aidan's strangely fierce plan, it would have been nearly impossible to save the people, and that he might have lost his knights. Aidan mentally grumbles at the word strangely fierce, but before he can react, Tyan hands him an object. He explains that it is a token of loyalty from his family, a symbol of their willingness to support him at any time. Aidan looks at it in disbelief, thinking about how useful it could be to have such influential allies. He wonders if Tyan is pleased with this arrangement, but Tyan just shrugs, saying that saving his family is what matters. Smiling, Aidan asks what Tyan plans to do about the Ents. Tyan looks at them with little interest, saying they are not his people and he has no intention of interfering. If Aidan has other ideas, he is willing to listen. He then notices the child among them and reveals that he is also an Ent. Surprised, Aidan watches in silence. Tyan explains that the child was with them the whole time. Of course, he had noticed. Did Aidan really think he couldn't tell a human from an Ent? Embarrassed, Aidan asks to handle things from now on. Approaching the Ents, he gently asks them why they are standing there. The leader explains that they are watching over the remains of the fairy tree. He tells Aidan the tree is sacred, grown from a branch of the legendary world tree planted by their ancestors. It holds their history, served as their guardian, and was their childhood companion. He touches the tree gently, whispering a silent goodbye. Aidan watches him quietly, pondering the idea of trusting someone completely until the very end. A part of him feels envious of that tree. At least it had friends who stayed by its side until its last moment. Just then, he hears a faint voice calling for help. His eyes widen. The tree is speaking to him, hoping he will talk to the Ents on its behalf. But the voice explains that only he can hear it, thanks to the small spirit of Ada resting on his hand. Aidan looks at his left hand in surprise, realizing it's Bai's shield. She is also a spirit. The tree continues to speak. It says it will soon fall into an eternal sleep, like all living things, but it doesn't want to leave its friends in sorrow. It asks Aidan to help them. Aidan knows this isn't part of his job. He's a mercenary and this won't earn him a single coin, but then he remembers the journey he's been on. With a gentle smile, he looks up and tells the spirit not to worry. He'll do what he can. The tree gives him its blessing and slowly disappears. The Ents gasp in awe as the glowing energy begins to form around Aidan's hands. He steps forward and explains that it's the seed of the fairy tree. With it, they can regrow what was lost. Still bewildered, Aidan looks at the Ents who are cheering and wonders why they are staring at him. One announces that whoever receives the blessing becomes the new leader of the Ent tribe. Then, he raises his voice, calling out Aidan's name. Shocked, our boy repeats the title under his breath. The rest of the Ents begin to chant it with pride, swearing their loyalty. Aidan curses under his breath, wondering what kind of twisted joke the tree just played on him. The contract he made with IS couldn't possibly cover all the responsibilities of a tribal leader. As the tree's spirit vanishes into the sky, Aidan raises a hand and jokes for it to come back and take care of the expenses. Curse looks at our boy and considers that maybe Aidan really is the one destined to fulfill the will of his pendant. The scene then flashes back a few days earlier to Rezdushi. Aidan's father looks at him in disbelief. He seems happy that Aidan has finally come home, but he can't help but comment on the growing group of strange creatures following him. Every time Aidan returns, it seems he brings more followers than before. Aidan, just as bewildered, tries to explaining that he didn't plan any of this. Apparently, the fairy tree tricked him and he somehow ended up being the leader of the Sense tribe. That's why they've settled in Reames' territory. He complains about the whole situation, but secretly admits it's not so bad. After all, he's now getting a steady supply of SS-grade tiers, which feels like hitting the jackpot. Then, something else catches his eye. He furrows his brow and wonders where the giant dog suddenly came from. It's running around the yard carrying Alice, while Asante is crying and calling for help. Alice is shouting commands at the dog, calling it Chaco. Frid casually explains that this strange creature is a search dog that has been growing bigger every day. Aidan blinks again in confusion and his father chimes in, saying that a few months ago, they found the dog responded surprisingly well to commands and food. It would devour everything, so they just kept feeding it. At some point, it started obeying Alice and eventually became the huge beast it is now. Watching the wild chase, Aidan struggles to understand it all. Then, the curse in his head suggests that he might be the reason behind this transformation. The curse reminds him that during a goblin hunt with his brother, he gave one of the dogs a potion to awaken its sense of smell. That must be it. The dog probably found mana-enhancing herbs afterward, which helped it grow. Aidan watches the scene unfold before him, slowly putting the pieces together, while Asante continues to cry for help, completely ignored by Alice and Chaco. Later, Aidan lies in his bed, realizing how much he missed home. Nothing beats his own bed, though resting still seems impossible with so much to do. The curse hints at his plans and Aidan, looking at a mysterious container, declares he needs to drink the basilisk poison. It's all part of his goal to become immune to toxins. The curse mutters that it sounds like a death wish, but Aidan insists he'll be fine. He's ingested numerous poisons before. Compared to all that, this is just another drop in the bucket. Without hesitation, he starts drinking the poison, holding his breath to keep from gagging. Just then, Carl walks in. His eyes land on the container and his face turns pale. He asks, "What is Aidan drinking?" Already suspicious of the ominous color, Aidan calmly tells him it's basilisk poison. Carl stares in stunned silence for a moment before rushing over in a panic. He grabs Aidan, yelling that life isn't that hopeless, begging him to spit it out. Aidan, still unfazed, assures him that it's not what he thinks, but then the familiar poisonous energy starts to spread through his body and Carl panics even more, shouting that Aidan is turning green. Right then, a system message indicates that his body is adapting to the basilisk poison. He is starting to gain immunity to all poisons. The pain is intense, but Aidan knows he has succeeded. As Carl desperately tries to make him vomit, a girl walks into the room. She stops for a moment watching the scene with interest. It's Nikita. She seems strangely pleased by the chaos and comments on how close the siblings seem. Shortly after, the atmosphere changes. Aidan sits in front of Nikita. Curious as to why she's here, she simply says she came to greet him properly. That baffles Aidan. Why would she go to all that trouble just for that? More importantly, why did she call him sir? He's confused. In their past lives, they could barely stand each other, so this sudden politeness makes no sense. Maybe she wants to finish him off out of some twisted sense of honor. Nervously, he starts backing away, apologizing for, well, whatever he did, but she remains calm. She bows and introduces herself formally. She adds that she is the head of the dark magic division called the Fires of Florence, leader of the White Moon Information Guild, and the last descendant of the Florence family. Her journey has been long and lonely, but now she is here to greet the Lord of the Underworld. Aidan freezes, not knowing what to say. Nikita explains that, at the Church of the Sacred Fire, the summoned Talo referred to him as the ruler of the underworld, and she witnessed it. When Aidan tries to ask more, she simply points to his pendant, saying it's not a mere ornament, it's a relic and a powerful one at that. It only activates for those with Florence blood. For anyone else, it's just metal. That's when it dawns on him. The Florence family must be descendants of the Lord of the Underworld, and the pendant reacted because of the curse. He internally fumes at the curse, annoyed that this critical detail was never mentioned. The curse just shrugs, saying Aidan never asked. Meanwhile, she watches him silently, regretting her past attitude. She admits she never imagined someone like him would walk among mortals. Still, she is ready to serve. Whatever orders he gives, she will follow. Aidan looks at her, realizing he's completely misunderstood the situation, though he can't deny there's some truth to it. Then, a brilliant idea strikes him. If she's now under his command, that means all the information from the White Moon Guild is at his disposal. He smirks. This is an opportunity he can't waste. With newfound confidence, he plays along, welcoming her and accepting her loyalty as the Lord of the Underworld. Sometime later, Kurz barges in, furious that Aidan has turned his noble image into a ridiculous act. He scolds Aidan for lacking the grandeur and dignity of a ruler. Aidan ignores him, more amused than offended. He reflects on how little he knew in his past life, how Nikita and this pendant keep revealing more. He never planned any of this, but now with White Moon's information, tracking down the merchants will be much easier. Still, it's strange. In one life, he was the hero who defeated the Lord Below. In this one, he's pretending to be the very same Lord Below. What a strange twist of fate. At Rame, near the Monster Mountain, he is greeted with cheerful energy. They are busy with construction work. One of them approaches and tells Aidan that everyone seems to like the forest he assigned them. Aidan asks again just to be sure. Then, he says he's glad to hear that, though he actually remembers just giving them a random patch of land. Aidan then mentions that the fairy tree doesn't look much different from regular ones, except that it grows a little faster. As he observes the huge tree that towers over the rest of the forest, he wonders how it could grow so much in just 2 days. He's amazed. One of the villagers happily shouts that it's all thanks to Saint Alicia. Apparently, she poured divine energy into the sapling yesterday, and that triggered the growth. Aidan realizes that her powers must be much greater than he assumed. Ellen then tells him that his deputy asked to pass on a message that he had completed everything Aidan instructed. Aidan, surprised, asks again and soon finds himself at the house of the deputy chief of the Eid tribe. Inside, Adin looks at a shadowy egg and asks the deputy if he thinks it's a spirit beast egg. The deputy named Eid confirms it, saying that he can clearly feel the spiritual energy emanating from it. Adin remembers that he suspected the egg might belong to the Church of the Holy Fire and wonders if it's connected to the fairy lineage, but in the end it's confirmed to be a spirit beast egg, a rare thing he has never encountered in either of his 2 lives. Eid explains that the egg usually grows by absorbing energy from its surroundings, but this one seems to be dormant. Aidan wonders if the beast inside will never be born. Ed suggests that pouring divine energy or aura could reactivate its growth, but warns that the type of energy used will influence what the beast becomes. For example, if it absorbs water energy, it might become a water dragon. If fire energy is a fire dragon, the beast will also see someone with the same type of energy as its home, which makes taming it easier. Aidan thoughtfully realizes he can shape what the beast becomes. Eid then hands over a translated text. Aidan thanks him and asks what language it was written in. Eid replies that it's an ancient fairy language and contains mana cultivation techniques for those who can use them. Aidan frowns, expecting something rarer. He's a little disappointed, but Eid admits that he doesn't fully understand the content either. As he leaves the house, Aidan thanks his assistant again and promises to bring more skeleton bone powder next time. Eid is genuinely grateful. Later, in Aidan's room, he is lying in bed reading a book. His expression is tense. He is trying to understand its meaning. He concludes that the author is probably from another continent, maybe from the east. He recalls hearing that the Holy Fire cult also originates there, which makes sense. The curse, now nearby, asks why Aidan is reading it when he already has a mana cultivation technique. Aidan admits he's just curious, since the book is foreign. Although he realizes the curse has a point, it's not very helpful. Frustrated, Aidan gets up, saying the book is nonsense, but he suddenly freezes, staring at the book in disbelief. The curse asks, "What's wrong?" Aidan tells it to shut up. He looks again and realizes the book is full of unfamiliar terms, but now he's starting to understand them. It's actually very similar to the technique his master, the Mercenary King, taught him. To his surprise, Aidan realizes that this book describes an upgraded version of that very same technique. Flipping through the pages quickly, he wonders who wrote it, but in the end he decides that it doesn't matter. And what matters is that this technique could help him surpass his current limits. Later, on the training grounds, Aidan concentrates and begins to form magical energy around him. He remembers the book's mention of the Dantian, the core of mana. Combining the elements, he creates a powerful magical flow that radiates from his body. Steam surrounds him. The curse panics and asks if he's alive. Aidan, overwhelmed, replies that it's incredible. He never expected this. A system window appears confirming that he has acquired a new mana cultivation technique. His mana loss decreases and his absorption rate increases significantly. Looking at himself, Aidan says he can't believe mana could circulate like this. He can feel it spreading through his body. Then he stops, thinking, why does he feel like he's grown taller? He looks at the curse and notices something strange. The creature, which was once small and cute, now looks bigger and almost grotesque. Aidan frowns, thinking that it looks disgusting. The curse, having read his mind, shouts indignantly and reminds Aidan that it can read his thoughts. It then speculates that its own growth is tied to Aidan's strength. It's recovering its true form. Because of this, Aidan points at it angrily, calling it a parasite. The Underlord replies that without it, Aidan would have already been devoured by rats. Later, back in his room, Aidan sits on his bed and reflects. He can't believe he discovered an advanced version of his master's technique. He feels incredibly lucky, as if it were fate. At first, he thought the book was useless, but now most of it makes sense. He still can't master it all, but he's determined. Once he deciphers the rest, he knows that the next level will come. Meanwhile, in the slums of the Immortalia Empire, a man in a tattered cloak wanders the streets, cursing the useless fools of the magic tower. He remembers how they mocked his ideas, claiming it was absurd to mix magic with technology, that magic is a sacred science that should not be combined. He once sat in a lab, nearly completing his research. He believed that recognition was near. Now he burns with rage, declaring they threw him out like trash. He vows revenge, but first he needs funds and someone to help him. At that moment, a memory of Aidan surfaces, who once showed a genuine interest in his work during a banquet. A smile forms on the man's face. His name is Gustav, and he now knows who he needs to find and asks if it's Aidan Ram. On the Ram's Knight's training grounds, Rose focuses on her practice with a wooden dummy. Her thoughts linger in her mind. Memories of Aidan asking if she planned to help, but now it feels clearer. Staying behind had been the right choice. Helping at that moment would have only meant getting in the way. Rose moves again. Her movements are more precise this time. She once swore to protect Aidan from all harm, to be his shield against every threat. However, despite the promise, she is still a hindrance. She's still not strong enough. Looking forward with determination, she reminds herself that becoming as strong as Aidan may be impossible, but at least she won't slow him down anymore. Shortly after, Aidan sits in Joseph's office, facing him across the desk. Joseph brings up a topic that gives Aidan pause. It's time, he says, for Alice to begin her pilgrimage. Aidan looks at him, confused. At first, Joseph simply smiles, explaining that this is a tradition. The Church of the Sacred Fire requires that every saint, after their awakening ceremony, travel the continent within the same year. Aidan is doubtful. Alice had gone through the ceremony much younger than most. Sending his daughter out so soon feels wrong. He wonders out loud if it would be possible to delay the journey until she's older. Joseph tells him he already asked the church about it, but the decision ultimately falls to the saint herself. When Alice was asked, she didn't hesitate. She said she would go. Joseph had warned her that the pilgrimage was long and dangerous. She would be traveling alone for a long time and no one could predict what might happen. But Alice showed no fear. She insisted she would be fine, pointing out how others had gone and returned before her. To avoid the challenge, she said, would mean breaking a sacred rule, and that wasn't something she would do. Joseph had seen the determination in her eyes. She wasn't going to back down. Still, there was one condition from the high priest Cardle. When our man asked what it was, Joseph looked uncomfortable. The strongest member of the Reames family had said the priest must protect the saint during her journey. He was referring to Aidan. Of course, Aidan was thrilled. Internally, he cursed the priest, calling him a crafty old man. Joseph clarified that he had no intention of forcing Aidan and that if he refused, another way would be found. But after a moment of thought, Aidan accepted the responsibility with a calm smile. Kirst seemed surprised and asked if he was really sure. Aidan said it suited him just fine. Traveling the continent was something he had planned to do anyway. Now he had a reason, a path toward revenge. His first target would be the King of Knights, Sylvetta. Kirst smiled at her mention. He knew Aidan had finally decided to act. Curious, he asked why Aidan had chosen her. Aidan explained that, according to custom, the second prince becomes the head of the Ouroboros Tower, the Tower of Alchemists. Callus needed to focus on alchemy. Shala, on the other hand, had become the youngest archmage. That alone made her a monster in her own right. And Spica, it seemed, was under the protection of the Divine Plunder cult, likely the next saint, just like Alice. Kirst guessed that Aidan chose Sylvetta because she seemed like the easiest target. Aidan grunted at that, telling him to shut up. Sylvetta hadn't earned the title of King of Knights for nothing. Although Aidan had grown stronger with his new mana cultivation method, he still had a long way to go. He needed training. Just then, Philip entered the room asking for a word. Aidan turned, wondering what was going on. Philip looked unsure and mentioned a strange man standing outside. He claimed to be the kingdom's head mage and said he met Aidan at the first prince's birthday banquet. Aidan vaguely remembered the mage Gustav. Shortly after, Aidan watched Gustav devour buns like a starving man. Aidan told him to calm down, calling him by his name. Gustav wiped his mouth, a little embarrassed. He apologized, saying that he must look terrible. At the banquet, he had been well dressed, but clearly, a lot had happened since then. Gustav suddenly burst out, saying he assumed Aidan would understand the loneliness and pain of a genius. Aidan tried to hide his amusement, trembling slightly as Gustav's absurd seriousness almost made him laugh, but he reminded himself not to. Still, when he looked at Gustav again, he couldn't hold it in. He burst out laughing. Gustav, completely misinterpreting the situation, assumed Aidan was moved by sympathy and felt relieved. He then explained that his research was almost finished, but he needed support. If he helped, Gustav promised they would become rich. Aidan looked at him seriously. Gustav got nervous and lowered the amount to 500 gold, worried he was asking for too much. Who would have thought he'd give money to a man expelled from the magic tower? Before he could sink any lower, Aidan offered 50,000 gold. Gustav blinked, unsure if he had heard correctly. Aidan repeated it. 1,000 wouldn't cover the expenses. If even 50,000 wasn't enough, he would give more. Gustav, astonished, asked if he really intended to support the research. Aidan nodded, but with one condition. Gustav braced himself, worried he'd be made a servant of the Reames family. But Aidan, standing by the window, simply said he wanted to see the arrogant faces in the tower realize what they had lost. With a slight smile, he told Gustav to shock them, to make them regret losing someone who was like him. Gustav stared at him, not believing it, and if he accepted, it would not only fund the research, but it would also grant Gustav the title of Baron and return the land of Hyde that the tower had taken. Gustav could barely process it. Aidan was offering him everything. Why? Aidan simply said it was a hunch. He believed that Gustav would do something great. Overwhelmed, Gustav felt tears welling up in his eyes. For the first time, someone had believed in magic engineering and had believed in him. He promised to do his best and make the tower regret its choice. Aidan smiled, turning his gaze back to the window. He almost burst out laughing again, but forced himself to keep a straight face. Gustav, misreading the emotion again, thought Aidan was deeply moved. Silently, he pledged his loyalty, believing he had found the noblest man in the world. Later, after Gustav left, Aidan sighed in relief. He had almost choked from holding back his laughter. The underworld, now curious, asked if magic engineering was really worth all that money. Aidan answered with a question, if it hadn't heard anything about it. Aidan explained that during the last war, one of the biggest reasons for the Talos' defeat had been the magic weapons. If it hadn't been for that, the war might have turned out very differently. Gustav had built the first generation of magic engineering weapons for the tower, and it was nothing short of revolutionary. It was all made possible by Shala, who brought it to life. Our friend remembers a moment from his past life when he was known as Aidan Alberio. Back then, the magic tower was crumbling and flames were consuming it, or devouring. In the midst of the chaos, a massive fireball was launched at a mechanical robot. However, the machine managed to withstand the blow. Shala, with a frustrated expression, seemed surprised that her magic didn't work. She turns to Gustav, seemingly impressed, and acknowledges that his creation is something incredible. Gustav, clearly proud, laughs heartily and declares that this is the genius of magic engineering, a field that most people tend to overlook. He then boldly invites the others in the tower to come at him, claiming their magic is weightless against his invention. Shala looks intrigued and asks if this means Gustav's robot can resist magic completely. She begins to form an even larger fireball, hovering ominously above her, seemingly wanting to test its limits. Gustav accepts her challenge, confident as ever, suggesting she might as well give up on magic altogether. After this incident, a man looking through a newspaper notices something interesting. The report mentions that even Shala, an archmage with 7th circle magic, struggled to overcome Gustav's invention during the Magic Tower incident. Only after this moment do people begin to take magic engineering seriously. In the present, Aidan is in his personal training ground, thinking about how it's probably been a month since Gustav locked himself in his workshop. He recalls how the man didn't come out even once before the next pilgrimage, clearly obsessed with building something. Aidan also remembers that Alice is set to leave tomorrow morning. He briefly wonders if he had placed too much hope in her, but quickly pushes the thought aside. For now, revenge matters more. A little later, Rose approaches him wanting to talk. Aidan listens as Rose explains that she's heard of Aidan's plan to follow St. Alice on her pilgrimage, and not wanting Aidan to go alone on such a dangerous journey, Rose asks to accompany him. Aidan wonders to himself if Rose thinks she can protect him, but then he notices something different. Rose seems stronger now. Without hesitation, Rose asks for the chance to prove it. Aidan watches with curiosity. It becomes clear that Rose has been training all this time. Aidan begins to wonder if Rose has gained some kind of new insight, so he accepts her challenge and asks her to pick up a sword. They stand facing each other. Aidan's memories flash back to his past life. He once joked that he could master the sword easily if he only had 2 hands. Now he's ready to see what Rose is capable of. As they begin, Rose warns him of her attack and charges forward with surprising force. Her strikes are fast and powerful, and Aidan finds himself blocking each one with growing difficulty. But it's clear that Rose is too focused on attacking and has left her defenses completely open. Aidan realizes there's no point in dragging it out. With a swift move, he thrusts the sword toward Rose, who unexpectedly blocks it with her bare hand. The wooden blade shatters into pieces. Aidan stares in disbelief, wondering if Rose just broke the sword with only her hand. He mutters to himself that this sword was strengthened with aura, almost as strong as iron. Ro, calm and confident, explains that during his training he kept thinking about what he could do that others couldn't. Eventually, he came to the realization that his mana vessels were narrowing. Aidan raises an eyebrow, surprised to hear that. Then, Ro shows his forearm, now hardened like stone, and says that after much thought he figured out how to use his injured hand as a defense mechanism. He can now turn it to stone at will. Aidan starts to put the pieces together. Rose had exposed himself on purpose just to lure him in. Curse, watching the scene, seems to be stunned. He has also never seen someone turn a medical condition into a weapon. However, Ro admits that this is just a small trick compared to Aidan's true strength, but asks to join him anyway. Aidan doesn't answer at first and simply heads for the exit, visibly disappointed. Ro assumes he has been rejected, but just as he turns to leave, Aidan, without looking at him yet, tells him to stop standing around since they're leaving tomorrow, and he needs to pack. Ro's face instantly lights up. He confirms if Aidan will really take him along, and Aidan replies that having a good shield on a dangerous journey isn't a bad idea. Ro thanks him sincerely, while Aidan, smiling to himself, realizes once again, just like in his past life, that he might actually be a genius. The next morning, Aidan and the others gather near Joseph and Alice for the farewells. Joseph hugs his daughter tightly, tears falling, as he begs her to return safely. Alice blushes, clearly uncomfortable with everyone watching. Frid apologizes to his son, saying that he still has a long way to go before he can match such paternal devotion. Aidan reassures his father, saying that everything is fine. He then turns his gaze to the carriage and questions its strange appearance. Frid admits he's never seen anything like it either. Just then, Gustav appears out of nowhere with wide eyes, shouting as if Aidan should have known he would do something like this. With a crazed smile, Gustav presents his latest invention, the first successful product of magic engineering. He explains that he rushed its completion to fulfill a promise and then begins a lengthy explanation of all its features. Aidan listens for a while and finally admits that it's impressive, though he still thinks the nickname Maniac suits Gustav well, even in this life. Before leaving, Gustav hands Aidan an instruction book, just in case. He warns him to use it only as a last resort, or the consequences could be worse than expected. Aidan looks at the carriage, now unsure of what is hidden inside. Turning to Cassie, he checks one more time if she is sure about joining the trip. Cassie confidently confirms, while adding that an alchemist is always useful when traveling, especially when someone gets injured or catches a cold. She also mentions that she has been cooped up inside the mansion for too long and misses the fresh air. Aidan greets her warmly, happy to have her with him. At that moment, he senses a presence. Familiar. Turning, he sees Bali nearby smiling. Bali mentions that it's been a while and that they have a long road ahead of them, hoping they'll get along this time. Aidan studies him, noticing how prepared he looks, and assumes that Bali has been sent as an escort by the cult. Although he hopes for harmony, the idea of spending time near someone so strong unnerves him. Looking around, Aidan sees that everyone is finally gathered. The preparations are complete. With a serious expression, he gives the order to depart. The time has come. His journey of revenge is about to begin. Aidan finds himself trapped in a disturbing dream where Sylvesta, Espik, Shaula, and Kalsis are trying to end his life. He desperately begs them for an explanation behind their betrayal, while refusing to offer them any forgiveness whatsoever. Panic overwhelms him as the nightmare reaches its peak, waking him up in absolute fear. Upon regaining consciousness, Elise checks if he's awake, and he confirms it, while also asking if she and Cho rested well. Choco, the small dog, is present, as Elise insisted on bringing her along. Due to Aidan's request to keep the small creature close, Choco has reduced her size as expected. Meanwhile, Elise strikes up a conversation with her father and asks if Aidan also wishes to speak with him. Her father mentions how long it's been since their last meeting, but Aidan refuses. She is communicating through a guardian bracelet, an extraordinary device made from the bark of a fairy tree gifted by Ent. It was a gift from the wind spirit to allow communication over any distance. As he reflects on all this, Aidan remains unsettled by the dream and grows suspicious of those around him. However, the carriage driver interrupts his thoughts by informing them they are near the city of Kartan. Realizing that time is short, Aidan understands that dwelling on the past is useless and only brings harm. He decides to focus on the present while accepting that trusting others is his only viable path forward. Upon arriving in Kartan, Elise seems shocked by the sight of numerous people openly carrying weapons. Aidan, however, is not surprised. He knows full well that the city has a reputation as the mercenary capital, a meeting point for warriors and adventurers. Kartan is also known as a dungeon city, surrounded by more than 80 clustered dungeons. Warriors from distant lands gather here to challenge their depths, and the city itself displays a distinctive architectural style. It is managed by the Mercenary Guild while maintaining order amidst the chaos. As he observes the bustling streets, Aidan recalls reading a lot about this place in books, but now, being within its walls for the first time, he experiences its reality with a mix of unease. Kalsis soon addresses Aidan and asks if he has previously researched this place. Next to them, Ro is visibly disgusted, finding the city unpleasant due to the overwhelming presence of mercenaries, his irritation growing especially because the entire area is governed by such individuals. Suddenly, Bali strikes him and sends him to the ground. Confused and surprised, Ro cannot comprehend why he was hit so suddenly and without warning. Meanwhile, Valley questions Aidan about the details he had shared before. Aidan, confident in his knowledge, affirms everything. He firmly believes that the same faction responsible for dismantling the cult of the sacred fire is also orchestrating something sinister here. This suspicion arises from a memory that while he was eliminating the chaos in the forest lab, he had discovered records hinting at experiments conducted by the same group. However, he had found the documentation to be vague and imprecise, which now forces him to gather more intelligence on the chaos. Hearing this, Valley expresses astonishment. He had previously been frustrated by missing key events while sleeping, but now he feels motivated to make up for lost time. Aidan feels a sense of relief, knowing that Valley agrees with his point of view. Curious about the next steps, Valley then prompts Aidan to reveal his strategy. Aidan reflects that mercenaries are like wanderers, seeing the world as their home and picking up stories from every land they cross. Therefore, a place like this, filled with them, is naturally rich in diverse information. With that in mind, he concludes that their best chance lies in approaching one of the two dominant mercenary guilds that oversee the city. He chooses to guide the group to the Medela Guild to find out the current developments brewing inside. Then, Elise mentions the idea that since there is another guild in the city, they might as well investigate that one too. Hearing her, Aidan understands quickly that she is referring to the Umbra Guild, an organization known for its shady dealings but reliable when it comes to clandestine information. She further comments that if he is truly determined to uncover details about the group's activities, he might also consider using the White Moon's intelligence network, which is led by Nikita Florence. Aidan, already considering all possible sources, is willing to approach them as well. Still, a stronger desire drives him to speak directly with the locals, as he believes that they might offer clearer and more specific knowledge. At the same time, he begins to wonder if they need to appear competent enough for the guild leader to even consider an audience with them. This thought sets the tone for their next move. Meanwhile, inside the Mercenary Guild Medela, some young men are gathered, talking about recent achievements. One of them boasts about having conquered the Goblin Dungeon all by himself. Another nearby conversation mentions someone who has cleared the Cobalt Dungeon. When Aidan and his companions enter the bustling guild, the strong scent of metal and the lively, crowded air awaken a sense of familiarity in him. Everything reminds him of past experiences. As he approaches the reception, he meets a young woman at the counter. She greets him cordially and asks about his purpose. He informs her that they have come to register as a mercenary team. She confirms that none of them have prior affiliations with other guilds and seems satisfied with the answer. Without hesitation, she hands over a form while requesting personal details from each member of the group. Once the form is complete, the registration is finalized. The receptionist then explains that since this is their first registration, they will start with an E-rank bronze token and advises them to take good care of the identification token. Holding the token in his hand, Aidan recognizes it, which is the same type he received when he first entered the world of mercenaries. However, he is still confused, wondering why Aidan met directly with the leader of the guild instead of following the long, formal route. However, Aidan is completely aware that getting access to Marcus Medela, also known as the Swift Sword, is no easy task. The man is known for his caution and rarely agrees to meet with anyone. Still, Aidan believes that if he ranks up quickly, someone as vigilant as Marcus will not be able to ignore his presence for long. While these thoughts cross his mind, the receptionist smiles and congratulates the group on joining the guild, while wishing them success and wealth in the days to come. After officially becoming members of the guild, the entire group heads toward the Rabbit's Den dungeon. As they make their way to the site, Valley looks visibly uncomfortable, clearly nervous about entering a dungeon for the first time. Aidan tries to ease the tension, reminding them that this is the lowest ranked dungeon available, so there is not much to fear. However, deep down, he remains cautious and fully aware that, despite its low ranking, a dungeon still contains its own set of threats. Due to this concern, he decides to leave Chaco and Cassie at the inn for their safety. Then, Ellis wonders if this path is really the only way to reach the guild master. Aidan, however, understands that it is their only option. At the same time, he recognizes the importance of Ellis getting first-hand experience in real combat situations. He knows it is essential for her to develop the ability to defend herself, and facing low-level dungeon beasts will serve as valuable training. This thought leads him to recall a personal memory, one where his mentor had once thrown him into a dangerous, high-level dungeon and disappeared without warning. As the group advances further into the dungeon, Ellis suddenly sees a rabbit. She is startled by the sight, but before anyone can react, a large number of rabbit-like creatures begin to charge toward them aggressively. Observing the approaching threat, Aidan instructs Valley to restrain all the monsters but one. Valley promptly obeys, stepping forward with his weapon drawn. As one of the creatures lunges toward him, he holds his ground and takes it down with a single, forceful blow. The remaining monsters freeze, apparently stunned by the sudden show of power. After this, Valley issues a firm warning to the monsters, discouraging any further attacks. Watching the creature's reaction, Aidan realizes something important, that the monsters probably have the instinct to back down when facing an overwhelmingly strong opponent. That means there is a high probability that they will retreat after such a decisive strike. Soon, Valley points to one of the rabbits that nervously steps forward and stands in front of him. Ellis, meanwhile, remains wide-eyed and overwhelmed, clearly shocked by the chaotic encounter unfolding before her. As the rabbit approaches Alice, she forcefully smashes it, making it clear she is not a carrot ready to be devoured. Meanwhile, Bali watches in amazement as she fights the creature, awestruck by her incredible power. He comments to Ian that this is the fourth beast she has defeated, while noticing how she wreathes her face in holy energy to fight. He wonders aloud if it was Aidan who taught her that skill. Aidan confirms that he trained and guided her to use mana-based martial techniques. However, he admits that he did not foresee such a powerful outcome. Traditionally, priests channel holy incantations to strengthen their weapons or enhance their physical bodies during close-quarters combat. These divine spells typically serve as reinforcement, but now Alice is weaving holy power directly into her body for martial purposes. Little by little, he realizes something unusual. That mixing holy power with mana is usually impossible, but perhaps her unique condition plays a role. Since childhood, she has possessed high-quality candies gifted by Jose. He also speculates that perhaps the candies she consumed as a child opened channels within her body. Upon awakening later, as a saint, the holy energy might have naturally flowed through those pathways, allowing her to manipulate it like mana. Aidan still remembers the flying kick she delivered when they first met. That moment revealed her potential, prompting him to teach her his fighting style. Just then, the underworld lord asks about the person they are talking about. Aidan responds while referring to Espica, the iron-blooded saint. She was a formidable warrior. Her incomparable holy energy merged with the martial discipline of the Butcher's cult. While Aidan reflects on this with the Underworlder, Alice continues her relentless assault against the rabbit creatures. She annihilates them one after another, her holy power devastatingly effective. Soon, all the rabbits lie lifeless on the battlefield. Witnessing her power, Aidan begins to feel uneasy, wondering if he has unintentionally created a monster. At that moment, the Underworlder feels a familiar pain. The pain stems from the spot where Spick had struck him in a previous life. Meanwhile, Alice discovers a treasure chest. Ian reminds them that the entire reward belongs to her, as she was the only one who cleared the dungeon. She excitedly opens it and finds a bracelet, armor, and mana jewels inside. However, upon digging deeper, she discovers a peculiar hat. Suddenly, the favorite rabbit of our tuft head, wearing a hat, jumps from the box, introducing himself as a benevolent spirit merchant. Alice's expression shifts to fury. She hurls insults and tries to hit him, but the rabbit dodges quickly. He questions her aggression and demands respect. The rabbit stays airborne by flapping his ears to remain in the air, while she yells at him to descend. Although he insists on being the most honest and kind-hearted creature she will ever meet, she remains angry and continues to urge him to come down, unwilling to trust him for even a moment. Aidan is also annoyingly surprised by the rabbit's claim of being kind and sincere. A few days later, at the Medela Guild, two people are in the middle of a conversation. One of them asks the other if he has heard that the northern dungeon has been cleared. The other man replies, questioning if it's the same group of people again, since they seem to clear every dungeon without leaving anything for anyone else. He finds it absurd that only 4 of them are managing to raid dungeons on their own. However, the first man reveals that he caught a glimpse of their leader, and now believes he understands why they are so effective. He asks if the second man has seen them in person, but as they speak, the door suddenly opens and the entire party enters. The first man points out that these are the people he was talking about, and the leader is among them. The two are surprised to see Bali, whose imposing figure stands out among the group. Another individual asks why they bother raiding dungeons that don't offer much reward. With their remarkable skills, they could easily become knights in any noble house or start their own guild, which would be much more lucrative. Arriving at the reception desk, Alice greets the receptionist, who is delighted to see her. She congratulates the party on completing their 10th dungeon. Aidan expresses his gratitude, and the receptionist informs him that, due to their accumulated achievements, their rank has been raised from C to B. Just as this exchange ends, a man approaches the receptionist and whispers something to her. She then gestures for Aidan and the others to follow her. Aidan, sensing that something is not right, asks if there is a problem. She replies, telling him that Marcus wants to meet with him. He realizes that the moment they have been anticipating has finally arrived. Upon entering the guild master's chamber, they find Marcus Medela already standing. His presence is as intimidating as ever. Aidan feels the same tension in the air, the silent weight of Marcus's gaze pressing down on them. He suspects that Marcus must have summoned them out of curiosity after hearing about the recent rumors. Without delay, Marcus formally welcomes Saintess Alice of the Holy Fire cult and even bows in respect. This unexpected gesture leaves Alice stunned, leaving her both surprised and uneasy. Clearly, their true identities have been exposed. Marcus then turns his attention to Aidan, greeting him as well. Aidan responds with a calm acknowledgement, admitting that he knew their cover wouldn't last forever, although he didn't expect to be found out so soon. Marcus replies with a knowing tone, commenting that nothing escapes his notice within the city and, besides, their efforts to go unnoticed were anything but subtle. Perplexed, Aidan concludes that if Marcus knows who they are and still summoned them, he must have a specific reason. Marcus confirms this, revealing that he does indeed have something important to discuss. More precisely, he requires the help of Saintess Alice. She is taken aback by this request. Her expression reflects her surprise. As Marcus begins to explain further, the door suddenly bursts open and a guild member rushes in announcing an emergency. Information from the lady. Charles is getting worse again. The fever is back. Marcus's expression instantly changes to one of concern. Observing this, Aidan feels bewildered, as he never knew Marcus had a daughter, and the urgency of the moment leaves him deeply unsettled. Shortly after, everyone gathers in Charles Medela's room. Marcus, with a solemn voice, explains that his daughter suffers from a strange illness that has resisted all known remedies and cures. His only hope now lies in Alice's divine blessing. He pleads for her help while promising to reward her with the greatest compensation he can offer. Aidan silently reflects on the situation. Since they initially came to form a potential alliance and Marcus is offering such a rare opportunity, he sees this as a valuable moment for them. Turning to Alice, he asks if she can attempt the blessing. Alice steps forward willingly as she places both hands gently on the bed, her sacred energy glowing softly. She prays with intention, urging divine light to heal the child. Sparks of holy energy flicker around the room. However, after 10 minutes, there is no change in Charles's condition. Refusing to give up, Alice tries again. However, Marcus kindly stops her while thanking her for her effort. He then gives his daughter a dose of medicine as she continues to sweat. This moment leaves Aidan uneasy. He notices that Marcus already has medicine prepared for this condition. When asked about it, Marcus explains that the treatment only offers temporary relief. He managed to acquire it from the Umber Guild, albeit at a high cost. He had hoped that the sacred power of Alice would succeed where everything else had failed, but it seems ineffective. At this rate, he fears he might have to sell the guild to continue affording the medication. Watching everything unfold, Aidan begins to feel that something isn't right. If the illness is an ailment or a curse, Alice's divine magic should have provided at least some relief. Yet, her power strangely had no effect, while the medicine from the Umber Guild brings a noticeable improvement. This contradiction leaves him deeply confused. At that moment, the Underlord speaks up, claiming he understands what is really happening. Aidan is surprised by his certainty. The Underlord then instructs him to summon the Banshee's shield. Aidan is surprised by the sudden command. The Underlord calmly explains that the shield acts as a lens, one that reveals the hidden truths of a world that humans cannot perceive. Aidan is astonished to discover that the Banshee's shield allows him to perceive a vision hidden from human sight. He had not expected this revelation and is shocked. He warns the Underlord that if he is being tricked, he will have Alice unleash divine energy on him. However, as soon as he summons the shield, his eyes begin to witness strange visions that were previously invisible to him. Shortly after, he notices a cluster of spirits approaching the girl, looking almost like a curse hanging over her. The Underlord observes this as well and affirms his earlier claim, to which Aidan reacts with a mixture of disbelief and concern. Meanwhile, Marcus also witnesses the chilling scene and is left stunned. Still reeling from the revelation, he realizes they are lost and departing souls. Marcus sees them, like invisible leeches, silently draining the life from the living. Although Aidan had used the shield in a previous existence, he didn't know it would allow him to see the spectral world. Now he begins to put the pieces together, as he thinks that it makes sense for the shield to carry a fragment of the Banshee, a spirit itself. Normally, only 1 or 2 souls might cling to a person, but in this case, an unusual number surrounds the girl. This alarms him, as he has never heard of such a thing. The Lord of the Underworld then explains that the girl possesses a rare and naturally high spiritual connection. Hearing this, Aidan is surprised once again. The Lord of the Underworld further clarifies that this affinity, unique spiritual affinity, allows a person to attract and interact with spirits. The greater the resonance, the more entities can be perceived, which are entities invisible to most. Through bonds with these spirits, one can even become a spirit sorcerer. However, this girl's spiritual depth far surpasses that of a typical sorcerer, making her a magnet for restless souls that absorb her vitality and threaten her life. At that moment, Aidan finally understands why the sacred power had not reacted to her presence. Her affinity explains it. He then urges the Lord of the Underworld to eliminate the lingering spirits, annoyed by their overwhelming presence. The Lord of the Underworld simply smiles, as he finds the task trivial and promptly banishes the spirits with a curse. With their departure, Marcus notices an immediate change in the girl's condition. He rushes to check on her, asking if she feels better. Clearly relieved, he turns to Aidan excitedly, asking if the spirits are really gone. Aidan confirms that they are, but emphasizes it's only a temporary fix and they must focus on finding a lasting solution. Just as Aidan reflects on everything, the Lord of the Underworld mentions something unusual. Curious, Aidan asks, "What do you mean?" The Lord of the Underworld explains that someone with such strong spiritual energy would normally be accompanied by a powerful guardian spirit. However, strangely there's no sign of one, only ghosts linger nearby. This realization baffles Aidan. He wonders if perhaps she hasn't yet bonded with her guardian spirit, but the Lord of the Underworld responds by mentioning that if that were the case, she would have already succumbed to the influence of the ghosts. Aidan then speculates that maybe a benevolent spirit is still watching over her. However, the Lord of the Underworld reveals the unsettling truth that the spirit she once made a contract with has disappeared. Aidan turns to the Lord of the Underworld, perplexed, as he asks how a contracted spirit could abandon its bond. Isn't it supposed to be dead if it left? The Lord of the Underworld calmly explains that if the spirit had perished, another would have already taken its place, drawn by the strong affinity to protect the girl. This was clearly not the case. With his mind now racing, Aidan begins to consider ways to locate the missing spirit. At that moment, the Lord of the Underworld mentions that the best way to track a spirit is through another. Since all spirits are inherently linked to the spiritual realm, they possess the ability to sense the movements and intentions of others. Aidan's gaze shifts to the bracelet on his wrist. It occurs to him that he could contact someone who knows about spirits. Without delay, he calls out to Ez, hoping for answers. Almost instantly, he materializes with a casual tone, commenting on how long it has been since their last interaction and asking if Aidan is enjoying his journey. Setting aside the small talk, Aidan replies with a question about the ability to track spirits and observe their activities. S replies that he personally cannot, but his current contracted partner might be able to help. He introduces her as Sylphia, a wind spirit now bound to him. According to S, Sylphia has the sensitivity to detect the whereabouts of other spirits, including the one Aidan is looking for. Seizing the opportunity, Aidan requests their help in locating the lost spirit, one connected to a young girl in Caton City. Ez relays the request to Sylphia and shortly after shares the surprising news that she has indeed identified a spirit that matches the description. The revelation stuns everyone present. Aidan, needing confirmation, asks if they are sure. Ez affirms and reveals the spirit's identity as Plague, who is known as the spirit of the epidemic. This name strikes Aidan like a thunderbolt, leaving him visibly shocked. Ez continues to share that a spirit friend once spoke fondly of Plague, referring to him as a close companion and praising his generosity in sharing flavorful spirit stones. The friend even mentioned their concern, noting that Plague has been missing for almost 1 month now. As he processes this, Aidan begins to connect the dots, recalling the properties of spirit stones and wondering if they are comparable to the powdery remains of a lich's bones, substances tied to spiritual energy. He suspects that Plague might have intentionally contacted other spirits before disappearing. Ez then adds one last piece of information. Plague is a deeply wounded spirit, emotionally scarred by humanity's rejection. People have long regarded him as a bringer of misfortune, a symbol of suffering. This stigma has left a mark on him and perhaps explains his strange disappearance. Ez also mentions that the spirit Plague fears humans deeply, so Aidan must approach with care. Naturally, Aidan understands the mere name, the Plague, is enough to strike fear into any human heart. He expresses his gratitude to Ez for the help and assures him they will speak again soon. Afterward, Aidan turns to Marcus and begins to tell him everything he has learned. However, Marcus stops him midway, saying he already understands. He recalls stories about his wife's grandfather, who was also a spirit summoner. He realizes his daughter must have inherited the same spiritual trait, an affinity that, once her guardian spirit disappeared, left her vulnerable to lost souls. However, Aidan reassures him that blame is unnecessary. What matters now is finding the spirit, lost spirit. For that, they'll need to start gathering any clues they can. Just then, Roy raises a concern. He finds the situation puzzling, that if the girl's condition was truly caused by spirits feeding on her life energy, then how did the previous medicines help her at all? Marcos admits that he doesn't trust the people who gave him the pills, but he can't deny that they seemed effective. When he asks about the ingredients, Cassie calmly reveals that the medicine is actually a type of poison. Marcos is in disbelief. He has seen his daughter seem to recover, yet now he discovers the truth. Cassie explains that the pills create an illusion of healing. They alter the patient's mana and suppress her life energy to such an extent that the lost souls believe she is already dead. This causes them to detach and move away. However, if she continued, the medicine would have eventually killed her for real. Upon hearing this, Marcos is devastated. The thought that he has been unconsciously poisoning his own daughter shakes him to his core. He is both horrified and ashamed. Meanwhile, Aidan begins to wonder something else. How did the Umbra Guild know exactly what was causing her illness from the very beginning? The formula is too specific. It's almost as if they were already aware of the spirit's interference. Marcos tenses, a mixture of frustration and helplessness washing over him. Still, he sincerely thanks Aidan and promises to take it from here. As they start to walk away, Marcos' thoughts turn darker. Internally, he curses the Umbra Guild as he sees with fury. He wants justice and even revenge. But just before he can act, Aidan firmly grabs his arm while urging him to be calm. An overwhelmed Marcos wonders how he can stay quiet when the guild master nearly cost his daughter her life. Still, Aidan reassures him as he reminds him that if Marcos acts rashly, the guild will simply plead ignorance while pretending not to know what the medicine really was. Aidan speaks with quiet determination as he advises him to calm down. He assures Marcos that he already has a strategy in mind, one that will expose the truth and deal with the guild properly. Inside the Medela Guild, in the guild master's private office, Marcos and Aidan sit across from each other. Marcos spreads a pile of documents on the desk as he presents all the collected intelligence on the Umbra Guild. The files include member profiles, records on the leader of the guild, Talon Umbra, and detailed layouts of their secret bases. As Aidan reviews the information, he quickly notices something. Although the volume is impressive, the content is shallow. It's all surface level, names, faces, locations, but nothing truly valuable or actionable. At that moment, the vice leader chimes in as he notes the amount of data, but questions Aidan's focus on the enemy members. He wonders aloud if there's anyone in particular catching Aidan's eye. Aidan responds with calmly that he is looking for someone he can manipulate, a person he can turn to their side. Ideally, he hopes to find a familiar face from his past life, someone he can still have an advantage over. As they go through the files, the underground broker stops and points to a specific photo, urging Aidan to take a closer look. He asks if the face rings a bell, suggesting they've crossed paths before. Aidan narrows his eyes as he looks at the picture. The name below it reads Armand. At first, the name isn't familiar. It doesn't trigger any memories, but as he studies the man's expression and features, something unexplainable stirs within him. Although the name is new, the aura is not. Then, without warning, a flash of familiarity crosses his mind. His jaw tightens slightly, his eyes narrow, and then, slowly, a smile forms. In the bustling city of Carton, a busy cafe buzzes with life, and among the people is the Umbra Guild, celebrating loudly with drinks and laughter. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the Lord of the Rims sits quietly at a corner table, accompanied by a companion. He seems visibly annoyed at the sight of the rowdy guild members. Noticing his displeasure, one of the guild members approaches him and asks if there's a problem with their leader having fun. However, the man calmly denies any issue. Just then, Armand, the guild leader, calls out to him, telling him to stop slacking and join the drinking. Obediently, the man approaches them, responding without resistance. As he sits down, Armand silently reflects, acknowledging how unpredictable life can be. The man, formerly known as Uncle, had been the formidable master of the Cerveros Guild. Back then, failure was foreign to him, and fear never crossed his path. Life had been kind until a reckless mercenary ruined everything, leading to the guild's downfall. One by one, his members abandoned him, and his fortress collapsed. To make matters worse, the daughter of Joseph had risen as the saintess of the Sacred Fire sect. This development put Ankle in grave danger, because if the sect discovered his whereabouts, they would execute him without hesitation. Therefore, he took drastic measures to change his name, altered his appearance, and sought a new beginning among the ranks of the Umbra Guild. He was convinced that not even the three great cults would be able to find him. Suddenly, a voice calls out his new name, Armand. The atmosphere instantly changes as the other guild members express their outrage at how someone dares to address him so casually. Armand, now irritated, questions Aidan while warning him sternly. His frustration quickly grows, then he demands to know how this man, Aidan, managed to find him. Aidan suggests they talk outside while repeating his name in a mocking tone. First Armand, then his original name, Ankle. As they step outside, Aidan unleashes his fury, quickly overpowering them and leaving them on the ground. Though bruised, Aidan admits that he barely recognized Ankle due to his transformation. Armand, now visibly uneasy, responds humbly, expressing that it's an honor to be recognized. However, deep down, his thoughts are churning with panic. He wonders how this madman managed to track him down. More importantly, begins to fear that Aidan's presence could mean the end, that perhaps he has come to deliver him to the cult of the Sacred Fire, sealing his fate once and for all. However, in the midst of his fear, he convinces himself that there might still be a path to redemption, some opportunity to escape the wrath of Aidan. With a desperate heart, he pleads for mercy, while assuring Aidan that he is willing to comply with anything. He promises to offer any information he seeks without resistance. Upon hearing this, Aidan feels a sense of relief, realizing that his task has become much more manageable. After all, he had already planned to drag him into deeper trouble. Shortly after, Aidan accompanies him to the Medela Guild, where they arrive at the private office of the guild master. Once inside, he takes a seat while Marcus, the guild master, verifies a serious suspicion about whether the Umbra Guild is involved in human experiments. Without denying it, Armand admits the truth. He explains that Carton, being a city full of dungeons, often sees people disappear without anyone noticing. Therefore, it becomes an ideal place to gather test subjects, discreetly without attracting attention. Hearing this, Aidan begins to suspect that the dark mages might be causing chaos once again. Spurred by the thought, he asks about the location of these experiments. Armand responds with hesitation, as he reveals that although the exact location remains uncertain, the rumors suggest they take place in a dungeon near the outskirts of the city. This revelation leaves Aidan momentarily stunned. Shortly after, the Underground Lord questions his reaction, asking why such news is a surprise. Aidan clarifies that dungeons are officially managed by spirit merchants. Once a dungeon is cleared, these merchants trade the remaining loot and then, the dungeon disappears. So the idea of people using these spaces for human trials is profoundly abnormal. Furthermore, he explains that while spirit merchants are bound by strict codes that prevent them from harming humans, any unauthorized individual within their domain could be classified as an intruder. In such cases, these merchants are permitted to unleash their full force. He also reflects on the fact that at full power, spirit merchants wield absolute authority within the dungeon grounds. However, the deputy chief keeps pressing, asking why the merchants still have not eliminated these intruders. Aidan replies that there is only one method to obtain their silence, to offer enormous profits. Through such bribes, secret deals are forged, and the merchants keep their mouths shut, never reporting to the Spirit Emporium. As the conversation deepens, Marcus grows uneasy. He wonders aloud, how can a single guild operate on such a massive scale? Turning to Armand, he asks if knows who is supporting the Umbra Guild behind the scenes. Armand hesitates, clearly reluctant, but Aidan, now boiling with rage, sternly warns him that if he refuses to talk, he will be handed directly over to the Sacred Fire cult. Cornered and trembling, Armand suddenly confesses, revealing that his benefactor is none other than the Grand Duchy of Sires. Marcus's expression immediately darkens. He is outraged that such a prestigious faction is collaborating with a criminal guild like Umbra, but Armand isn't finished. He reveals that other organizations are also involved. This deepens Marcus's disappointment as he realizes that the situation is spiraling beyond what he initially expected. With the lords involved, they can no longer act without caution. Meanwhile, Aidan is growing more certain of his suspicions. From the moment he heard rumors about human experimentation, he had a hunch that Sylvetta might be involved in all of this. Now, with the truth unraveling, he prepares for the inevitable. He is ready to bring everything down. However, Marcus responds with calm as he acknowledges that the Grand Duchy of House Sire is a formidable adversary and not an easy one to face. Still, Aidan doesn't back down. He questions how Marcus could so easily overlook those who dared to harm his daughter. His words carry a heavy tone, filled with fury, as he demands action and urges him to go and destroy them. With fierce determination, he promises to help take down both the Umbra Guild and the House of the Lords. At that moment, the Shadow Lord changes the conversation as he asks if Aidan's thirst for revenge has finally awakened. Marcus, while observing him closely, notes that Aidan seems to have a rare kind of compassion even when fighting for others. However, despite their shared anger, Marcus admits that he is not sure where to begin. The path ahead is murky and a clear first move eludes him. Just then, an idea sparks in Aidan's mind. Dealing with corruption is, after all, what he excels at. With renewed confidence, he turns his thoughts to Sylvetta as he wonders what other shameful plans she might be hiding. His determination hardens, ready to uncover and destroy every last part of her dirty scheme. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the rabbit territory, under the domain of the Spirit Trading Company, a small rabbit is deep in thought. As a merchant of alcoholic beverages, he reflects on a fact unknown to humans. A dungeon core is actually a mana stone densely packed with powerful magical energy. This truth makes such cores incredibly valuable to merchants like him. However, he finds himself questioning how his life as a trader went so far off course, now reduced to working as a servant for someone like Aidan. While he is still lost in his thoughts, Merchant Pest appears, known for his sharp tongue and impatience. He stomps over, clearly looking for the rookie merchant, Rabbit. The rabbit soon comes out and, though irritated, greets him with feigned politeness as he asks what brings him to such an unimpressive place. Merchant Pest confronts Rabbit about his recent poor performance while harshly scolding him for the profit margins, which are poor, and the stagnant progress. With his head bowed, Rabbit apologizes while hiding his resentment. A rehearsed humility. The big shot, not holding back, flatly states that someone like him doesn't deserve to rise beyond in the rank of a beginner. Feigning gratitude, Rabbit thanks him for his understanding, though he knows well that it's all a facade. The big shot, clearly still unsatisfied, warns that better results are expected next time. Without delay, he demands a bag of mana stones. When Rabbit hesitates for a moment, the big shot is already asking if he plans to refuse. Quickly, Rabbit gives in while allowing him to take the stones. The merchant, Pest, then greedily devours them, finishing the whole batch in moments. Upon finishing, he mutters that he has already spent almost everything trying to enchant a certain spirit, yet he remains hopeful, expecting greater success on his next attempt. Meanwhile, Rabbit hides his irritation behind a forced smile. Although outwardly obedient, his thoughts seethe with a quiet anger. He tells himself that one day, the tables will turn, and when that time comes, Pest will pay dearly for every insult and command. At the back door of the Umbra Guild, a few guards stand watch. Suddenly, their eyes widen in surprise as a group approaches and they immediately begin to question the unexpected arrival. Without hesitation, Dares steps forward with unwavering confidence and orders them to stand aside. The guards, taken aback by his audacity, hesitate. They wonder aloud if he has lost his mind and demand that he leave at once. In response, Dares raises his voice, demanding to know how they dare to speak to him that way. He asks if they even realize who they are addressing. He points to his armor and his enormous sword, hinting that his identity should be obvious. Meanwhile, the guards murmur among themselves as they try to identify the figure before them. One of them whispers about a knight, an imposing figure, clad in black armor, wielding an enormous sword. Finally, Dares declares his identity. He introduces himself as D. Climbing, the Dark Knight of Lord Sylventa, and demands the Guildmaster's presence without delay. A few hours earlier, in the group's dorm room, Underlord questions Aidan about his plan. This time he wonders if Aidan intends to barge in again without thinking. With excitement, Aidan replies while pointing out how well Underlord has gotten to know him during their time together. He confirms that they are indeed going in, but not without purpose. Underlord makes a sarcastic remark, asking if he now plans to break in politely. Aidan smiles, delighted with the comment, happy that Underlord gets it, and affirms the assumption. Underlord, though feeling slightly mocked, listens as Aidan explains further. Aidan reminds him that the Grand Duchy of Sri backs the Umbra Guild, so all they need to do is show up with a knight from Sri and they will be allowed in without resistance. However, Underlord expresses his frustration, asking if Aidan really wants to ask for help from Sylventa, his rival, the so-called King of the Night. Still, Aidan insists that he won't be asking help. Instead, he's going to use the authority of that Dark Knight who was once trapped in Balsable. Then, inside the office of the Umbra Guild Master, Talon Umbra gives a warm welcome to the Dark Knight, while expressing his honor for the visit. Quietly, Aidan watches from the side and thinks to himself that he probably has no idea that the Dark Knight is really dead. After all, only a fool would openly admit that they have lost such a crucial figure from their ranks. Talon apologizes that his guards did not recognize the Underlord, explaining that they were unaware of his visit and asking for forgiveness on their behalf. Then his eyes turn to the figure accompanying the Underlord and he asks about him. The Underlord introduces Aidan as his subordinate, a dark magician, and tells Talon not to worry about him. Talon nods in understanding. Then, curious, Talon wonders about the reason for this visit. He asks if it's some kind of surprise inspection. The Underlord praises his insight and confirms his suspicion, explaining that he is here to ensure everything is progressing as planned and requests to be taken to the dungeon. Shortly after, they all begin to move through the hidden passages beneath the guild. As they descend, Aidan reflects on how well hidden the dungeon is, located right beneath the guild itself. Finally, when they reach the area, his eyes widen. Inside, he sees countless monsters locked in cages. The sight leaves him stunned. He thinks the scene is chaotic, wondering what kind of twisted experiments they are conducting to have gathered such a collection of creatures. Just then, Talon proudly comments that their timing is perfect. They have just achieved a major breakthrough in their research. He points to two people lying on beds and presents them as the latest success. Labeled B12 and B14, the two stand up on command. To Aidan, they seem like normal humans. Talon explains that, as requested, their human appearances have been preserved, but they have been given the regenerative power of a troll and the brute strength of an ogre. Furthermore, Talon insists that's not all. He urges them to watch. The two test subjects begin to demonstrate their power, unleashing sword attacks enhanced with an explosive aura. Aidan watches in amazement, realizing these subjects can use sword aura. However, something catches his eye, the color of the aura. It's different. Proudly, Talon explains that they have elevated their sword techniques to the level of a high-rank sword aura, combined with their monstrous traits and perfect mental control. They now possess complete loyalty with no fear of rebellion. He shares the plan that they will soon be mass-producing these enhanced warriors. The vision of an immortal army will soon become a reality. He introduces them as the Berserk Blood Knights, immortal warriors who have overcome death and will soon serve Lord Sylvetta. Aidan's mind races. Blood Knights, he knows far too much about them. The Underlord turns to him, intrigued, and asks if he has seen them before, perhaps in a past life. He explains that the Blood Knights were once the elite force of the Grand Duchy under the command of Sylvetta. They were legends during the monster waves and the Great War of Thalos. Their unwavering loyalty and valiant charge into battle earned Sylvetta his nickname, the King of the Night. Aidan wonders aloud if this origin explains the name. Inwardly, Aidan thinks to himself in disbelief, is this how the Blood Knights were created? He wonders how long Sylvetta has been involved in such horrible practices. Talon then mentions the topic of their previous conversation, the inability of the human body to withstand the essence of monsters, and states that they have found a solution. Underlord shows curiosity and asks for more details. At the same time, Aidan feels something hidden behind a nearby door. Talon opens it, revealing a room bathed in a strange light. Inside, a figure is presented. Talon introduces him as the one who solved their resistance problem. The heart of Aidan leaps upon instantly recognizing the figure. This is where they have been hiding it. That is the spirit of the epidemic. Looking closer, they become more confused upon noticing a peculiar creature. Talon proceeds to explain. What they see is the spirit of the epidemic, sealed inside that chamber. From this spirit, they extracted one of its powers, the curse of the lycanthrope. It's the werewolf's curse. Talon shares how he had been searching for the spirit after learning about the curse. Fortunately, a spirit merchant gave him a clue, and, as fate would have it, the spirit was already under contract with the daughter of Medela. He believes the gods have favored him. Soon, Marcus won't know what hit him, and the Media Guild will be his. At this point, Aidan believes they have heard enough. As he opens his mouth to speak, Talon is outraged by the interruption. He furiously demands to know who Aidan thinks he is to speak, while he is still speaking. Anger boils within him, but Aidan quickly raises his voice and gives the order to kill him. The words leave Talon in shock. His confusion deepens as he wonders who Aidan is to give such an order, but before he can respond further, Underlord attacks. They immediately begin their escape, with Aidan declaring that it's time to rescue the spirit and put an end to everything. However, Talon is not done yet. He returns, wounded but full of rage. He shouts that the one they have brought is not human, and for daring to try to kill him, he will take revenge with all his power. He launches a furious attack against both of them as he puts everything he has into it. Aidan can't help but think that that blow definitely landed. Underlord, while facing the enemy, points his sword and demands to know the truth. Who is this person really? Aidan finds it hard to believe what his eyes have just witnessed. He clearly sees the Dark Knight's soul stab Talon, yet, somehow, the man is still standing. Naturally, confusion begins to invade his thoughts. Based on what is happening, he begins to wonder if this man could be something else entirely. Meanwhile, Talon's body begins to change shape, transforming into something monstrous. Without warning, he launches an attack against Aidan and Underlord. As he brandishes his sword with fierce strength, as a result, his blade cuts one of them and blood begins to flow. Soon, the battle intensifies as they all begin to unleash their full power. They clash repeatedly as they trade blows without holding back. At that moment, Aidan watches as Talon's body regenerates rapidly. Shocked, he voices his disbelief out loud and quickly realizes the truth behind the transformation. Talon. He accuses him of becoming a Blood Knight, calling him a fool for his recklessness. Talon, now almost completely a monster, lets out a twisted laugh. He claims that wasting such a massive source of power right in front of him would have been foolish. Apparently, absorbing it has helped him break through the semi-master stage, the limit he had been stuck at for years. Afterwards, he even praises Aidan, not only for controlling the Dark Knight's soul, but also for having the courage to challenge him. To Talon, Aidan doesn't seem like an ordinary human. Therefore, he makes it clear that he doesn't care who sent him. What he offers in its place is an invitation, a spot by his side, a gift of the same power, and the rank of guild executive. Aidan pauses for a moment. The idea of becoming a guild executive sounds tempting. However, his voice is firm when he replies. He wonders aloud if there will even be a guild left standing to offer such a position in the first place. Instantly, Talon's anger ignites upon hearing this. Just then, the main door bursts open and a guard rushes in, panting. He brings urgent news that they are in serious trouble. Immediately, Talon turns around, demanding to know what is happening. The guard explains that the Medela Guild has invaded their guild. He looks shocked as he reports that Marcus himself is leading the attack. Clearly, their forces are too strong to handle alone, and they need Talon to join the fight immediately, or everything will fall apart. Talon's face contorts in surprise upon hearing that Marcus is here. His gaze quickly darts towards Aidan. He starts to connect the dots and realizes that this could be Aidan's doing. Suspicion turns into certainty. He now firmly believes that Aidan orchestrated everything. Meanwhile, Aidan, hearing the accusation in Talon's voice, doesn't even flinch. He calmly confirms the truth. He wonders aloud if Talon doesn't appreciate the little surprise he's prepared for him. That confirmation only fuels Talon's rage. His voice rises with fury and he hurls curses at Aidan, blaming him for everything. Without hesitation, Talon grabs his sword and lunges at him. He swears he will kill him here and now. His sword moves with murderous intent, but Aidan steps back. Instead, he whispers to himself that it's time to show Talon exactly what he has given up. As their swords clash, the monster watches in disbelief. What he sees in Aidan's movement shakes him. This sword technique is something different, something he thought only a legend could perform. It's a technique created specifically to pierce through the scales of dragons. It belongs to only one person, the dragon hunter, Berserker. The name echoes in his mind, Dragon, slaying King's sword technique, Scale Cleaver. Immediately, the air trembles with heat. Flames erupt on the battlefield as Talon launches a desperate attack, but it's too late. Aidan lands a clean blow, sending him to the ground. Talon groans in fury and overwhelmed. Blood gushes from his wound. He tries to regenerate, but nothing happens. Panic starts to take over him. Soon he notices the smell of something burning. Smoke lingers in the air. His nose catches it before his mind does. He is left looking at Aidan, who stands tall and calm before him. Aidan looks down at him as he assesses the damage. He comments that ideally Talon's entire body should be on fire by now, yet, thanks to his new technique of cultivation, he has managed to surpass his limits. He admits it's something only sword masters should be capable of doing, and yet, here he is. For Aidan, that's already a victory. The burning wound won't heal, he knows this, so he tells Talon it's time to surrender. Talon trembles, consumed by frustration, his mind raging with humiliation. He can't accept being pushed to this point by someone like Aidan. He clenches his fists and shouts that things weren't supposed to turn out this way. His voice rises into the air as he invokes the power of the dungeon, shouting at it as he declares himself its contractor and demands it summon the spirit merchant pest. Aidan remains still, but his attention sharpens. He listens intently, the name catching his interest. What is a spirit merchant? Moments later, a figure begins to appear as it floats gently in the air. This person is shrouded in mystery, a cap hiding most of their face. It floats in the air with its gaze fixed on Talon. From above, the merchant asks about the situation. Aidan watches with narrowed eyes. He realizes that this must be the one who secretly sold the dungeon, kidnapped the spirit of the epidemic, and kept it hidden from the Hat Merchant. His suspicions are confirmed with certainty. Then the merchant seems annoyed to recognize that Talon used the emergency summons he had been granted for free. He notes that Talon must be really desperate. Talon confirms this as he begs for help. He wants the merchant to kill Aidan no matter the cost. In response, the merchant hesitates. Intervening inside the dungeon comes at a price. He warns Talon that he'll need extra compensation to act. Talon no longer cares. He offers everything, his power, wealth, and influence if only this man will eliminate Aidan. Smiling darkly, the merchant accepts. His body begins to grow as it expands until it towers over all of them. His true power, no longer hidden, fills the space. Underlord watches and recognizes the strength for what it is. This is the true power of a spirit merchant, strength contained by the rules of the Spirit Emporium. Now that the limit is gone, this being is on equal footing with a sword master. But Aidan disagrees. He speaks with a quiet dread. In his opinion, the spirit merchant's power goes far beyond that. No human can hope to match it. He knows spirit merchants are forbidden from meddling in the affairs of dungeons, so he wonders if this one is ready to face the consequences. His voice remains steady, but his heart pounds heavily. However, the merchant hears him and responds with a casual smile. Aidan clearly knows about spirit merchants, but to this man it doesn't matter as long as he doesn't get caught. He shrugs, telling Aidan he's simply going to die, no need to take it personally. Aidan responds with a calm challenge. That might be true, but in his experience, people who say things like that are always the first to be finished. Trapped. The merchant scoffs, demanding to know the meaning of this nonsense. Aidan clenches his fists, knowing that there's no way to defeat a spirit merchant once they unleash their full power inside a dungeon. But luckily, he remembers one last option, a final resort. Before anyone can move, another voice suddenly echoes through the space. A serene and powerful presence fills the air. The voice confirms it is that the report from rabbits was correct all along. Immediately, Pest freezes in place, alarmed by the voice. Everyone turns to look. A figure steps forward, surrounded by their guards. They enter with quiet authority. Aidan's eyes widen. This is the one he's been waiting for, he thinks to himself. When facing a spirit merchant, you just need to summon a higher-ranking one. The newcomer smiles, greeting Pest, telling him it's been a while. Pest responds quickly, removing his hat as a sign of respect. He bows his head, acknowledging the figure's authority. It's the president. The hat merchant has arrived, and it seems it's time for a serious talk. The hat merchant, the president of the Spirit Emporium, holds a place of deep reverence among all spirit merchants, even ascended beings like the Spirit King. Although beings like the hat merchant are genderless, they are often referred to as she. Generally, there are only two reasons why she would appear in the human realm, either to alert others of serious changes in the dungeons or to handle important matters involving spirit merchants. A few hours earlier, Pest reacts with surprise as he wonders if they really want him to call the president the hat merchant. In response, Aidan explains that, according to Ankal, a spirit is negotiating with the Umbra Guild, which goes against the rules of the Spirit Emporium. He reminds Pest that it's impossible to defeat a spirit merchant inside a dungeon, so he needs him to explain the situation and summon the hat merchant. At first, Pest mutters that President Hat Merchant is incredibly busy. However, he eventually agrees. Aidan then thanks him while calling him a friend, but that word infuriates Pest. He is already enraged as he shouts insults, offended at being called a friend, since they are clearly enemies. Furthermore, he yells that he's also afraid of the president. Shortly after, the hat merchant arrives, calmly and formally. She expresses her gratitude to rabbits. He quickly replies, assuring her that it's no problem. Aidan feels thrilled by her timely arrival and praises rabbits for the good timing. Meanwhile, Talon watches in silence, wondering who this person is if even Pest fears her. Pest looks surprised and wonders how she got there. He urges her to hear him out first, saying there must be a misunderstanding. Immediately, the hat merchant cuts him off sharply, as she questions what kind of misunderstanding it could possibly be. Her tone turns severe, as she demands if he really thought she wouldn't know what he was up to. Pest freezes, confused that she knows everything, and stammers out a question, to understand what she means. Without hesitation, the hat seller explains that she has always known about his fraud for personal gain. She had been observing him in the hope that he might redeem himself, but that hope is now gone. At that moment, everyone turns their attention to her, hanging on her every word. Pest, completely stunned, tries to defend himself. He begins to explain that it's not what she thinks, but she cuts him off again. She gives a firm order that he is fired. The word hits him like a thunderclap. His eyes widen in disbelief, and he loudly refuses, unable to accept that he is no longer part of the Spirit Emporium. With a calm gesture, the hat seller raises her hand and suddenly something begins to appear in her palm. Then, she mentions that she has heard from rabbits and expresses her regret for the trouble caused by the Spirit Emporium. Aidan gently assures her that it's okay. However, the hat seller insists that words are not enough. That is not the Emporium's way. Therefore, she hands a box to Aidan. It is a gift. Aidan accepts it with surprise and respect. as he realizes that a gift from the hat seller must be truly special. As she prepares to leave, Aidan quickly stops her. He asks if he can ask her a question. She kindly gives him permission, gesturing towards a nearby creature. He asks how he can save the epidemic spirit trapped inside. The hat seller listens attentively. Then, she replies that the child is in a deep sleep and its consciousness will not return, even if the outer seals are broken. There is only one way to awaken it, through a formal contract. Nevertheless, she adds, is there another option he might consider instead that might be better than contracting? Aidan silently considers her words, thinking that she is referring to making the spirit disappear as the other option. With her answer complete, the hat seller prepares to leave again. Aidan sincerely thanks her for both the guidance and the help. She offers her parting words, wishing him the best on his future travels and calling him by his name, Adin Alberio. Upon hearing this, Aidan freezes in shock. His heart skips a beat. He gasps as he cries out in disbelief and asks how she knew that name. But she says nothing and leaves with rabbits, leaving him deep in his thoughts. Shortly after, Underlord, who was watching everything, turns to Aidan and asks if she just used the name from his past life. Aidan, still confused, wonders aloud, how could she possibly know? Could it be that some beings are aware of his reincarnation? He starts to believe there is more that he still doesn't understand about the hat seller. Then, with a tired smile, Aidan remembers that Talon is also there. So, he turns around and finds Talon lying on the ground. The next day, in the city of Carton, a crowd gathers. People are reading newspapers while murmuring with comments. One person speaks up while asking if they have heard about the Umber Guild and the Medela Guild. Another replies saying that they always suspected the Umber Guild wasn't clean, but this news is intense. The guild has been destroyed. Apparently, had been kidnapping people from dungeons and experimenting on them. One person comments that if it weren't for Medela and Marcus, they could have been victims too. Therefore, there's a sense of relief and gratitude. Everyone is happy that the Umber Guild is gone. Meanwhile, inside Guildmaster Medela's office, Aidan is sitting and reading the news. He looks up and mentions that Marcus has become a hero in the city of Harton. Marcus, who is sitting nearby, gives the credit to Aidan. He admits that without him, the guild and his daughter would have been lost. However, he still expresses concern. Marcus wonders if they can trust the person that Aidan recommended. Just then, the man named Shandakan bursts in shouting that he'll give it his all. Aidan, focused on the news, muses aloud. Even for Medela, taking over and running such a large guild, especially one with enemies, will be difficult. So it's better to have a figurehead for now. He believes that Chandalkan has been a guild master before and won't betray them. However, if he does, Aidan warns that he will hunt him down to hell to the death. Chandalkan laughs heartily, while joking that he doesn't even know what betrayal means. At the same time, Underlord sits next to Aidan and asks if he plans to tell Marcus about the chaos in the Grand Duchy of Sires. Aidan replies that there's no point yet. Even if he reveals it now, Sylvetta could crush the truth using her power. He needs something stronger to truly defeat Sylvetta. So, he must move slowly and find the right time. He mentions the Sacred Fire cult, the Forest of Death, and everything that has happened in the city of Harton. Then, Marcus brings up the matter of the child sealed in stone. He wonders aloud whether he should form a formal contract with the spirit of the epidemic plague or break the stone, which would make the spirit disappear. After that, they would need to find another spirit for his daughter Charlie to bond with. Aidan warns him that time is short. The choice is his. The spirit of the epidemic is not evil and has done nothing wrong. Marcus responds, showing his awareness. He acknowledges that people still fear the spirit of the epidemic because of Radhasaira, the alchemist of the Sin Plague who turned the southern continent into a hell. He admits it's not fair, but he remains firm. He won't change his mind. Then, he walks away, unsheathes his sword, and approaches the stone, whispers an apology, and prepares to strike, but suddenly a door bursts open. His daughter runs in, yelling to stop her dad. Marcus turns in surprise and stammers as he tries to ask how she got there, but Charlie is furious. She yells over him, while demanding that he not hurt her friend. Inside the stone is her friend, and she won't let her father harm him. Meanwhile, Marcus's daughter arrives at the scene. She quickly rushes to save her friend, because her father is about to strike a stone and, if he does, her friend could get hurt. At the same time, Aidan is nearby, thinking that this situation seems too much for Charlie to handle. That is the reason why he never told her. However, he now wonders how she found out. Just then, another girl arrives and reveals that she was the one who told Charlie everything. Everyone around them is curious, as they wonder how Charlie knew what was going on. Without hesitation, Charlie takes a step forward. She explains that this is her spirit, and although the decision is difficult, she believes it is the right thing for her to make herself. She insists that she is simply protecting her friend. In response, Marcus tries to reason with her, as he reminds her that the spirit is dangerous, but Charlie raises her voice, filled with emotion. He does not understand that it is the spirit that has always protected her, and now it is her turn to protect it. With growing intensity, she keeps shouting because she is desperate to protect her friend. Then she begins to explain. She remembers she was only 5 years old when she first realized someone was by her side. It happened in the back alley of Carton City. She had been sitting there, terrified. Her voice trembled as a monster slowly approached. She screamed, begging it not to come any closer. Just as it was about to attack her, a spirit appeared and saved her. The monster disappeared and she was left confused. At that moment, she realized someone had been protecting her. Then, even when her mother disappeared and she felt completely alone, even when she cried after injuring her leg, this spirit never left her. The saintess once told her that dead souls were the reason she got sick, but this spirit is what kept her safe. Now, through tears of rage, she asks if everyone who protects her must always leave. Must this spirit, her one and only true friend, leave like her mom did? She now stands firm, ready to protect her friend. Marcus tries to stop her again, but she shouts even louder. There is only one thing she needs to know from him, that if she forms a contract with this spirit, will he hate her too? Marcus hears her words and they cut him deep. He gets angry, but not with her. He says that there is no way he could ever hate her. Charlie takes in his words, his voice firm. That is all she needed to hear. She does not care what anyone else thinks. As long as she has her father and her friend, that is enough. There is no way she will allow the one who protected her to die. No. After all, she pleads with him to accept the spirit as part of their family for having taken care of her when her mother could not. Marcus is overwhelmed. Slowly, he kneels and hugs her. He apologizes through his tears as he holds her close. In the end, the only thing that matters to him is her happiness and her health. Later, in the Medela Guild Master's office, Marcus sits next to Aidan. They chat comfortably with Dev joining the conversation. With sincere gratitude, Marcus thanks the young master as he promises to never forget what he has done. Aidan, as calm as ever, plays it down. After all, it was part of the deal. But then he asks something more serious. If Marcus is really okay with Charlie becoming the sorcerer of the epidemic spirit, Marcus answers honestly. No, he is not happy about it. It is obvious that this will make Charlie's life more difficult. However, if this makes her happy, then that is what matters. He promises to raise her well so she won't get hurt and can fulfill her potential. To do that, he chooses to treat the spirit as a blessing instead of something dangerous. He remembers how happy Charlie looked when he allowed the spirit to stay with them. After all, to him that spirit is part of his family now too. Hearing this, Aidan offers something unexpected, a letter of recommendation. He suggests they send Charles to Rem's house for her studies. Marcus is surprised that his daughter is at Rem's house. Aidan notices his surprise and offers reassurance. He mentions the rumors about Ratsira. The power of the epidemic spirit is incredibly dangerous, and Charles needs to master spirit sorcery to control it. Since there are already spirits living on that property, she will become an excellent sorceress by learning directly from them. Marcus chimes in, still unsure. Is it really okay to accept such a big favor? And why is Aidan so willing to help? Aidan smiles faintly, as this is still part of their deal. Marcus seems puzzled, so Aidan explains clearly that his condition is simple. When the time comes and he needs Charles' help, they must come. He promises to never abuse her powers. Marcus takes a moment. He knows Aidan has always helped when they needed it, so he nods and agrees. If Aidan calls, Charles and even the resources of the Medela Guild will answer. To him, Aidan has become more than an ally. He is a trusted friend. They shake hands, and a strong friendship begins. Meanwhile, far to the north in the frozen land, Sylvette stands with his guard. The scene is a massacre. Blood everywhere, bodies on the ground. The Umbra Guild has fallen. Sylvette watches it all as his frustration mounts. Things just keep going wrong. His guard lowers his head and apologizes for the terrible news. Sylvette asks who was involved. His guard replies that the Crimson Knight believes D might be responsible. The enemy used a sword just like his. Chaos suffered heavy losses, and now the investigation will be delayed. Sylvette is enraged. He screams as he curses the traitors of the fallen kingdom. He regrets ever trusting them. Suddenly, a force strikes him and he collapses. His guard rushes forward, urging him to drink a potion. Though reluctant, he takes it. Energy slowly returns to him. He scoffs and finds it pathetic, depending on potions made by people he hates. If only he hadn't damaged his mana core 7 years ago during the monster wave, maybe none of this would be happening. Or maybe he should be grateful it didn't explode. At least he hasn't gone mad. He mutters that he doesn't need blood knights, the occult, or holy fire. With one hand, he crushes the potion bottle and throws it away. His focus shifts. The main priority now is to find a gem to replace his damaged mana core. Once he has that, he will reach the Grand Master level. He must become the next Grand Duke. The pain in his body is sharp, but his ambition burns brighter. Meanwhile, back in Carton City, inside Aidan's lodging, he observes a strange stone in his hands. He mutters, confused. He was confused about the hat merchant. He had given it to him, so it's definitely not common. Underlord is nearby and immediately recognizes it as a contract stone that once belonged to the dragon-slaying king. Underlord explains further this contract stone. Contract allows you to form a bond with spirits or spirit beasts from the spirit realm. Even someone with low spiritual affinity can use it to summon high-level spirits. It's a rare treasure in the human world. You just need to pour your mana into it. Aidan listens as he stares at the stone in his hand, wondering about it. As soon as he begins to channel energy, the stone starts to glow. Lights burst from it, and both of them are left stunned. Suddenly, fire explodes in the room surrounding them. They watch in awe as the flames spread, all of it coming from the contract stone. The Underlord's eyes widen and he thinks that something incredible is about to happen. Suddenly, sparks begin to flare and the entire room fills with flashes of fire. As the chaotic fire spreads across the room, both Aidan and the Underlord remain frozen, overwhelmed by the sight of the flames dancing through every corner. However, something feels wrong when Aidan cautiously extends his hand towards the fire. He's surprised to feel no heat, no burns, nothing at all. It doesn't hurt, it's not even warm. That strange sensation awakens a memory inside him. He feels as if he has encountered this kind of fire before. At that moment, an authoritative voice echoes around him, filled with disdain. It asks how someone dares to summon a presence of such power in such a confined place. The Underlord, clearly disturbed, mutters to himself that Aidan has summoned something completely absurd. In disbelief, he realizes it's a mythic rank spirit beast. He recalls that in his previous life he witnessed people forming bonds with spiritual creatures, but most only managed to contract with weak or intermediate ones. Almost no one reached the mythic level. The realization hits harder when he remembers how, even with all his past experiences, he never saw anyone summon such a creature with just an ordinary spirit stone. Confused and overwhelmed, he wonders how Aidan managed something that even he has never witnessed before. Trying to make sense of it all, Aidan asks the entity if he is the one who summoned it. The voice, calm and powerful, responds that it's actually the other way around. She found him. She introduces herself as the king of the immortal birds and explains that her son owes his life to him. However, Aidan has no clue what she's referring to. As his mind races for answers, the bird chirps softly, and a clearer picture begins to form. She reminds him of the time he rescued her son from a brutal troll. As a mother and the sovereign of her people, she comes to offer gratitude. However, the moment she saw him, she admits that something about him profoundly surprises her. Confused, Aidan asks, "What do you mean?" She gently explains that his body carries signs of an incredible ordeal, poison linked to resurrection, demonic energy, even a shield of Bansi, and on top of all that, a powerful curse. The Underlord, unable to hold back, reacts with fury at her words. Meanwhile, Aidan, slowly starting to understand the gravity of the situation, asks if she intends to form a contract with him. She replies that, under normal circumstances, a human wouldn't be able to withstand her power. However, due to a mysterious stone within, he might be the one. Hearing that, Aidan shudders. He doesn't realize that such a stone exists in his body. Then a thought occurs to him about the strange stone that fused with him in the Forest of Death and cautiously asks if that's the one she's referring to. The bird, though powerful, admits that not even she knows the true nature of the stone, but she recalls tales from ancient times when beings with stones like his existed. Even rulers like herself feel powerless before them. She acknowledges that his body is much weaker than theirs, but she believes he could withstand her essence. Then, with regal dignity, she asks if he will accept her power and form a contract. Aidan knows that such an opportunity would never come again. He accepts. The bird rejoices and introduces herself as Pyrones, the daughter of the first flames that consume all impurity. She asks him to say his full name to complete the bond. When Aidan tells her, she pauses. A moment later, she asks if he is also known by another name, Adam Aloe. As soon as he confirms, the contract between them is sealed. In that instant, a message gently glows around him, not in text, but as a soft echo that resonates in his mind. He understands without needing words that he has just formed a spiritual bond with Pyrones, a mythic rank fire spirit. Several days later, the quiet calm of the northern gate of Carton City is disturbed only by the Saintess, who sits in silent reflection. She thinks about how close she gets to someone. Before they part ways, a nearby girl gently encourages her as she promises they will meet that person again after the secret pilgrimage concludes. A boy sitting opposite them joins the conversation, promising to speak with Joseph and asks for permission to visit the city of Carton. He wonders aloud if the young master is still asleep. Elsewhere, Aidan rests in a bed with his fingers wrapped around a smooth block. As he studies it, he recognizes the object, a rare S-rank mercenary token, and reflects that it has been a long time since he last held one. Moments later, his companions enter the room and see what he is holding. One of them, curious, picks it up and confirms it's the white gold token for S-rank mercenaries. Another shares that he only gets one for B rank. A nearby boy asks if that's really what Aidan receives. Marcus, while remaining silently proud, praises him. He explains how mercenary ranks are determined by personal skill and past achievements. He reassures the others that anyone can rise through the ranks with effort. Aidan acknowledges his loyalty and Marcus, smiling, attributes his progress to his wife's support. Then Marcus changes the subject and asks where they are headed. Aidan replies that they are heading to Shies. There's something waiting for him there, something important. Sensing something deeper behind his words, Marcus asks if he can speak frankly. Aidan gives him a silent nod. Marcus reveals his suspicions that someone from Shies is behind a tragic incident. He explains how every time the name is mentioned, Aidan's rage becomes impossible to hide. He believes that Aidan knows exactly what they have done. Remembering the injustice done to his daughter, Marcus describes the burning rage he feels. Those responsible for Clara wear false masks to hide their filth. Although he has no power now, he wants revenge. So he asks for help from Aidan. If their goals align, he offers to serve him completely. Aidan listens and then accepts without hesitation. There is nothing stronger than a shared purpose, and they will make those responsible pay dearly. Later that night, Aidan lies down again as he tries to relax. He knows the real journey is just beginning. A guard steps in and informs him that they are near their destination. Calmly and with focus, Aidan opens his eyes. The Grand Duchy of Sears is already in sight. They arrive shortly after, its beauty stretching across the landscape. Upon entering the center of the city, they find the streets bustling with people, nobles, and knights from all over. One of the girls with them observes the enormous crowd. Aidan explains that it's because the martial arts dueling festival is about to begin. His companions show curiosity, clearly unfamiliar with the event, so Aidan explains. The dueling festival is an ancient winter tournament held in Sires to honor Jaeger Sears, the founder who once sealed the terrifying Winter Queen. Every winter, monsters attack and the people dread the season. To lift their spirits and seek protection, they hold this festival. It's one of the grandest events on the continent, so significant that even nobles pause their duties to join. Then, to their surprise, Aidan reveals he will participate. The others cheer, but one boy hesitates as he wonders why he would enter such a dangerous contest. Underlord chimes in as well, reminding him that revenge is the reason they came here in the first place. Aidan nods and confirms his goal hasn't changed. He explains that the tournament winner receives a special reward, an item from the Sears warehouse and an elixir. He needs that elixir to reach the Grandmaster rank, just like in his previous life. More importantly, he adds, something monumental will occur once the tournament ends. Underlord, still puzzled, asks what he means. Aidan calmly explains that when the festival is over, the Winter Queen, the one Jaeger sealed long ago, will awaken. The Winter Queen, considered the reincarnation of a powerful spirit, now leads an army of the dead from the frozen lands. Whenever she stirs in the past, the land beneath her slowly transforms into legendary ranked dungeons. Furthermore, the ruins under her command are summoned directly to the northern continent, including the IS. In retaliation, the northern nations unite and send 6 noble knight families to confront her. Among them is the Grand Duchy of Sires, alongside elite warriors from the martial arts dueling festival. However, the operation collapses. The knights falter, the entire force is decimated, and the few who escape return as empty husks, like soulless beings. Then, just when the continent nears ruin, and during a night pierced by thunder and lightning, a warrior named Sylvetta emerges. With her bloody cavalry, she changes the course of the war and finally overcomes the Queen, Winter. After his triumph, he earns everyone's respect, soon ascending as the new Grand Duke of Sires. From that moment on, he is known everywhere as the King of the Night. Now in the present, Aidan remembers Sylvetta from his past life, but the person standing before him now feels like a stranger. The man he sees no longer reflects the noble figure from his memories. Aidan makes a silent promise. First, he will win at the martial arts festival, then he will join the expedition to face the Winter Queen. Finally, when Sylvetta grows tired of the battle, Aidan plans to finish him. As his mind wanders, Alicia, sitting at his side, watches him with quiet curiosity. She wonders if perhaps the food isn't to his liking, as she notices the distant look in his eyes. Snapping back to the moment, Aidan replies with a hint of surprise as he assures her that the food isn't the problem. Just then, Bao chimes in with a cheerful tone, marveling at how crowded a simple restaurant has become. He comments that there must be some grand celebration happening throughout the country. Around them, the laughter and chatter of cheerful diners fill the air. Gradually, the warmth of the scene calms Aidan's thoughts. He lets a small smile appear as he observes how genuinely happy everyone seems to be. As they eat, a stranger approaches and kindly asks if he and his group can share their table, explaining that there are no empty spots left. Without waiting long, he settles in and warmly introduces himself as Lao, a mercenary. Aidan responds in kind, mentioning that he's on an expedition with his party. Alice, ever curious, points to the person next to Lao and asks if he's a companion. Lao nods, introducing his younger brother, Liddell, a shy young man. Just as Lao begins to gesture to the others, a nearby woman, Cassie, interrupts with a mocking comment. She observes the figure next to Aidan and jokes that she didn't expect to see an old tiger man in a place like this. Then, with a smirk, she corrects herself and calls him a catman. Her voice carries a playful tone. Lao hesitates for a moment, clearly surprised, but the girl brushes it off with a laugh. The Tiger Man remains unfazed, calmly introducing himself as Baruch. Cassie then introduces herself. Aidan watches them in silence, intrigued. Clearly, these travelers are anything but ordinary. Baruch makes a comment in response, with a tone laden with dry humor, as he notes the irony of being judged by someone traveling with a wuk. Meanwhile, Alice notices something unusual in Liddell's hands. Her eyes light up with curiosity as she asks what he's holding. Liddell stiffens, but he holds up the object, an instrument known as a pipe from his homeland. With slight embarrassment, he admits he's the group's bard. Immediately, Alice's face lights up. She claps excitedly and urges him to play. Liddell hesitates, humbly warning that he isn't very skilled. However, the soft and elegant music fills the space. Gradually, the voices around them die down one by one. People turn towards the source. A gentle silence falls over the restaurant. The melody, delicate yet vibrant, envelops the room in warmth. Behind Aidan, the undergrounder listens with clear interest. He murmurs that the boy is weaving mana into the music. His gift is rare. The notes seem to resonate with the ambient mana as they cast a faint enchantment over the gathering. When Liddell finishes, he lowers the pippa with flushed cheeks. He explains that this is the traditional way to play it. Applause erupts. Cheers echo through the room. Aidan thanks him sincerely, praising the beauty of his music, expressing that he has never heard something so moving. Alice practically jumps for joy with sparkling eyes, telling Ladle how incredible it was. Lau laughs and comments that his little brother seems to have gained a fan, just as expected of him. Embarrassed, Ladle mutters for him to stop. Baruch leans in smiling and asks if he is enjoying the attention. Liddell groans and calls him Grandpa in protest. Soon, Lau informs them they must leave due to a tight schedule. Aidan nods, understanding their urgency. As Lau stands up, he mentions how much effort it takes to prepare for the martial arts dueling festival. That catches Aidan's attention. He looks up smiling and asks if Lau is also participating, but then something clicks. He turns around seeking confirmation if his name is really Lau. Lau casually affirms it. Both of them stand face to face. Aidan's voice changes, filled with clarity and determination. It seems they will meet later as rivals. He reveals that he is also a contender in the festival. Lau smiles as he warns him not to expect any mercy just because they once shared a table, and, with that, he leaves. Once they are gone, the Underlord leans in and questions Aidan, "What was that moment just now?" Aidan blinks as he feigns confusion. The Underlord narrows his eyes. For a brief moment, Aidan released an overwhelming killing intent. That much is clear. Aidan's tone turns serious. Does he think he has figured out who Lau really is? The Underlord asks if they have met before. Aidan shakes his head, not directly, but he has heard the stories. A swordsman, traveling with an elder beast, a warrior who once claimed victory in the Lord's martial arts festival, a figure whispered about in fear, the demon-slaying sword demon, Lau. Realization dawns in the Underlord's eyes that this is the same Lau from Aidan's past life. However, a mystery remains. Why is he called the evil-slaying sword demon? Aidan speaks softly as he recalls. After winning the tournament and claiming the elixir, Lau vanished. He never joined the quest to defeat the Winter Queen. He simply disappeared. 2 years later, he returned to Sears, but not as a savior. He returned as a homicidal monster. Aidan, accompanied by his entire party, arrives at a new location and finds it absolutely breathtaking. As they enjoy the view, Alex turns to him, curious, wondering if their friend is really letting them use the place for free. He reassures her without hesitation, confirming that it is indeed for their use. However, Bali raises a thoughtful concern, questioning if relying on personal connections for luxury during a pilgrimage goes against its true purpose of concealing one's identity and gaining insight into the lives of common people. In response, Aidan calmly remarks that it is perfectly fine. He points out that even people in the secular world don't hesitate to use their connections, and this would also be a meaningful experience for Alice, a chance to see the power of influence firsthand. In his eyes, this version of the pilgrimage not only suits her but everyone in the group. Shortly after, he approaches Nikita. She greets him warmly, and he casually asks how things have been lately. She informs him that, thanks to the information he provided earlier, they have successfully taken down several branches of chaos. Interestingly, the ones connected to them seem to be falling back. She goes on to mention that, apparently, some tension has arisen between Chaos and a thunderstorm knight named Sylvetta. Upon hearing this, Aidan reflects in silence. The chaos in the Imperial Palace, the fall of the cult of the Holy Fire, the experiments in the Forest of Death, and even the twisted work of the Blood Knight in the Umbra Guild. All those incidents unfolding one after another no longer surprise him. Then, he cautiously raises a concern. wondering if there is any chance the enemy has discovered that he is the mastermind behind it all. Nikita, however, reassures him, saying the probability is very low. She praises him, saying that only someone like him could handle such corruption directly, calling him a true embodiment of the noble master of the underworld. He pauses for a moment, briefly wondering if she is blushing, especially given their complicated past, when she once tried to stain him with blood. However, he quickly changes focus and mentions something more urgent, which is the item he had requested. Without delay, she reveals it. 7 gleaming ingots of Estelanium is exactly as he had asked. His eyes light up with excitement. He marvels at the ore, known for its unparalleled resistance, magical conductivity, and volatile energy. It is incredibly rare, with most people having never even seen a fragment in their lifetimes. Genuinely grateful, he expresses his sincere gratitude to her for procuring something so valuable. To her, however, it does not seem to be a big deal. Then, she gently probes, curious about his plans for the material. He explains that he has the intention of forging a suit of armor for himself. Although he already wields a sword and shield, he has yet to find a suit of armor that meets his standards. Nikita, however, points out that working with Estelanium is no easy task and that skilled blacksmiths who can handle it are rare. Still, Aidan assures her that he has already found the right person, someone more than capable of creating exactly what he envisions. In the dark back alleys of the Underlords, frustration finally boils over. They have been wandering for almost 2 hours, and all Aidan has done so far is dismiss every location with a quiet no. Here, his underling begins to doubt if the blacksmith even exists. Despite their fruitless search, Aidan remains certain that the artisan he has in mind is real. It is just that finding him is not exactly simple. Then, just as they are about to turn another corner, Aidan sees it, a worn-out door marked only with the symbol of a hammer. His eyes light up. This is the place. The skeptical underling questions if it is not just an old, abandoned door. But Aidan calmly explains that while it might seem that way to an ordinary person, he possesses the key that unlocks its true purpose. With steady hands, he inserts the key into the small, almost invisible opening, and the door opens, revealing the entrance to a hidden realm. As they pass through, a sense of familiarity washes over Aidan. It has been a long time since he last visited this place. The underling, while looking around, immediately recognizes the nature of the space. It is subspace magic. Aidan nods in agreement and explains that this blessed race, caused by the Earth, is born with the ability to create their own workshop dimensions. Even more impressively, they can control who has access. People with the S-rank mercenary badge they showed a few moments ago can enter. As they walk deeper into the workshop, a hoarse voice echoes through the subspace, demanding to know who has entered. It is none other than the blacksmith Hedos himself. Without hesitation, Aidan steps forward and states his purpose, that he is here to commission a set of armor. However, the blacksmith is surprised. Orders for armor are rare, and this one seems to particularly surprise him. Watching the interaction, the underling leans in and quietly remarks that this grumpy old man is the blacksmith Aidan was talking about. He seems doubtful, but Aidan simply assures him that despite the rough exterior, Hedos is a master of his craft. In fact, every piece of armor Aidan wore while fighting the underworld lord in his previous life was crafted by this very man. The underling is not ready to digest that revelation. Meanwhile, Hedos sizes Aidan up and challenges him with a snort, doubting that someone who looks so frail could really be an S-rank mercenary. Aidan calmly offers to show him the white gold badge, if proof is needed. However, he complains that the human world must have lost its mind handing out badges to those who look like they could not even lift a shield. He grumbles in irritation and mutters that maybe it is time to raise the requirements for entering his workshop. Then, with a sharp gaze and a gesture of his hand, he dismisses Aidan while claiming he has no suitable equipment for someone like him. There are plenty of other blacksmiths out there, he adds with a grunt, urging him to leave with a mocking tone and a playful glint in his eyes. Aidan casually mentions that he was hoping they could share a drink together, specifically White Dragon's Tears, an incredibly rare white wine. He adds, almost mockingly, that perhaps he should look for another blacksmith instead. However, the moment Hedos hears the name of the wine, his expression changes dramatically. Clearly astonished, he stares at Aidan, unable to believe he actually possesses such a valuable bottle. Aidan, wearing a cunning smile, begins to turn as if he is about to leave, but just as expected, the old blacksmith quickly calls him back and urges him to stay. Moments later, they are sitting together, sharing the rare liquor. As soon as Hedos takes a sip, he is visibly impressed, while savoring the taste with genuine delight. He soon asks for Aidan's name, which he provides calmly and confidently. Hedos then remarks that the wine is exceptional, one of the best he has tasted since Balkan gave him a bottle almost 20 years ago. That name sparks a memory in Aidan. He recalls a moment from 20 years ago, when Hedos was scolding Balkan for taking one of his swords without permission. However, now, as he drinks the wine, Aidan can't help but wonder where that man has disappeared to. The thought lingers in his mind that in this life without him, the void left by Master Balkan must have been even heavier for Hedos. Then, as he sets his glass aside, Aidan gently shifts the conversation. It's time to focus on the real reason he is here. He calmly urges them to stop drinking and focus on his request. Hedos, already softened by the wine and the nostalgia it brings, lets out a short laugh. He tells Aidan that after receiving such an extraordinary gift, he can't let him leave empty-handed. He leans forward with a firm yet welcoming voice and encourages him to state his request, while confidently declaring that there is no weapon or armor beyond his ability to forge. Aidan stands still, lost in thought, pleased by the unexpected encounter with the blacksmith Hedos after so long. As his mind wanders, he remembers that the armor he commissioned will be ready in just 4 days. Considering there are still about 10 days left before the Winter Queen awakens, he thinks there is plenty of time to prepare. Holding a key in his hand, he reflects on its purpose, which allows him to travel to Hedos' forge from anywhere. It could be useful in its own way. For now, while waiting for the blacksmith's gear, they head to the Great Temple of Sires to participate in the pilgrimage they are supposedly here for. However, the scene that awaits them is far from what he expects. Upon arriving, the entire place is echoing with the crowd chanting Alice's name. Everyone is celebrating her as they call her their saint. They welcome her with overwhelming joy, and she in turn greets him warmly while expressing how happy she is to meet them. Her words fill the people with delight, and many seem to long for just a glimpse of her. Nearby, the Dark Lord leans towards Aidan, noting with quiet amusement how much she seems to be enjoying the attention. Aidan feels the same way, allowing her to enjoy the moment without interruption. Shortly after, they arrive at the Sire's branch of the Cult of the Sacred Fire. There, a man steps forward to greet Alice. He introduces himself as Barkus, the High Priest of the branch, and also extends a warm welcome to those who have come with the saint. The Lord of the Underworld raises an eyebrow, finding it strange that a man of such ordinary appearance holds such an important title. But Aidan gently reminds him that even the locals in this region tend to look that way. Barkus expresses his honor at meeting someone as revered as the savior of the main church. Aidan responds politely and introduces himself as well. He remarks with genuine surprise how Alice's reception has been much more enthusiastic than expected. Her popularity is clearly greater than he had anticipated. As they walk toward the temple, Barkus explains that the flame bearer, which is destined to burn with the sacred fire, has remained cold for over a decade due to the absence of a saint to hold it. With Alice's divine flame, the temple could finally regain its warmth and perhaps would rekindle faith in the hearts of the believers. Turning to her, Aidan wonders aloud if she is capable of such a task. Without hesitation, she accepts, feeling confident. After all, she has done it once before and fears nothing. Then, with quiet determination, she ascends the stairs. As he watches her, Aidan perceives a change in her, a subtle growth that makes him feel proud. She moves forward with serene grace as she prepares to release her divine power into the sacred space. Pouring her energy into the flame holder, the air stirs into her quiet satisfaction. It works. Everyone is filled with joy as the sacred fire comes back to life after 10 long years. Their faces light up with happiness, overwhelmed by the sight they have waited so long to witness. Among them, Barkus stands stunned, barely able to believe his eyes. He murmurs in awe, marveling at the rare blessing of seeing the sacred flame burn again in his lifetime. His joy is quiet but profound, stirred by the presence of the great sacred flame. Aidan is also surprised, but then something strange stirs within him. A peculiar sensation runs through his body, taking him by surprise. As he tries to understand it, a thought crosses his mind. It might be the mana cultivation technique he once learned from an old, forgotten book that he found in the Church of the Sacred Fire. That ancient technique now seems to be acting on its own as it directs his body with intent. It urges him to absorb the flame. Suddenly, the fire begins to move toward him. Barkus, alarmed, shouts, warning him to be careful, but it is already happening. Aidan is absorbing the sacred fire. The sight leaves everyone frozen in disbelief. None of them expected this. Valley, while observing closely, expresses his astonishment, pointing out that the sacred fire is known for burning anyone who has not been chosen as its master. What is unfolding before them is beyond anything he has ever seen. Meanwhile, Aidan feels no pain. Instead, he feels a deep, powerful, and almost comforting warmth. Then, in a voice only he can hear, the sacred fire addresses him, acknowledging him as its successor and granting him a gift, his eyes capable of seeing through all lies. No falsehood will be able to stand before him again. With that, and all the fire and its divine energy flow completely into him. The temple falls silent. Every person is left speechless as they witness something none of them ever imagined possible. When the fire subsides, Rose rushes quickly to Aidan, with concern evident on her face. She gently shakes him as she tries to make sure he is okay. Seeing this, Barkus is frozen in shock. Just moments before, Aidan had been completely engulfed by the sacred fire, yet here he is, unharmed. The spectacle leaves him speechless. At that same moment, Valley quietly comments that he always suspected that Aidan was just an ordinary person. Curious and still trying to understand what is happening, Barkus turns to him and asks what he means by that. Then Bali begins to explain. A long time ago, before the Master, the Holy Fire ascended, he shared a prophecy with his followers. On an appointed day, someone would come, someone who would approach the fire, and instead of being consumed, the flames would dance joyfully to welcome him. This chosen one, Bali continues, would carry the Master's will and be recognized as the apostle of the Holy Fire. Reflecting on everything that has happened, Bali silently notes that Aidan now seems to fit that very description. Meanwhile, Aidan snaps out of his daze and gives Ro a light smack, annoyed with him for shaking his head so roughly. He looks around, confused by the intense stares of everyone around him. Before he can make sense of it, the crowd suddenly erupts in applause. They cheer for him, thrilled that the apostle of the Holy Fire has appeared to protect them. However, Aidan, still trying to understand what is happening, feels nothing but confusion. The title means nothing to him, and he does not even know what it really is. Despite his protests and awkwardness, they lift him into the air while honoring him with chants and cheers. Their celebration fills the temple with excitement and gratitude. But just as the joy reaches its peak, the ground begins to shake violently, stones fall from above, and panic spreads. The people assume it is an earthquake, but Aidan immediately senses it is something else. With a serious expression, he tells them this is no ordinary earthquake. Something else is happening. As the tremors continue, a chilling thought crosses his mind. Could this be the cry of the Winter Queen? However, he quickly reminds himself that there should still be plenty of time before she awakens. After hearing all those sounds, unsettling, the crowd grows nervous. No one can understand what the commotion really means. Suddenly, a figure emerges and addresses the crowd, expressing gratitude for their continued use of the services of the Part Emporium. The figure, revealed to be the owner of the spiritual emporium, the renowned hat merchant, leaves everyone stunned. The mere mention of the emporium's true owner and her unexpected presence sends ripples of disbelief through the crowd. She then announces, as the owner of the emporium, that a legendary dungeon known as the Winter Queen's Nest has emerged. Instantly, panic spreads, faces filling with disbelief. As whispers about the Winter Queen's possible resurrection spread through the group, a sense of dread takes hold of them. Some begin to shout that she has returned to wreak havoc again and insist that fleeing is the only way to survive. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupts as people scatter, desperately escaping the scene. Meanwhile, inside the hallowed halls of the Church of the Holy Fire, Sai's branch, Aidan reflects on her return. The fact that she has revived 10 days earlier than expected baffles him. However, more pressing matters occupy his thoughts. Lashes is in an uproar, overwhelmed by the Queen's return, while the Dark Knight Spectre loses control, driven by a relentless urge to defend his homeland. Frustration grows within Aidan as he questions the Spectre's right to interfere. Suddenly, a presence materializes before him, a figure who identifies himself as Dark Climb. He reveals that he once served as a knight under Lord Sylvetta. However, a blessing from the Holy Fire grants him the ability to perceive deceit. What happens next is a vivid scene where Darius, weakened by his deteriorating mana core, reflects that in this condition, regaining his former strength is impossible. Worse still, he risks losing his rightful title of Grand Duke to Dar. However, he contemplates a desperate plan to complete a task involving a mysterious gemstone. With it, he believes he can replace his mana core and eventually recover his title. As the vision unfolds, Aidan begins to wonder if these are remnants of the Dark Knight's memories. This extraordinary glimpse is possible thanks to a new ability he acquires during the Holy Fire event, an ability known as Eye of Fire. This power astonishingly reflects the divine authority of a god. However, what takes him by surprise is its ability to unveil the hidden memories of a specter. Then, the Underlord comments that the mystery behind the red stone Aidan absorbed has finally been unraveled. In response, Aidan reflects on how since absorbing the stone, while channeling mana, it has become remarkably smoother. It's no wonder then that someone with limited time would be desperate to try and fabricate another replacement for a mana core. After that, the Underlord wonders if this idea wasn't already mentioned by Nayaketa of Florence. He reminds him that the King of the Night is not currently on good terms with him. So, if that's true, how could he have intended to forge such a powerful substitute? Moments later, Aidan changes the subject and asks if the Underlord knows why the heirs of the S-line possess so much strength. However, the Underlord admits his ignorance and suggests that perhaps their resilience comes from surviving brutal conditions. However, Aidan reveals the true reason. It's because the first Grand Duke defeated the Winter Queen and consumed her essence. That essence has a level of purity so profound that no existing elixir compares. Currently, even Sylvetta is seeking the same essence for his own benefit. Realizing the danger of allowing Sylvetta's plan to unfold, Aidan decides to take matters into his own hands. At that moment, Dar suddenly appears and recognizes him. Aidan calmly returns the gesture. Dar mentions that he intended to visit Aidan personally, but fate brings them together here instead. Curious, Aidan wonders if Dar somehow knew of his presence beforehand. Then, Dar reveals that he heard about Aidan's house becoming the patron of the Saintess and how he is accompanying her on a sacred journey. News of Aidan's arrival also reached him. Aidan pauses as he wonders if the pilgrimage wasn't meant to be a well-kept secret, but the subterrane quietly comments that true secrets are rare in this world. Shortly after, Aidan mentions the matter of the Winter Queen, guessing it's the reason behind Dar's sudden arrival. Derillo confirms that the Church of the Holy Flame needs a representative to attend an emergency council meeting. The news takes Aidan by surprise. He wonders aloud if only high-ranking people in the church can attend such meetings. If so, wouldn't the revered apostle of the Holy Flame be the ideal choice for the church? Dar agrees that would make sense. Without hesitation, Aidan decides it's time to go and announces that he is indeed the apostle they are looking for. It's time, he insists, to meet Dee's father. With a sly smile on his face, the subterranean asks if he's forming a strategy in his mind. Aidan nods with confidence, revealing that he already intends to meet with the current Grand Duke of Sires, and this opportunity aligns perfectly with a brilliant plan he has been crafting. A knowing smile lingers as the next phase begins. Inside his office, Sylvetta sits in quiet contemplation, finally witnessing the moment he has long awaited, the return of the Winter Queen. He reflects that, although many believe the first Grand Duke of the Lords defeated her, that truth is only partial. Although she was defeated in battle, she was never truly destroyed. At the moment of her fall, her essence broke into fragments that scattered across the vast northern lands. Over time, these remnants infiltrated the entire northern continent, giving rise to an eternal winter. Infused with her essence, countless monsters became more powerful. Among these fragments, one embedded itself in the body of the Grand Duke of Sires. This singular fragment strengthens his physique, and through it, the Sires' bloodline gains unparalleled physical prowess. It is thanks to this fragment that their lineage is blessed with superior bodies, setting them apart. Now, after many long years, the Winter Queen has gathered her scattered essence and returned. Sylvetta believes that if he manages to capture her and absorb her essence, he will become the strongest being in existence. Without delay, he orders both the White Knight and the Crimson Knight to prepare for combat. They are to head towards her location, and he intends to strike first, eliminate her, and claim her essence for himself. The knights accept the order without hesitation, but just as they begin preparations, someone bursts through the door announcing an urgent development. Sylvetta turns sharply, demanding to know what has happened. The man informs him that the current Grand Duke of Sires has assigned the Winter Queen's household to an external force, rather than entrusting it to the Order of the Night. This news stuns Sylvetta. He clenches his fists in disbelief. After all, he had clearly told his father that he would personally lead the household. Now, unexpectedly, it has been handed over to an outsider. His curiosity quickly turns to frustration as he demands to know the identity of this force. Mysterious. The Crimson Knight intervenes, revealing it to be none other than the Church of the Sacred Fire. At the sound of this, Sylvetta's temper flares even more, and he mutters with disdain as he has always considered the church a persistent nuisance. The informant continues, pointing out that the one chosen to lead this house has recently been gaining significant attention. Sylvetta, clearly intrigued, asks if this person is well known and, more importantly, what is their name? The man replies, Aidan. Upon the mention of that name, something changes in Sylvetta. More determined than ever, he silently decides that a meeting with this individual is inevitable and will happen soon. Following the dramatic arrival of the hat merchant, the scene shifts to the reception hall of the Sire's mansion, where Aidan stands alongside. There, confronting the Grand Duke of Sires, Sires Vernon himself. The atmosphere carries a weight of anticipation as the Grand Duke turns to Aidan, questioning if he truly intends to oversee the house of the Winter Queen. Without hesitation, Aidan confirms his intention, revealing that he is presenting a proposal. The Grand Duke is taken aback by the idea of a deal. Calmly, Aidan elaborates, pointing out that the Winter Queen is no common enemy. She is a monstrous force, one that would be overwhelming even for several sword masters. In such a scenario, even the elite knights of the SS Grand Duchy would likely suffer great losses. That is why he claims the responsibility for subduing her should fall to his allies and the Church of the Sacred Fire. This assertion makes Vernon even more curious, and he naturally wonders what Aidan seeks in return. Without hesitating, Aidan states his price, everything from the territory to every piece of treasure obtained from the house. Dale, shocked by the audacity, asks if asking for the land is going too far. However, before any response, Aidan adds one more demand. The Grand Duke narrows his eyes as he asks about this final condition, but before the words can settle, he abruptly rises from his seat and launches a powerful sword strike at Aidan without any warning. The sudden clash takes everyone by surprise. As the blow lands, Aidan braces himself against the force. The blow is strong, exactly what he expects from a swordmaster. His hands ache, the impact is sharp and numbing. There quickly intervenes, reminding her father that, despite everything, Aidan once saved her life. Her words cause Vernon to pause. The Grand Duke now sees that Aidan not only speaks with audacity, but is driven by genuine determination. Realizing this, Vernon finally asks about the last condition. Aidan calmly replies, "The final part of the deal involves the elixir, the coveted prize from the upcoming martial arts tournament." Later, while sitting quietly in his room, Aidan reflects on his last demand, the elixir. In his hand, he holds a dense sphere of mana, a concentrated essence he gained through the deal. As he examines it, he feels its overwhelming energy. He wonders if this elixir can be the key to breaking the barrier that has been halting his growth. Without hesitating, he consumes it. Immediately, his eyes widen as a chilling surge of mana floods his body like a waterfall. The force is immense, far more than his body can handle. However, despite the risk, he refuses to let even a single thread of this rare energy escape. In his mind, it already belongs to him. Just then, the Lord of the Underworld warns him that if he keeps forcing the mana inward, it will spiral out of control. He urges him to let go, but Aidan resists. Driven by sheer will, he demands more as he delves deeper into the elixir's power. At that moment, the wall inside him begins to crumble. Suddenly, a larger version of the Lord of the Underworld materializes before him. He observes that as Aidan regains more strength, his own form continues to reform and expand. Amused and excited, Aidan throws a punch at him. The Underworlder, clearly surprised, questions the outburst. With a playful smirk, Aidan admits he's been waiting for the moment he could land a punch ever since he aspired to become a swordmaster. The Underworlder becomes enraged at the comment. Then, a knock is heard at the door. Aidan gives permission to enter and Nikita walks in. She announces that everything is ready. With a nod, Aidan decides it's time to leave, an announcement that only intensifies the Lord of the Underworld's irritation. Shortly after, deep within the Winter Queen's dungeon, Nikita walks by his side as she remarks that the fog surrounding them is no ordinary mist. Aidan agrees, recognizing it as a troubling magical curse. He quickly identifies the first reason why the Knights of Sires failed in their previous attempt with this fog. It forces those within to relive their most terrifying fears and deepest sorrows, slowly unraveling their minds. However, it leaves him untouched. He now stands firm, confident even as the haze closes in. Then, another realization comes to mind. The second reason for the Night Order's failure is the presence of a massive horde of wandering undead. However, he concludes there's no need for a direct confrontation. Turning to Nikita, he asks if she can handle the situation. Although her vision is obscured, she replies with quiet certainty. She hears the cries of lost souls, their helpless wails for freedom, still clinging to fragments of their past lives. She explains how these spirits are trapped in an endless cycle of suffering, feeling their deaths over and over again until all remnants of their minds fade into silence. Their pain and torment, she adds, are precisely why dark sorcerers like her are essential. With steady reverence, she begins a sacred rite as she offers blessings to the restless spirits. She calls not just to the dead, but to those whose families have faded to dust, whose bodies can no longer feel warmth. As the last descendant of the royal line of Florentia and the highest priestess of the dead, she declares her duty fulfilled. In her words, she offers comfort. The fire of Florentia has arrived as she urges the dead to let go of their anger and find peace at last. However, as the fog dissipates, what remains? Of course, this was only the beginning. The Winter Queen stands in the distance, witnessing Nikita's actions. She is already furious. Nikita looks at Aidan, noting that eliminating her followers must have enraged her. With a confident smile and a glint in his eye, he says it's time to see just how powerful she has become. Inside the Church of the Sacred Fire, Alistair kneels in silent devotion as he pleads for divine guidance. His thoughts soon turn to Aidan as he silently awaits his safe return from his confrontation with the Winter Queen. Meanwhile, on the threshold of the Winter Queen's sinister fortress, Aidan steps inside her domain. Instantly, the frigid air bites at him, making him reflect that any ordinary soul would not survive for long in such extreme cold. Fortunately, he silently praises his previous choice to ask Hados to forge his armor with phoenix feathers. Not only is it durable, but it also protects him with a comforting warmth. As he advances, the dense fog begins to clear. The cold is sharp, almost punishing, and he remembers that this same cold was a crucial reason behind the fall of the Cess. Then, without warning, the sub-order addresses him with a mocking tone, insinuating whether the cold is the reason the dark sorcerers retreated. Aidan responds with firm determination, thinking that even though the Winter Queen may have built a huge fortress, and no matter how well prepared she is, she remains a formidable beast at heart, he knows he must confront her. Shortly after, the Winter Queen appears. Her fury is evident. She demands to know how he dares to eliminate her followers, and makes it clear that she will not overlook such a challenge. As she confronts him, a wave of icy wind sweeps through the hall. Her anger intensifies, and she wonders how he could betray his master, while insisting that the world has no place for the humans who betrayed him. Upon hearing her mention the master, Aidan pauses to think. He wonders if she's referring to her former contractor. After all, banshees are spirits forged by pain, their unhealed sorrow gradually turning into bitterness. At that moment, he feels his armor straining against the overwhelming frost. However, he remains calm, as he has already devised a strategy. Without hesitation, he summons Appearance. Moments later, she materializes and with a calm presence acknowledges his call. Upon appearing, Piraeans begins to gracefully ascend into the air, her presence glowing with intensity. Meanwhile, Aidan remains unshakably confident. He quickly realizes the vast power difference between himself and the Winter Queen, but remains grateful for the energy still pulsing within him. At the same time, Piraeans looks at the Winter Queen with a mix of compassion and disdain, seeing her as nothing more than a lost soul. Aidan, gathering his courage, asks if the Queen truly believes she can prevail. Piraeans, with her voice heavy with the weight of ancient fire, declares herself the sovereign of all flames and quietly offers the Queen a final moment of rest. Energized, Aidan begins to advance while asking Piraeans to protect him, with determination in his stride. He lunges toward the Winter Queen. As he closes the distance, his perception sharpens, and he begins to recognize the vulnerabilities in those before him. With each swing of his sword, he counters the icy blasts that rush toward him, striking with power and precision. His movements become more fluid, more refined, and he feels that he has finally crossed into the realm of a true master. Suddenly, the Queen and her knights let out a resounding roar, but Peranese's flames burn brighter in response. Without hesitation, she unleashes a flaming strike toward the Winter Queen. The fire rains down on the Queen's knights, leaving her stunned by the ferocity. Her forces begin to falter, and Pyranes prepares to protect Aidan at all costs. Witnessing this, the Winter Queen erupts in fury. With venom in her tone, she commands the world to freeze and shatter. However, to Aidan, this threat is manageable. His fiery eyes gleam with defiance as he locks onto her and moves forward. He notes the vast reservoir of mana surging within her, acknowledging the magnitude of her strength. As she sends wave after wave of icy winds toward him, she casts another frustrating spell. However, with Piraeans by his side, he continues unhindered. That is, until Pyrenees suddenly apologizes softly. Her tone is strained, and Aidan, surprised, questions the sudden change in her form. She explains that the frozen environment weakens her essence and that her dwindling mana can no longer sustain her presence. She admits the only gift she can offer now is a trace of warmth. Irritation rises within him. He realizes just how deeply spirits are affected by their surroundings, and this frozen wasteland is the worst imaginable place for Pyranes. Now, the truth hits him that he has underestimated the Winter Queen's power. No one before him had ever managed to defeat her. Even the shield created by the Beachies offers no help, not as long as their queen is returned. Left with few options, he silently calls upon the divine for aid, and in that moment, a new power surges through him. The Lord of the Underworld, sensing the sudden rush of holy energy, stirs as he tries to expel it immediately. But Aidan understands the source of this blessing, which is Alice. He hears her soft yet firm voice as she offers prayers for his safe return, and for the first time, he feels her hope has truly reached him. As Aidan's mana steadily increases, Piraeans also feels the surge of power within her. She recognizes that with this renewed energy, she can now tap into at least 1/10 of her original strength. The air around them becomes increasingly hot, and the heat from the flames begins to affect the environment. Buildings near the battlefield start to melt, their icy structures dissolving under the intense radiation. The Winter Queen's own castle, once a towering fortress of frost, begins to melt away. It crumbles under the heat generated by just a fraction of Pyrenees' power. Witnessing this, the Winter Queen is stunned. Her eyes widen in disbelief, watching as her fortress dissolves before her. Pyranes, in her calm yet authoritative tone, suggests that the Winter Queen can finally rest in peace because her reign has come to an end. The flames continue to roar and burn around them, creating a fiery atmosphere. Oppressive. At that moment, the Underlord, while standing right behind Aidan, rises with an expression solemn. He directs his attention to the Winter Queen and with a voice tinged with finality declares that she can now rest in peace as she is consumed by the flames. In the Grand Duchy of Sire, the people begin to notice something unusual. As the snowfall stops abruptly and the air grows warmer by the minute, even the snowy mountaintops begin to gradually melt, leaving the people perplexed, not knowing exactly what is happening. Just then, the familiar hat vendor appears and announces that the Spirits Emporium has an urgent message. As it turns out, with immediate effect, the legendary dungeon, known as the Winter Queen's Nest, has been completely cleared by none other than Aidan. The entire crowd is left in disbelief, astonished by the revelation that the feared Winter Queen has been defeated, and by, of all people, the rebellious young master with a notorious reputation. Gradually, a wave of relief washes over the citizens. With the imminent threat of the Winter Queen now gone, the fear melts away like snow, and joy begins to fill the streets. Without delay, preparations resume. for the long-paused festival, and voices from all over the duchy begin to praise Aidan for his incredible feat. Among those who are euphoric is Alice, who, along with Aidan's companions, feels immense happiness upon hearing the news. Meanwhile, in a separate chamber, Deer stands before his father, as the knights gather before Sylvetta. However, Sylvetta seems far from pleased. Deeply disappointed, he believes the essence of the Winter Queen was rightfully his, stolen by an upstart, unknown who appeared out of nowhere. His frustration quickly turns into anger. In his mind, if that Aidan had not appeared, he would have claimed victory over the Winter Queen and recovered his lost strength. Now, seething with irritation, he makes the grim decision that Aidan must be eliminated. Furthermore, he begins to suspect a deeper scheme as he recalls how Aidan not only rescued Dale at the banquet but also saved the Saintess of the Holy Fire Church. To Sylvetta, these are not coincidences. They feel like moves, calculated and woven into a larger plan that constantly appears before him. Driven by suspicion, he then orders his White Knight to bring the prototype. However, the knight reacts with visible surprise. He mentions, hesitantly, that the prototype is made from a beast, not a human, and that the gem's energy is still unstable, so it could trigger unpredictable side effects. But Sylvetta, blinded by fury, takes the knight's caution as defiance. His tone sharpens as he demands obedience. Eventually, though reluctantly, the knight agrees to carry out the order as he sets something in motion, dark and uncertain. He obeys Sylvetta's orders without hesitation. Meanwhile, Sylvetta silently reflects that if Aidan has truly defeated the Winter Queen, then he must possess at least the skills of a master of the sword. With that thought, a sense of urgency begins to grow within him. He realizes that to face someone of Aidan's level, he must regain his strength, even if the effect is only brief. Driven by this need, he makes a difficult decision. With a portion of the Winter Queen's essence now in his possession, he decides to complete the jewel no matter the cost, even if it means taking Aidan's life. Elsewhere, inside the solemn halls of the Church of the Sacred Fire, Aidan makes his arrival. One by one, those present begin to honor him, offering sincere admiration for his recent feat. Their gratitude is genuine, and their joy unmistakable. Amidst the gathering, the Infralord watches with quiet amusement, remarking that seeing Aidan being celebrated as a hero is quite entertaining. However, Aidan responds in his usual sarcastic tone. His true reason lies elsewhere. He hasn't taken down the Winter Queen to be recognized or applauded. Rather, every step he takes is meant to bring him closer to revenge. Still, not even he can deny that the moment doesn't feel entirely unpleasant. As a small reward, he has managed to obtain something useful, a finely crafted, frozen winter cloak. This cloak isn't just for show. It carries a frost magic capable of freezing everything within a 15-meter radius, providing him with both a practical tool and a symbol of his growing power. He believes the cloak will come in handy. Just then, Alice comes running toward him, her face beaming with joy at the sight of Aidan. Without a second thought, she hugs him tightly, her happiness overflowing. She mentions how she had constantly prayed for his safety and pleaded with God to guide him. Now, seeing him return safe and sound, she feels those prayers have finally been answered. Aidan, silently reflecting on her words, realizes that her prayers might have actually played a part in his survival. With a grateful heart, he nods and thanks her. Shortly after, Valley enters and praises him for effortlessly defeating a disaster-class creature. He adds that he had always expected such strength from him, but Aidan, in his usual way, dismisses the praise while commenting that Valley is simply trying to flatter him. He emphasizes that the victory wasn't his alone. When Rose excitedly approaches with open arms for a hug, Aidan casually pushes him away, finding the gesture a bit too much to handle. In the next moment, his eyes spot a small animal, causing him to pause. He wonders aloud about the fate of that wolf. Alice laughs and shares that the creature is actually Chaco. Surprised, Aidan struggles to believe it. Alice then explains that due to his recent illness, Chaco hadn't been eating well and had been lying down for days. However, quite unexpectedly, Chaco started growing new fur and underwent a strange transformation. Both Aidan and the Infralord react with visible surprise. The Infralord points out that it seems Chaco has surpassed the limits of an ordinary dog and has evolved into a completely new form. He even compares it to how humans, upon surpassing their limits, ascend to the level of a sword master. In the same way, Chaco seems to have crossed his limit and gained new strength. Still, Aidan can't help but wonder if he himself has only just begun to break his own limits. So, how did a dog like Chaco manage to make such a leap? Before he can ponder it too much, a man approaches him with clear excitement in his voice, brings news, and when asked, informs Aidan that a message has arrived from the house of the Grand Duke of Sires. They have sent a personal invitation. Aidan is being summoned for a private dinner. The moment Sylvetta's name is mentioned, Sears, the Lord of the Lowlands' expression hardens. With a cautious tone, he warns Aidan that a one-on-one meeting with Sylvetta is nothing short of dangerous. Aidan accepts without hesitation. Deep down, he knows that just seeing Sylvetta's face would be enough to shatter his composure. he wouldn't be able to stop himself from attacking him. A few hours later, Aidan arrives at the ice fortress to confront Sylvetta. As he walks through the high halls, Sylvetta's voice calls out asking if it is really Aidan. Without waiting, they begin to talk, mentioning that he has heard a lot about him, how he rescued his younger brother, and contributed significantly to the Church of the Holy Fire. In response, Aidan, calm but sharp, remarks that it all goes back to the plans of those vile black mages. He refers to them as nothing more than human scum, no different from Sylvetta himself. Sylvetta, unsurprised, seems to have guessed, since Aidan knows the truth. With narrowed eyes, he questions whether Dare revealed everything or if perhaps someone with a grudge whispered those truths to him. Aidan then calmly reveals that Sylvetta isn't completely wrong. A former mercenary, once loyal enough to call him a comrade, had gotten in touch with him. That man wanted Sylvetta to feel the same pain he suffered from the betrayal. But Sylvetta, with cold certainty, replies that he has never allied with mercenaries and would never consider such a person a comrade. In that moment, Aidan silently accepts that this is Sylvetta's true self, detached and ruthless. All the other versions must have been a created illusion. His mind briefly returns to the previous world where Sylvetta had claimed that Aidan's very existence was a great help to them, even referring to him as a comrade he could trust. However, even then he hadn't asked for forgiveness. Now, as he stands face to face with the man once more, Aidan reflects that at least this version of Sylvetta shows honesty in the end. With steady hands, he draws his sword. The tension is palpable in the air. He knows the time has come to settle the fate that has bound them for so long. As he points his sword towards Sylvetta, he comments that he is already aware of him having reached the rank of Swordmaster. He has suspected it since he learned of his victory over the Winter Queen. However, just at that moment, Aidan is stunned by the scene unfolding before him. He slowly realizes that Sylvetta has also reached the level of Swordmaster. The aura surrounding him now feels overwhelmingly grim and terrifying. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Underground comments that it seems Sylvetta has also absorbed energy from jewels, similar to what Aidan once did. Time to reach this realm. However, there is something unmistakably different about the method. What resided inside that gem seems to be completely different from what Aidan found. At this moment, the energy coursing through the Night King's body no longer resembles that of a human and is monstrous by nature. In fact, the Dark Lord considers it the ideal form of the Blood Knights they had encountered before. Aidan, filled with a mix of sadness and disbelief, murmurs that Sylvetta has lost himself to a hunger for strength to the point of self-destruction. Deep down, he can't help but feel pity for him. Still, Sylvetta seems unfazed. He coldly replies, implying that removing this evil aura from his body would be a trivial matter should he choose to do so. Without hesitation, he demands the essence of the Winter Queen, promising that if it is returned, he will spare Aidan's allies. This sudden turn leaves Aidan speechless. Noticing his silence, Sylvetta mocks him, suggesting he is as foolish as he looks. Since they are now both alone, Sylvetta asks if Aidan has considered where his knights might be at this moment. He then reveals a crystal sphere where a disturbing vision is displayed. Aidan's entire group, including the priestess, has been captured and are now being held hostage by Sylvetta's forces. Witnessing this, a deep shock overcomes Aidan. Inside the sacred fire cult at the Sire's branch, the White Knight holds the crystal sphere firmly in his hand. He remarks that Sylvetta had already indicated their adversaries would not pose much of a challenge. Meanwhile, Sylvetta's forces begin to advance on Aidan's group. At that moment, Bali charges forward, unleashing the most powerful strike of his sword. A wide grin spreads across his face as he witnesses his opponent's strength. In response, the Crimson Knight rallies his men, urging them not to retreat and to stand firm for their lord, Sylvetta. However, Bali, alongside his allies, including Ro, offers fierce resistance. Amid the clash, Rose becomes enraged at the thought that someone would dare threaten his young master. He declares that such audacity would be paid for in blood. Their coordinated attacks rain down on the opposing knights with relentless fury. As the battle grows more chaotic, the Crimson Knight begins to see the encounter as disorderly and sloppy, noting that every attack seems full of openings. He retorts that if they wish for death, he will gladly deliver it. He then launches a powerful strike toward his adversary. However, in a sudden turn, his sword is shattered by Ro's counterattack. The sight leaves him momentarily stunned. Ro coldly observes that even the Crimson Knight's best is not enough to leave a mark on him. Still holding the broken weapon, and the Crimson Knight stands motionless. As Ro advances with determination, the knight reflects inwardly, no longer willing to burden his young master with his failure. At the same time, the White Knight continues to watch everything unfold through the orb, a shock running through him as he realizes that even the Crimson Knight has fallen. With urgency setting in, he concludes that there is only one move left: capture the Saintess. Just then, the Saintess appears. Her presence emanates a terrifying intensity, and the White Knight orders the remaining forces to capture her immediately, but before they can move, Ro intercepts, firmly vowing to prevent them from laying a hand on her. Suddenly, the knight's attention is drawn upward. Something is hurtling toward them. Bottles fly through the air, shattering on impact. Confused, the knights look at the strange contents inside. Within moments, they realize they are trapped in a thick, adhesive fluid. Their limbs lock up, helpless against the sticky substance, leaving them completely immobilized. As the knights remain bewildered, Cassie casually remarks that the substance is her creation, something she calls flypaper, made from viscous fluid. With a confident gesture, she leaves the rest to Chaco. As the knights continue to struggle, stuck in place by the sticky trap, Chaco begins to approach, emerging as if summoned from thin air. He growls with increasing intensity, sending waves of fear through the trapped knights. At that moment, Alice can't help but admire Chaco's fierce presence. She silently praises him, her voice filled with awe at his terrifying strength. However, the White Knight, still standing amidst the chaos, focuses on only one goal, eliminating the Saintess. With that thought driving him, he begins to head toward Alice. But before he can get far, Alice steps forward with unexpected force. With a single empowered blow, she confronts him head-on. The White Knight is stunned, not only by her sudden action, but by the radiant glow surrounding her fist. The illumination catches him by surprise and, before he can react, the impact sends him flying backward. The force of the blow is so strong that the orb of crystal he is holding shatters instantly, scattering fragments across the ground. As the crystal orb shatters in the White Knight's hands, Sylvetta watches in disbelief, stunned that nearly 10 knights, all at the semi-master level, have been completely overpowered. The sight makes no sense to him. However, Aidan calmly remarks that, unlike before, this time he has chosen much more capable allies. Sylvetta, unimpressed, dismisses the idea. In his mind, those companions are nothing more than disposable tools, easily replaceable, and of no real value. He even adds that the hostages are no longer needed. Aidan nods silently, acknowledging the shift in their battle. Without delay, Sylvetta begins to advance, radiating fury with every step. His strikes become intense and relentless as he closes the distance. However, Aidan stands his ground, fully prepared to engage. Their swords clash forcefully, and the air fills with tension. While Sylvetta's thoughts are consumed by the idea that recovering the essence will fix everything, Aidan moves with a fervent determination. He focuses on evading each wild strike, his anger fueling every one of his movements. The confrontation intensifies with both engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to back down. A fierce confrontation unfolds between Aidan and Sylvetta, with both exchanging powerful blows, his sword in rapid succession. The intensity of their duel shakes the very ground beneath them. In the midst of battle, Aidan wonders if Sylvetta cares if his grand palace crumbles in the chaos, but Sylvetta, unfazed, responds coldly. To him, such destruction means little, he can rebuild it at any time. His only goal now is to retrieve the essence, and with rage burning in their eyes, they lunge forward with growing aggression. He continues, burdened by the weight he claims to carry. He speaks of the biting frost of the northern winds and the beasts that roam the frozen lands, while insisting that Aidan knows nothing of them. As these words flow, Aidan suddenly notices something different. Sylvetta is using a technique he hasn't seen before. It catches him by surprise. Standing proudly, Sylvetta now introduces himself as the Stormy Knight. He proclaims his position as the ruler of the Ice Fortress and the heir to the title of Grand Duke. He declares that it is his responsibility to become stronger to protect the Grand Duchy. He asks if Aidan can truly understand the heavy burden he carries, but Aidan falters. His gaze remains steady, his anger slowly simmering. He responds, offended by the insinuation that he doesn't understand duty. In that moment, his thoughts turn to the countless people who depend on him. Those who see him as their only hope, he feels the pressure to protect them from ruin. To him, the sense of duty is not a shallow excuse. It is sacred, not something to hide behind after committing shameful acts. He then confronts Sylvetta with the truth that countless lives have been lost due to his cruel actions. Sylvetta dismisses it, calling it a necessary sacrifice. It is then that everything becomes clear to Aidan. A cold calm washes over him, and he silently thanks Sylvetta for helping him regain his focus, because his momentary rage had made him forget his own mission. Sylvetta asks what duty he is referring to, and Aidan responds with determination. He reminds him of the vow he made to twist and crush Sylvetta's heart with his own hand. The words cut deep, and Sylvetta's fury ignites once more. He then demands to know about the Master Fear. In response, Aidan explains that it is a skill that awakens naturally in anyone who reaches the level of a superhuman, but its strength is determined by a single factor, bloodlust. This deadly aura, and he explains, is born from the act of taking lives and is hardened by the weight of each murder. After sensing it clearly, Sylvetta begins to believe that the Master Fear emanating from Aidan feels tainted, soaked in the blood of countless victims. However, he refuses to accept such a possibility. The idea seems impossible to him, as he sees himself as the only true power. Still clinging to that belief, he launches another powerful strike toward Aidan, but Aidan meets the blow head-on, while counterattacking with equal force. Sylvetta continues to brandish his sword with furious speed, but Aidan evades every slash with calculated precision. Then, without warning, Aidan's technique changes as he mirrors Sylvetta's style. Shocked, Sylvetta asks, "What kind of trick could this be?" Aidan replies with quiet determination, pointing out that this so-called trick is simply swordsmanship. Sources, the very style Sylvetta once taught. This revelation hits hard. Sylvetta staggers in disbelief, since he is convinced that this is their first encounter, but Aidan urges him to look closer. Then, in an instant, he delivers another blow. His movements are precise and flawless, as he showcases a mastery of the sword's style. Sylvetta is left stunned, barely keeping up as he dodges the sudden flurry of blows. Confusion grows in Sylvetta's mind. He admits to himself that the technique is unmistakably from the Circe's lineage, but he remains certain that he has never met this warrior before. Suspicion creeps in, making him wonder if Aidan is perhaps a spy from Deer. However, one thing becomes clear to him, that anyone who dares to stand in his way must be eliminated. Driven by that thought, he launches a new barrage of attacks, his fury aimed solely at Aidan. In response, Aidan mutters to himself, as he acknowledges how everything has now devolved into this violent confrontation. But Sylvetta, blinded by fury, is no longer fighting with clarity. His mana is spiraling wildly out of control, overwhelming his body and twisting his mind. At this point, he moves not like a knight, but like a savage beast driven by a mana overload. In his delirium, Sylvetta sees himself as the king of the night, one who demands unquestionable obedience from all. He insists that Aidan stands no chance against him, but before his words can even settle, Aidan strikes back with a powerful blow, filled with pure rage. Sylvetta, consumed by his obsession, orders him to perish. Witnessing all this, Aidan's fury boils as it ignites a new wave of deep anger within him. Sylvetta continues to unleash relentless blows at Aidan, his voice echoing with commands to fall, all while he feels the sheer force of the power Aidan now wields. As the clash intensifies, Sylvetta gradually realizes that every strike Aidan delivers carries an aura sharp enough to disrupt any counterattack. There is no clear interval, no opportunity to strike back. More importantly, he realizes that waiting for the excess mana to subside is no longer a viable option. Meanwhile, Deer arrives on the scene, observing the growing turmoil. He freezes in disbelief as he struggles to comprehend what is before him. The violent energy swirling around Sylvetta feels completely corrupted, alien, even to someone who once called him brother. When Sylvetta sees Deer, his fury ignites. Without hesitation, he lunges at him with murderous intent. Luckily, Deer manages to narrowly dodge the blow. Moments later, confusion is written on Deer's face as he demands to know the reason for the sudden attack. Sylvetta accuses him, blaming him for how everything spiraled out of control. According to him, if Deer had just died quietly at the Imperial Palace, none of this chaos would have erupted. Upon hearing the twisted resentment, Deer staggers in shock. He questions the meaning behind those words, as he wonders aloud if Sylvetta had orchestrated everything, from the Dark Mages to the catastrophe at the palace. Aidan steps in, his tone heavy with clarity. He tells Deer that the man who is before them is no longer the older brother he once knew. Overwhelmed by mana, Sylvetta has lost himself. The one called Sylvetta Seas has already disappeared. This truth deeply disturbs Dare, who struggles to accept it. He listens as Aidan explains that Sylvetta has now ascended to the transcendental level and, if left unchecked, he will soon become a calamity capable of consuming all of Iris. The gravity of the situation settles in Dare's heart. Desperation flickers in his eyes as he turns to Aidan, seeking his support to protect his homeland. Meanwhile, Sylvetta, completely consumed by madness, lashes out at everyone around him, striking furiously without distinction. His rage consumes him completely as he turns every blow into a blur of devastation. Finally, Dare makes a firm decision, gritting his teeth, and launches a decisive blow against Sylvetta, declaring that it is for the sake of SARS. He silently asks for forgiveness, understanding what must be done. However, Sylvetta responds only with greater fury. Enraged beyond reason, he lunges toward Dare and Aidan. His strikes are wild and spontaneous, but at that critical moment, our boy manages to block the force of the incoming blow with his shield, holding his ground despite the brutal impact. Then, with the battle reaching its peak, Aidan turns to Dare and mentions the banquet at the Imperial Palace. Dare nods, his expression grave, as he admits there's no way he could forget it. After all, that was the most terrifying monster he has ever encountered. Aidan comments that remembering those moments will make their coordination smoother, especially since they once faced a creature wielding a huge sword together. With that shared memory fueling their determination, they both lunge forward, ready to take down Sylvetta, who is now completely consumed by his monstrous transformation. They move quickly through the whirlwind of blows that Sylvetta unleashes, narrowly dodging each powerful strike. However, Sylvetta responds with a relentless storm of sword attacks. His fury burns brighter with each clash. As the pace of the battle accelerates, Aidan signals for Dare to attack. Without hesitation, Dare lands a powerful blow on his opponent. The duel continues with no clear victor, both sides refusing to falter. Meanwhile, our boy begins to understand the full extent of Sylvetta's condition. The mana overload has completely shattered his reasoning. He is pushing his body beyond its limits, and although it grants him incredible power for the moment, it's clear the strain will eventually impair his ability to control that strength. During the clash, Aidan and Sylvetta demonstrate advanced swordsmanship skills as they exchange skilled and precise blows. Dare also remains involved in the fight, relentlessly pressing forward in his effort to stop Sylvetta. The opponent, however, responds only with growing fury, refusing to yield for even a second. Suddenly, at a crucial moment, Aidan unleashes one of his signature techniques. A surge of energy erupts as he reveals his frozen winter cloak, an icy aura enveloping him like a wave of frost. He immediately feels the tide turn, as his body begins to stiffen. His movements slow down under the cape's icy domain. Realizing the end has come, our boy takes a step forward with quiet finality, offering a farewell not to an enemy, but to someone who was once his comrade. Duar is genuinely surprised to witness the level of swordsmanship Aidan displays. At the same time, Sylvetta appears shocked upon hearing the truth about Aidan being the Dragon Slayer. Without delay, Aidan activates his scale-sliding technique, and the devastating force nearly annihilates Sylvetta. Blood gushes from various parts of his body as he collapses to the ground, unable to move. Then, as silence settles over the battlefield, the Lord of the Underworld steps forward, commenting to Aidan that his long-awaited revenge has finally been fulfilled. However, he also observes something strange, that Aidan doesn't seem happy. He wonders aloud if this revenge wasn't the main reason Aidan kept living through everything until now. Aidan replies quietly, stating that this was indeed his purpose, his desire, and his personal mission in this life. He confirms that the revenge he had so meticulously planned has been carried out. Even as he utters those words, an unusual feeling of emptiness begins to form within him, a strange sensation that he can't quite explain. The next day, in the Grand Duchy of Sires, the entire region is in shock. The citizens hold newspapers tightly as they read the headline in disbelief. Some begin to murmur that it might be true, especially since the loud noises from the previous night kept many awake. The headline reveals the death of the eldest son of the House of Grand Duke Sires, Storm Knight Sylvetta. According to the report, he lost his life due to a mana overload after crossing into the transcendent state. Among the people, mixed feelings run through the crowd. While some remember him as a noble figure, others exchange uncertain glances. Meanwhile, Aidan is alone in his room, quiet and pensive. Then, a sudden knock sounds on the door. A voice from outside asks if he's in. Aidan answers, and when the door opens, Deer enters. He has come with something on his mind, something he needs to ask. Later, Aidan casually checks with Deer, wondering if the aftermath has been handled smoothly. Deer responds with a calm nod as he shares that thanks to the intelligence provided by him, they have successfully captured everyone who aided Sylvetta in his misdeeds. The Sire's region has been protected, and for that, he expresses his gratitude, offering thanks on behalf of the entire house. However, curiosity lingers in his voice as he raises a question that has been bothering him. He wonders if Aidan had known from the very beginning about Sylvetta's plans, the Imperial Palace incident, the situation with the Sacred Fire cult, and even the forbidden experiments in the Forest of Death. Not even he or his father had managed to uncover these hidden threads. So, how had Aidan known and acted before anyone else? In response, Aidan casually mentions that he found out through a mercenary. He keeps the details vague by stating he can't say anything more about it. Hearing this, Dare realizes his father won't take it well that an outsider discovered the truth before his own intelligence agency. Still, he maintains his composure and simply assures him that they will be reimbursed to the best of their ability. Hearing this, Aidan lets out a light laugh as he admits it's the best news he's heard in a while. Shortly after, he meets with Nikita as they both survey the snowy plains of the Sez region. She points out that something extraordinary had been buried beneath the snow, a massive deposit of mana stones. What's even more surprising is that many of them seem to be high quality, so much so that a single fragment could fetch an incredible price. Aidan, pleased by this discovery, mentions that the Grand Duke has already agreed to cover the costs of establishing the mine as part of the compensation, so the process will move forward without delay. He quietly tells Nikita to take charge of overseeing it properly, as he explains that this place will soon become vital for his grand plan. In his thoughts, he reflects on what awaits him. His future enemies already command strong forces. To confront them, he needs an equally solid foundation. And the key to building that power lies in wealth. With this Mana Stone resource, he finally has a way to begin recruiting support on a much larger scale. Nikita, understanding the importance of the moment, accepts his order with determination. She assures him that she will pour her all into it. Aidan offers one last comment as he reminds her to give it her all, because this land could become the place where a lost kingdom rises once more. Her eyes widen at the thought, but she quickly nods with conviction, telling him to leave it to her. Meanwhile, in Hidos's workshop, he is deeply focused on his work when Aidan enters once more. This time, he is holding something in his hand, and Hidos, noticing it, asks if it's exactly what he thinks it is. With a smile, Aidan offers him a drink, human liquor. Hidos takes it, clearly delighted by the gesture, savoring the taste with clear satisfaction. Curious, Hidos then asks Aidan if he has tried the equipment he gave him. Aidan gratefully replies that he has, and that with its help, he was able to easily clear a legendary dungeon. Hearing this, Hidos bursts out laughing, treating it as a joke from Balkan's successor. But Aidan, unoffended, grows angry. His face flushes with frustration as he demands to know if Hidos truly understands the situation. In a more amused tone, Hidos replies that of course he does. Despite his appearance, he has crafted weapons for generations of mercenary kings. There's no way he wouldn't recognize the unmistakable scent of Balkan's influence. Hidos reflects for a moment, admitting that at first, he wasn't sure what to think. He never imagined that Balkan would take a noble as his disciple. However, after thinking it over, he realizes that if Balkan really did choose a noble, he should have known sooner. Nonetheless, Hidos acknowledges that Aidan's achievements indicate he has pulled off something truly impressive. He then asks if anyone has found Balkan yet. Aidan shakes his head while admitting that he hasn't found him either. Too much time has passed since he last saw his master. However, he adds that even if someone were to find him now, killing him wouldn't be the end. He wouldn't die so easily. Hidos laughs in agreement as he acknowledges the truth in Aidan's words. Finally, Aidan, with a serious tone, tells Hidos that he has something to ask him. Hidos, still smiling, assumes that Aidan must be looking for some other equipment. He assures him that there's nothing he can't do, so Aidan is free to ask for whatever he needs. With a cunning smile playing on his lips, Aidan calmly mentions to Hidos that he wants to visit the underground kingdom of the dwarves, Stonheim. The moment the words are out, Hidos is taken aback, visibly stunned, and his expression quickly changes to frustration. Stonheim, buried deep beneath the surface, is a mysterious kingdom, whose true location is known by few. The only known path leading to it passes through Hidos' own smithy, making it clear why Aidan has come to him. Hidos, still processing the request, reminds him that he hasn't set foot in that place in over 10 years and questions why Aidan would want to go there. In response, Aidan explains that his land possesses a vast deposit of mana stones and he wants to establish a mining agreement with the dwarves. Though reluctant, Hidos finally agrees, saying he will open the passage, but also warns Aidan not to expect too much. The dwarves, he says, are a people who have been deeply hurt by humans in the past. Despite this, he leads him to the hidden entrance of Stonheim. Upon entering the underground kingdom, a strange sight greets him. An open space dotted with weapons, some partially buried in the earth. Numerous swords are scattered across the ground, catching Aidan's attention. In his thoughts, he observes how the environment feels unmistakably dwarven, with the swords left out in the open like discarded tools. At that moment, a commotion breaks out. A voice resounds as it instructs the warriors of Stonheim to prepare for a confrontation with the approaching stone golems. The dwarven soldiers quickly gather with their weapons drawn and tense expressions. The scene startles Hidos. His eyes widen as he asks what is happening and where these enormous stone creatures have come from. Meanwhile, as the golems close in on the dwarves, Aidan instinctively picks up one of the nearby swords. The army of dwarves charges forward under the fierce command of their leader, who shouts for them to destroy the golems. However, in the midst of the chaos, they begin to notice something unusual, a human presence among them. All eyes slowly turn towards Aidan. Amazement is reflected on their faces. As the stone beasts begin to advance on the dwarves, Aidan swiftly, wielding his sword with precision, with a single powerful strike, he destroys each one of them.